Game of Thrones, The Bronze and Fire Lord Chapter 1. Westeros Continent. Since Aegon the Conqueror harnessed the dragon and led his wife and sisters Queen Visenya and Queen Rhaenys to defeat the Seven Kingdoms, the continent is united. Starting from Aegon's accession to the throne, it is called the first year of Aegon, which is the year 1 AC. Take the first year as the limit. It was BC before unification and AC after unification. 109 AC. Valley, Runestone City. The Royce family is one of the oldest and noble nobles in the valley. The family emblem is a pile of pebbles between two lines of runes on an orange background. In an attic of the castle, an old bachelor was holding a book and talking. The environment is well decorated, with bear skins and swords hanging on the walls, revealing low-key luxury and toughness. In front of him, there were two students sitting side by side. Eman covered it up with the book. He stood up, lowered his head and yawned hard. "I'm so sleepy, I can't stand it anymore. I didn't sleep well last night. I had random strange dreams when I closed my eyes." When William, the young man sitting on the left, saw this, he cast a contemptuous glance and straightened his back to listen attentively. Eman noticed it and didn't take it seriously at all. What's pitiful is that he is only 8 years old, a full 5 years younger than the other party. He is not as knowledgeable as the guy who was accompanying him. It is said that a child without a mother is like a grass, and a child without a father cannot have enough to eat. His situation was different. There is a count mother who loves hunting, and a father who never comes home all year round. Both were hands-off shopkeepers, forgetting their only son Eman. It's so painful for the child. Eman was accustomed to it, and the soul from the time traveler was happy like this. A high school student with clear eyes, eating popsicles and humming a song, got good luck while crossing the road. "Every time I close my eyes and open them again, I have been reincarnated." Today, his name is Eman Targaryen, a descendant of true dragons with pure blood. His father's name is Daemon Targaryen. He is highly capable and rebellious, but he also has a good brother who is the king. Very powerful. My mother's name is Leia Royce. She comes from the Royce family in the valley and is the current Countess of Runestone City. Unfortunately, the relationship between the couple was at odds and almost broke up. Thanks to the 101 Great Council of that year, the then regent of the Eagle's Nest City and guardian of the canyon, Gilbert Royce, took action and worked hard to make plans for the future generations. He is Mrs. Leia's uncle, and he passed Runestone City to his niece. Daemon and his brother Viserys' wives are both from the Vale. If they want to compete with competitors in terms of hard power, they will inevitably need the help of the Vale. Gilbert's conditions were simple, as long as Daemon slept with his niece. Daemon despises his wife, calling her a bronze woman, and sarcastically saying that goats in the valley are more attractive than women. Therefore, the two never consummated their marriage. With the motivation to help his brother fight for the Iron Throne, plus some coercion and inducement from Gilbert, Daemon agreed. Only once, Eman was created who did not exist in the first place. Obviously my mother is very good-looking, but she really has no taste. Eman was fighting before his eyes, and his body almost fell on the table. After rebirth, my mentality is very stable. God let him be a child, so he should do what a child should do. Be happy and enjoy the childhood that adults dream of. When he grows up, he will be able to stop the tragedy of Dance of Blood Dragons. Boom. The old bachelor took one look at the student who didn't like to study, closed the book, knocked on the wall, and stopped teaching. "Eman, can you tell me what the Royce family's language is?" "We will remember it." Eman replied. "Yes, we will remember it." The old bachelor nodded with satisfaction, staring at the person with a profound look that made him feel uneasy. Eman secretly yawned again and whispered, "Maester Seuss, why don't you ask the Targaryen family's language?" "Because your mother doesn't like Targaryens." The old bachelor answered fluently. Eman frowned and pointed at himself, "I am Targaryen. Look at the silky silver blonde hair and the violet pupils. Looks very Targaryen, right?" The old bachelor cast a sympathetic look, slowly closed his book, and prepared to leave after class. Huh. Eman tilted his head. Then I realized that my mother didn't like me very much either. Who told him to have a father who was hated by others? Get out of class is over. Eman cheered up, got rid of the young boy who was accompanying him, and walked briskly around the corridor back to his room. In the huge Runestone city, there is no place suitable for children to wander around. As soon as he entered the door, the old nun in charge of education came up to him. "Prince, do you want to have lunch first, or recite the 7 sacred scriptures?" Eamon's face fell slightly and he waved his hand. "I'm tired. Let's take a nap first and talk again in half an hour." He was really a little sleepy, not because he didn't want to recite the 7 gods' regulations. After coaxing the old nun away, Eman lay on the bedboard, completely different from his lively and quirky persona outside. After lying down for a while, I couldn't help but feel anxious. I looked up and saw that no one was around. He got out of bed, walked to the corner to the bed and pulled out a round black steel stove. Click. He raised his hand to open the lid, and steaming heat came out. Eamon's face turned red, and he took out a dark egg from the stove filled with red charcoal. The oval-shaped egg is almost a foot long. Eamon seemed unable to feel the temperature, holding the black egg and looking back and forth, muttering, "Why hasn't it hatched yet?" The eggs that Targaryen has are naturally dragon eggs. The little hand stroked the surface, and the eggshell was covered with a layer of diamond-shaped scales, which was as hard as stone. Every Targaryen newborn would be placed in the cradle. If the shell can be hatched, the young dragon can grow up with the newborn. As a child who was not loved by his father and mother, Eamon had never had a mouthful of breast milk. The black dragon egg in his hand was taken out of the dragon cave by his great-grandfather, the centenarian king, Jaehaerys I, and placed in the cradle of his great-grandson. And this old man died in 104 AC. "Your dragon mother is so prolific, you are a bit disappointing." Eamon looked at it for a while and became more worried, pointing at the dragon egg. "I heard that dragon eggs are produced by the mother dragon Dreamfire. That is a light blue dragon that is old, large, and very prolific. It's not Eamon's fault that he is worried, it's really that the future history is too bumpy. Today is the peak of the Targaryen dynasty. In the near future, the number of dragon riders in the family will surge unprecedentedly, and they will engage in a cruel and bloody dance of the dragons to compete for the Iron Throne. After a civil war, the dragons are almost extinct, and their bloodline is thin and withering. The honor given by the surname has been lost, and the 7 kingdoms have gradually forgotten their former horror. Eamon is here, of course, hoping to avoid this tragedy. But if you want to play a role, you must first have the ability to protect yourself. He knows clearly that dragons are the fastest way to turn things around. A Targaryen without a dragon is worse than a salted fish. Since he moved to Runestone City at the age of 3, he has been secretly looking forward to the hatching of dragon eggs and taming a dragon that has been with him since childhood. Although, the hatched dragon may not be as powerful as the dragons wandering in the wild and the dragons left by the Aes kings. But it is a bright road after all, worth all the efforts. Alas. Little Eman lay back weakly. Where can he get a dragon? The dragon egg is not doing well. It has not hatched in 8 years. There are no dragons in Runestone City. Do they have to go to Dragonstone Island? Just as he was about to put down the hot dragon egg, he suddenly heard a voice. Discover an item containing magic power, gain magic essence +3. Eman was startled when he heard the voice, and sat up straight on the spot. A new book is opened, happy, and flowers are scattered. Chapter 2 Bronze King. Purple eyes widened, and a brilliant light panel floating in midair appeared in front of him. The most conspicuous 3 gray card-shaped images in the middle are branded with a golden hourglass underneath, and the number is displayed to it, quantity of essence, 3. The background is completely white, as if you are in mist. It's ethereal, very fantastical. The cake maker is here. Eamon was so excited that he almost screamed. He stretched out his little hand and poked at the edge of the light board. Aren't the good days coming? The light panel was touched, and white waves created waves, covering everything before turning into another scene. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Skills, High Balerion, Proficient, Common, Proficient. Magic card, None. Status, a severely sleep-deprived human cub that is beginning to affect physical development. Hey, are there any changes? Eman observed carefully, especially paying more attention to the status column. He looked down at himself and saw that his little arms and claws were all white and plump, not like he was malnourished. Eman frowned and measured the length from head to toe with his hands. It seems that the height is a bit lacking. He is 9 years old, technically only 8 years old. He is just over 1 meter tall, which is still a little short. Children of the same age, especially those from the valley who inherited the blood of the ancestors, were all a head taller than him. So it's not that they grow too fast, but that I grow too slowly. Eman thought about it. No wonder, let's just say he is half of the ancestors. Staring at the brilliant light board again, there was no response. It should be a standalone machine. There is no name, it will be called Magic Essence Panel from now on. How to use it? I don't want to grow into a little sweet potato. Eman felt a trace of unnecessary worry and poked his finger on the status bar. Nothing changes. Eman was a little speechless. He ignored the cold status bar and turned his thoughts to other places. About half an hour later, the Magic Essence panel was explored thoroughly. The white light board is the redemption page, used to view Magic Essence and redemption cards. The reverse side is a personal panel, showing Eman's real-time situation. Gains and losses are clearly revealed. After figuring out the rules, Eman held the black dragon egg in one hand and poked at the redemption page with the other. I want to solve the problem of sleep quality. It's too late to hatch the dragon eggs. It's more important to solve the nearby difficulties first. Bow. 3 rays of light of different colors flashed in succession, and the reflections of the 3 gray cards turned over one by one. 1. Guide once, a small opportunity. The card shows a golden finger pointing in one direction on a white background. 2. One-handed sword mastery, all brave knights like it. The overall color of the card is green, representing a long sword covered with rust. 3. Solid as a rock, the skin is hardened, like a stone. The card is blue, with a gray-white little man in a powerful posture, with the numbers +1 and +1 popping out of his head. Obviously, the 3 cards are divided into 3 levels. They are all good things, but the price. Eman's eyes shone, and he was daunted by the different numbers under the cards. Display on white background, 10 essence. Green background display, 60 essence. Blue background shows, 150 essence. Each one was more valuable than the last. He glanced at the quantity of essence, 3, to the golden hourglass, and silently put away his little claws that were about to move. Don't be afraid, if you don't have enough essence, you can find it. Eman did not give up and already had an idea in his mind. According to the rules of the Magic Essence panel, if you find an item containing magic power, you can absorb part of it and put it into the golden hourglass to convert the magic essence. He closed the panel and held the black dragon egg in his hands. The system prompt just now was the treasure in hand providing magic essence +3. Dragons are top magical creatures, and dragon eggs that can give birth to young dragons are naturally full of magic power. Fortunately, it won't damage the foundation of the young dragon. Eman carefully placed the dragon egg back in the incubation vessel, and couldn't help but pat his chest happily. The magic power absorbed also has conditions. Unless you deliberately suck it all away, the magic essence panel will only absorb excess magic power. Any magical creatures and items have special characteristics that will unknowingly attract the magic in the air to adhere to them. The magic power of the dragon egg is very strong, and 3 points of magic essence can be attached to it every once in a while. Absorb it without affecting the dragon egg itself. This feature also applies to other magic items. Well, growing taller and sleeping well starts with finding magic. With the rush to solve the problem, Eman opened the door and slipped out quietly. Avoid the maids preparing lunch and the noisy idlers in the castle courtyard. As one of the most powerful nobles in the valley, the Royce family in Runestone City owns a large area of fertile land and a strong army. In their spare time, some family branch members and vassals will gather here to strengthen the castle's defense. Therefore, there are many people in the outer court every day. Eman didn't want to attract attention and passed by with a low sense of presence. Not long after, it was a sparsely populated place. Eman opened a wooden entrance in the back courtyard of the castle and got into the Royce family's tomb. It is said to be a tomb, but in fact it is more like a sundries warehouse. It was pitch black, and the corners were filled with bronze artifacts and old items. Where? Eman took down an oil lamp and searched around in the dim light. He kicked away the spider webs that were in the way, and the stone brick passage under his feet was out of tune with the dusty environment around him. This was his secret base. A child without a companion must always have a place to stay. The ancestral tomb is a good place. It is quiet and undisturbed. Don't ask if you are afraid or not. If you really encounter a ghost, it will be your ancestor who has been separated for many generations. Who doesn't have one or two real relatives in the underworld. Flutter. He squatted in the corner and searched for it, and with great effort he moved out a rusty bronze armor. Eman wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised a satisfied smile. The Royce family has an ancient history and was once the actual ruler of the valley. Its territory included the large plain on the east coast of the valley, which is where the Runestone city is located, as well as the entire valley plain and the steep Moon Mountains. 2,000 years ago, the Royce family established the Bronze Kingdom. Until the Undulls invaded Westeros, the rule of the Bronze Kingdom came to an end. Since then, the valley has been ruled by the Arryn family of the Eyrie, and the Royce family has become one of the most powerful families under its command. Many times, one of it has to be taken off. Eman squatted down, pursed his lips and blew away the dust on the bronze armor, revealing the mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the armor. When the little hand touched it, the system prompt sound came to his ear. Touch the broken magic item and get magic essence +5. Eman said, "Wow, it really works." The Royce family is the blood of the ancestors and believes in the primitive bronze civilization. Moreover, runes will be engraved on the armor, believing that it can protect the people in the armor from harm. Of course, it has no effect. Those ancient ancestors who wore bronze armor will die if they should be killed. And now, it's my good fortune. Little Eman, report in. Chapter 3 Ancient Runes. The little silver-haired figure ran around like a lively hamster looking for food everywhere. Fushishi City worships bronze ware, and the tombs are filled with bronze armor left by ancestors from past generations. Most of them are tattered and have a history of at least thousands of years. If you don't know how to handle them with care, the armor corroded by copper rust will break directly. This is due to lack of maintenance. After a while, Eman was busy and found 3 sets of bronze armor that were still intact. One was only left with a breastplate, and 2 were missing arms and legs. Found a broken magic item, get magic essence +5, +3, +5. Different numbers of prompt sounds sounded, and the magic essence panel appeared in front of me. The golden funnel turned up and down, emitting a bright glow. Until it stopped, the panel changed, essence quantity, 16. What is the connection between the different amounts of essence obtained? Eman was panting with fatigue, and leaned over to illuminate several sets of armor with an oil lamp. The first and the last 2 sets were relatively complete, with more runes engraved on the bronze armor, forming a ring pattern on the chest and wrists. The set that provided the least amount of essence, the armor full of green rust, was very fragile, and only the ring with runes on the chest remained. After extracting magic power, the runes seemed to be more lifeless, and there was no spirituality at all. Even the smell of copper became stronger. Eman's eyes turned, guessing that the magic power came from these ancient runes. Only the unknown power that the ancestors once mastered has the possibility of attracting magic power. Wait for Mom to come back and try to ask. Maybe you can get useful information. He needs more magic power. After confirming that there were no other bronze armors in the tomb, Eman patted his dirty little hands and prepared to exchange magic cards. God bless you. The little mouth muttered something, and his finger poked the white card on the light board. That was the only card he could afford. Unlike the vibrant dragon eggs, the bronze armor is not very effective in storing and absorbing magic power. This time the search is complete, I don't know when it can be reused. Pop. The fingertips touched the light board, and a dazzling light flashed. The card with Guide Once shattered in an instant, and the golden finger shadow broke away and pointed to the east outside the tomb. Eman's mouth opened in surprise, and a picture suddenly emerged in his mind. East of Runestone City, a hill adjacent to the east coast. The perspective kept zooming in and stopped on a bunch of soft, slender dark green grass leaves. The grass leaves swayed gently, faintly emitting a fragrance. I think I know where it is. The vision quickly recovered, and Eman left the tomb happily based on his EOS impression. He was jumping when he walked. The valley is a land with a huge difference in environment, and the gap between the rich and the poor among the nobles inside is even greater. The Royce family was once prominent, and their fiefdoms were vast. Whether it was farming or grazing, there were no flaws in all aspects. If it weren't for the fact that the vast coastline east of Runestone City was all towering cliffs or reef-filled beaches, there would be no conditions for building a port. Even the only old neighbor in the valley that can be called a city, Seagull Town, can't compare. The location of Guide once is a pasture with lush grass on the east coast. That dense dark green grass is the precious medicine for curing insomnia and dreaminess. Crack. The wooden board was open from the bottom, and a small head with silver-gold color poked out. Eman looked around and confirmed that no one was slowly crawling out. "What did you do in there?" Just halfway up, a man's rough and low voice came from above his head, rumbling like thunder. Eman was startled and his big eyes were wide open. "Who is this?" Plop. The wooden board was kicked open by a big foot, and the panicked Eman was also dragged by the back of the neck and fell to the ground. The sun was very bright, and it was so bright that I couldn't open my eyes. Looking around, it was still the backyard of Runestone City. A tall figure stopped in front of him, blocking the dazzling sunlight, and lowered a gloomy and rough face. Gunther. In front of him was a sturdy man with a height of 7 feet and 1 foot, which was more than 2 meters. The mountain, the great villain in later generations, was about the same size. After seeing the person clearly, Eman straightened his neck and nodded arrogantly. "Are you questioning me?" Nodding is a greeting. "Yes, this is the attitude. If you don't like me, you can beat me up. In Runestone City and even in Westeros, there is no one who dares to touch me casually. 8-year-old rolling meat." Eman thought so. The 2-meter-tall strongman Gunther Royce really fell for this and bowed perfunctorily. "Prince, what do you think of the tomb?" "No opinion, it just needs to be cleaned." Eman stood up and patted his dirty clothes, saying unjustifiably, "It's too dirty inside, so I did it myself." He waved his hand again, indicating that you're welcome. He was born noble, but also full of complexity. He lives in Runestone City, but is named Targaryen. If nothing unexpected happens, he will inherit the ancestral property of the Royce family in the future. It was fine at first, but his mother, Lady Rhea, was hunting all day, and she didn't care about her eldest son, and she was a hands-off manager. But she didn't ask about the inheritance qualification, and her attitude was ambiguous. As a result, the members of the Royce family's collateral and branches talked about it privately, and inevitably had some small thoughts. In order to avoid trouble, Eman was extremely tough with them and never gave in. Gunther frowned, and a fierce momentum rushed towards him. Without saying a word, his mountain-like body alone was oppressive. "Do you have anything else to do?" Eman was not afraid at all, and his little neck was straight. Afraid that the other party would forget his identity, he moved forward provocatively. As if to say, "Hit me." Gunther's face became worse, and he had no answer for the silver-haired child who was only thigh-high. He was one of the side branches of the Royce family, a senior knight family. His bloodline was not as pure as Lady Rhea, and he was not qualified to inherit the Runestone City. He currently served as the coach of the castle. With his exaggerated body, he has always been a bully. He has never been so helpless. "You are fine, just go." Eman's momentum was firmly in the upper hand, and he turned around and ran away. The 2-meter-tall man in front of him is not an ordinary person. He left his mark in the book, Blood and Fire. After his mother, Lady Rhea, passed away, he appointed a cousin to inherit Runestone City. After the Dance of the Blood Dragon ended, the Earl of Runestone City became Gunther, known as the Bronze Giant. Speaking of which, this guy also killed one of his brothers-in-law. Eman walked quickly, but he thought of his father who was away, and the other party had not hooked up with his second wife. It's hard to say about his sister. Just 2 steps away, Gunther's unique low voice came from behind. "Lady Rhea is coming back from hunting. Sister Martha is looking for you everywhere to wash up and welcome the lady. Mom is coming back." Eman's baby fat cheeks trembled, and his steps became faster. Regardless of the 2-meter-tall man, he quickly disappeared in the backyard of the castle. Daily update time. 8 a.m. to 1600 hours p.m. Chapter 4 Oolgrass. Dusk. The sun gradually sets, and the sky is red. Hey, hey. In the rippling sea of grass blown by the breeze, a small but sticks up, swaying left and right and trying to move backwards. Several guards are standing around, watching in surprise. Someone wants to help, but the little but suddenly takes off and hits the back with a meatball. Ouch! A childish scream sounded, and a head with silver blonde hair emerged. Eman fell to the ground, with the weeds on his head, muttering, "It's so hard to pull." His butt was about to break into 8 pieces. "Prince, do you need help?" The guard asked in a low voice with embarrassment on his face. "No, I've succeeded." Eman waved his hand. In his hand, he tightly grasped a handful of dark green grass leaves. Magic Essence panel is suitable for giving prompts. Found a clump of oolgrass containing magic, get essence +1. Eman was very satisfied and stood up and patted his butt. With the help of guide once, the good medicine in hand naturally cannot be left unused. Call a few guards and head straight to the east coast. He knew it would be easy. Let me see what it does. Eman laughed and rubbed his little paws. A gorgeous light board emerged. One of the 3 cards was missing, and the number of words to the golden funnel below changed. Number of essence, 7. It took 10 points of magic essence to exchange the card, and the newly obtained oolgrass +1 point of magic essence, just this much. The rest of the panel changes were minimal. It's just a plant. Eman held the oolgrass and observed it repeatedly, as if he could see flowers. This kind of vegetation is not rare, he had heard of it in his Eos life. It is called the 3 treasures together with ginseng and deer antlers. It is a kind of hay used to keep warm in winter. Under the effect of the panel, the little dragon cub gradually figured out the use of the treasure in his hand. Weave it into a cool mat and lie on it to sleep. The magic oolgrass has the effect of keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, calming the mind and calming the spirit, which helps to improve the quality of sleep. With it, you don't have to worry about having strange dreams and not growing tall. You are such a good baby. Eman's purple eyes flashed with stars. It's just that the quantity is not enough, not even enough to weave a cushion. Smart Eman touched his chin, and it was not difficult for him at all. He stepped in a circle on the spot, and his eyes swept across the sea of grass all over the mountains and fields. A small opportunity. There is more than 1 clump of oolgrass, right? Eman's brain turned rapidly, and he had already planned to go up the mountain to pull grass. 1 clump of oolgrass is 1 point of magic essence, and 10 clumps of oolgrass are 10 points of magic essence. Zero-cost trading, isn't this a way to become well off? As soon as the idea came, someone interrupted. "Prince." A guard came from Runestone City and reported, "Lady Leia is back and waiting for you in the hall." "Okay, I got it." Eman quickly came back to his senses. He put the oolgrass in his arms and returned to the towering and majestic castle under the protection of the guards. The short legs were very fast and returned home before it was completely dark. In the spacious hall, Lady Leia waited for a long time. "Mom, I miss you so much." Eman was covered in dust and opened his arms to the young lady with the highest aura. His chubby face was full of smiles, which made people feel angry. Lady Leia had a blank expression and let her son hit her straight thighs, tied tightly like a chain. "When did you come back? I wanted to greet you." Eman raised his head and smiled with his little white teeth. "Don't hit a smiling child." He shook his head happily and stared at his mother. Lady Leia is in her prime, with black hair and black eyes inherited from the blood of her ancestors, and a slightly flat figure, which highlights her heroic and capable appearance. Needless to say, her face has narrow eyes and bright eyes, and a high and stylish nose. She is a classical beauty with a strong aura. If she wasn't beautiful, she wouldn't have been appointed as the granddaughter-in-law by Queen Allison. Alas. Lady Leia lowered her head and stared at him sternly for a while, and sighed helplessly. "Look at the boy's outfit. He is covered in dirt, his feet are full of mud, and his pockets are filled with goats that don't eat weeds. If you don't know, you would think he is just returning from hunting." Eman shamelessly asked in a flattering way, "Mom, how long will you stay at home this time?" With the reincarnation of a young body, his temperament is also endowed with a childlike color. This is the advantage of a candidate for a university scholar with clear and stupid eyes who has not been eroded by the big divat. Very plastic. Mrs. Leia was so pestered by him that she moved a chair and sat down, answering distractedly, "There will be another hunt in a few days." Oh. Eman was used to it. "What do you think of this fawn?" Some of the hunting harvests were piled up in the hall. Mrs. Leia pulled out a dog-sized deer carcass and said to herself, "You don't like fawn meat, so I'll leave it for you to roast and make soup." Without waiting for Eman to praise, she took out 2 gray rabbits. The valley is cold in winter, and the fur of snow rabbits is soft. "I'll sew you a pair of new gloves." Mrs. Leia became more and more excited as she spoke, admiring her prey. "There is also this black bear, you can't use it, skin it, and hang it in my room." Eman, who was left aside, very touched, but dared not move. Listening to my mother's endless chatter about her hunting experience, my little body, which had not slept well and was tired from running around, began to fall asleep little by little. Until the old nun noticed this and changed the subject with the excuse of dinner. The maid had already prepared and quickly brought the dishes to the table. Eman sat on the stool, his 2 short legs swaying back and forth, stretching his neck to look at the food on the plate. White bread slices plus sausage plus mashed potatoes, a classic dry set meal. Lady Rhea came to the table with a lack of interest and took her own plate to eat. There was also a young boy who came to the table with him. He was wearing a set of yellow-orange bronze armor and eating with a fork. Eman saw it and looked strange. "Why are you dressed like this?" Since the Undulls landed on the Five Fingers Peninsula, iron tools have gradually become popular in Westeros. The Royce family follows the ancient bronze glory and often has the custom of wearing bronze armor. But wearing it at the table is too strange. William swallowed the food in his mouth, put down his knife and fork elegantly, and raised a self-proclaimed handsome smile. "Lady Leia promised me that she would go hunting with me time." Eman blinked his eyes and poked the sausage with the knife in his hand. "Just go, why are you so proud?" This guy was arranged by his mother to be his companion half a month ago. He can also be said to be a first-class guard and attendant. His full name is William Royce, a direct cousin. In fact, the little dragon cub should also bow his head and respectfully call him cousin. In the original world trajectory, William also left a few words. He was the owner of the Royce family sword, Sorrow, and one of the Iron Guards of the Black Party Queen. In the Dragon Cave riot, he foolishly led the team to rush into the rescue. Not only was the whole team killed by the rioters, but the precious Balerion steel sword was also lost. "I'm full." Eman wolfed down and jumped off the stool with a round belly. The foot was still halfway off the ground, and it landed after a jump. Lady Leia frowned, looking at the little guy's back, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Eman walked happily, like a squirrel returning home with a full load. Lady Leia shook her head, swallowed the important things she wanted to say, and told the old nun, "Change his stool." Ola. Chapter 5, Huge Profits. The sun was shining brightly. The east coast outside Fushur City is covered with fragrant green grass. Ba-ba. A group of goats swayed their plump buttocks and gnawed on grass blades. Looking down from a high place, it looks like a bag of marshmallows fell to the ground and became dirty. "Don't lick me, go make some trouble." Eman, who had changed his attire, tightened his face and chased away a few curious goats that came close to him. 2 short legs stepped into the horse stance, and the little paws clenched a clump of dark green grass and pulled hard. In order to sleep well and grow taller, he got up early. I said, "Why are we gathering all this grass?" A head emerged from another group of goats, and William complained reluctantly. He stretched out his hand to push away the stalling goat, and shook off a clump of Urala grass with roots and soil. Eman gathered all his energy, gritted his teeth secretly and said with a trembling voice, "You don't understand." Phew. The Urala grass was uprooted and fell out due to the recoil. Eman sat down on the ground, rolled twice and got up again. His face was red and smoky from exhaustion. Hoo-hoo, finally done. Clean the soil from the roots, smoothen the grass leaves and put them into a basket on the side. In order to harvest the Urala grass and magic essence, the little dragon cub is fully prepared. He put his little hands together and leaned on the backpack, which was almost the same height. A layer of Urala grass was simply laid inside, and black dragon eggs were placed randomly. Eman took a few breaths, took out the water bag from the backpack slung around his waist, raised his head and drank a few sips. The backpack is made of green fabric, with a white tower of burning flames embroidered on the flap. Carrying it on his slightly round waist, it looks delicate and close-fitting. Come back to life, keep working. Eman smiled happily, put the sleeping bag back into his backpack, and patted it happily. This was a parting gift given to him by a good friend, and he was usually reluctant to use it. William strode forward, dazed with fatigue. You are a prince, you don't have to do such dirty work. Whatever you want, your servants will do it for you. Eamon's big eyes were shining, and he pointed at the several guards who were scattered in the distance, and said rationally, they are all doing it, I will do my part and go faster. Oolgrass is a good treasure for making a fortune. Just a few guards are not enough. He can't stay idle. Eman felt justified and placed his hands on his hips coquettishly. In just one morning, I gained a lot. Find a total of 5 clumps of Oolgrass and get +5 magic essence. The Magic Essence panel opens, and a new model is available on the redemption page. 1 + 5 essence, after redemption, get 5 points of magic essence. The first gray card replaces the vacancy exchanged yesterday, and the price is 10 points of magic essence. 2 Physique +1, safe and harmless physical enhancement. The color is white, and the price is 10 points of magic essence. 3 Speed straw sandals, after wearing them, you can be faster than a horse. Dazzling green, the price tag is as high as 50 points of magic essence. Eman looked at them one by one and showed contempt for the first gray card. It's a blatant scam, but there's no point in spending double the money to get half the original price. Aren't you afraid of being locked up in a dark room? From the panel, something new is also revealed. The content of the 3 opening cards is not static. Every day in the early morning, it will be randomly replaced with a new one. The quality is good or bad, and the price is clear. Ignoring the preaching William, Eman poked his little hand and touched the second white card. Bow. The card shattered into foam and turned into a stream of white light that penetrated his body. I closed my eyes in anticipation and felt a lightness all over my body. The numbness in my arms disappeared and was replaced by a sense of strength. After jumping, the short legs that are 1 foot tall can jump 1.5 feet. Eman couldn't help but rejoiced, secretly cursing, I have strengthened my body, and it will be worth it. Originally, I wanted to try the effect of +1 physical fitness and contribute to the great cause of pulling weeds. I didn't expect the progress to be so significant. If I refreshed my physical fitness card every day, wouldn't I become a Superman? Eman's mind was filled with fantasy. In the world of ice and fire, personal bravery is always an important factor in evaluating a person. Today's highly skilled warriors can be counted on one hand. Give him 10 years to grow up, wouldn't it be? I don't eat beef. Eman suddenly said this. What, you still want to eat beef for lunch? William's words were interrupted, and his jaw almost dropped. In the low-productivity continent of Westeros, large livestock such as cattle are also very valuable. It wasn't due to accidental death or old age, and ordinary nobles wouldn't be able to take a bite. Eman suddenly woke up and raised his chin arrogantly. If you don't eat, are your ears hard to use? Don't think that he doesn't know, the other party must want to eat it. I also want to use him as a cover. That can't be done. Take a break and get back to work. Eman is very motivated and vows to save more magic essence in exchange for an indestructible body. William could only follow, bending down and searching hard for the scarce dark green grass leaves in the sea of grass. After working for a while, I was so busy and dizzy that I couldn't find a clump. He held his waist and straightened up, grinning. Prince, why doesn't he just follow along? The finger pointing secretly pointed at a high slope not far away. Eman looked along his finger and saw a 2-meter strong man with messy black hair. Gunther, wearing a pair of bronze armor and a golden sword, sat on the ground and looked at the scenery leisurely. Seemingly noticing the little dragon's gaze, he took out a 2-handed giant sword from his back. That was his sword, as his body size did not allow him to use a half-handed sword or a one-handed sword. It was like holding a toothpick. As Eman watched, he began to act expressionlessly. He took out a lemon from his pocket and took a bite. The sour taste hit his taste buds, making his already rough face even more hideous. He stretched his neck to swallow the pulp, dipped the remaining half of the lemon into the open bag, and wiped the giant sword in an orderly manner. The sharp-eyed little dragon saw clearly that the lemon was dipped in white salt. This is a way to maintain the sword, and the cost is higher than applying grease. Because salt is expensive. Is he very powerful? Eman was stunned. He can run a horse on his arm, so he must be very fierce in a fight. He hit a short melon with one punch. Of course, Gunther is the coach of Runestone City. William curled his lips in jealousy and urged, he should work too, he will definitely get one right. You go call him. Eman said lightly, directly exposing the evil plan. Forget it. William smiled bitterly, how dare he? If he provokes Gunther, he will be whipped like a windmill with his small body. The two continued to look for oolgrass, digging the grass and turning around. People don't go to the mountain, but the mountain goes to people. Gunther wiped the giant sword, stood up and walked down the slope here, even avoiding the goats that blocked the way. William was almost scared silly, sweating all over his back. What's wrong with you? Eman stepped out with his short legs, with his hands on his waist to block in front of his younger brother. Yes, the cousin is actually the younger brother. Even if it is Gunther, he must face it head-on without hesitation. I'm here to supervise you. Unexpectedly, the other party was not here to cause trouble. Gunther lowered his head, stared at the little ghost who was not even knee-high, and said in a deep voice, Mrs. Leia asked me to remind you by the way, don't always roll around in the grass, and prepare more royal etiquette. The hunting will be held in the royal forest at the king's call. In the new book period, the standard is 4,000 words per day. Friends, please forgive me. Chapter 6 Leaving the House. Royal Hunting. Eman was surprised and quite happy. Doesn't that mean he's going back to King's Landing? Yes, I heard that they're going to celebrate the king's son's second birthday, and invite nobles from all over the country to participate. Gunther rolled his eyes and said indignantly, the royal family has a deep foundation, and our king seems to have endless money. In addition to holding a tournament, there are royal hunting. Even a child's birthday must be announced to the world and celebrated with the people. It's just a mess, how can it be like a king of a country? Eman didn't listen to the complaints behind him, and he was focused on the royal hunting. He has an unreliable father and a mother with a laissez-faire attitude. His daily life is completely confined to Runestone City, and he is almost cut off from King's Landing. There are royal members with the same blood as him, and powerful dragons inherited from ancient Valyria. And good friends are there too. Little boy, stop pulling weeds. Gunther had a sullen face, feeding sheep with something that they wouldn't eat. Eman reacted quickly, dragged William and ran towards the castle. He wanted to ask his mother to verify the truth. Before William could react, he was dragged away by the huge force of the little paw. After running more than 10 meters, the excited Eman suddenly braked, raised his paw and pointed at the 2-meter-strong men, and said seriously, "This is for you to manage, supervise them to collect oolgrass." Gunther was stunned when he heard the words, he didn't expect to be ordered by a little one. The noble His Highness Eman was unreasonable, pretending to be serious, and snorted, also, you have to call me prince, don't be impolite. After leaving a long distance, he looked up and down at the 2-meter-strong men, as if he remembered him. However, his self-proclaimed ferocity was limited by the childish voice of a baby, and did not have a deterrent effect. Ignoring what the other party thought, he pulled the little follower and evacuated quickly. The 2-meter-tall man was left in the wind. After returning to Runestone City, Eman went straight to his mother's house and asked her about it. It was confirmed that there was indeed a royal forest hunt. King Viserys personally announced to the whole country, inviting all nobles to go to the royal forest to participate in celebrating the second birthday of his eldest son Aegon. Lady Rhea, who was drinking, made a special statement. In the letter sent by the Raven to Runestone City, Eman was specifically designated to go. This matter was supposed to be discussed last night, but seeing that the little guy was very tired, I was afraid that he would not be able to sleep at night. Oh, great. Eman was very happy and ran back to the bedroom like a madman. Finally, I can walk out of Runestone City and go around. The time came to 3 days later. The royal forest hunt is a big event, and the nobles have to prepare in advance to ensure a smooth trip. The Royce family is no exception. Hurry! Lady Rhea rode a brown warhorse and led a team of Vale Knights with a calm face. The number of people was no less than 50, and the team had several carriages. This was the departure. At this time, Eman was mixed in a carriage, looking at his mother who was dressed in heroic clothes outside, drooling with envy. Bronze is called bronze, but it is actually unoxidized brass. The prominent figures of the Royce family would wear a pair of bronze armor with calfskin bottom and orange armor plates on the upper body when attending big occasions. Add a vigorous warhorse and lead a team of fully armed, iron-canned Vale Knights. Looking at the entire Westeros continent, he walked sideways everywhere. It's just Ticula. I want to be so majestic when I become a knight in the future. William rode a pony and followed the carriage, thinking about making another set of bronze armor engraved with runes as a family heirloom. Eman glanced at him and pouted, "You'd better pull the grass first. It took this guy 3 days to find 2 clumps of oolgrass. It's really lame." William's face darkened and he was anxious. "What's the use of those grasses? They are not as good as bronze armor." "Then did you find the bronze armor?" Eman raised his chin, not looking at him straight in the eye. "Of course." William finally found a chance to turn things around, and said proudly, "My family has an old bronze armor. I heard that Gunther's family also has a collection. I will find them for you when I have time." "Isn't it just bronze armor?" The Royce family is big and powerful, with more than a dozen bloodlines in the collateral branches, and they can get a few antiques together. "Hee, cousin, you did a great job." Eman smiled and gave a thumbs up without hesitation. The main feature is to serve dishes to people according to their needs and become a master of face-changing. A series of flattery made William, who was young, almost lose his mind. He could only raise his chin and pretend to be modest. "You're welcome, it's my duty." Although he didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, the two of them had a deep relationship, so he just did his best to do it. Eman praised a few more words and smiled and retreated into the carriage. The bronze armor in Runestone City was used up, so how could the family collection be missed? "When I come back from King's Landing, I will buy a lot of bargains." Suppressing the idea of the ghost elf, 2 things were neatly placed on the seat of the car, a backpack filled with oolgrass and a stove vessel for placing black dragon eggs. "Great, so much oolgrass must be enough to weave a big mat." Eman smiled with only a slit in his eyes, and his chubby face was particularly elastic. In 3 consecutive days, a total of 24 clumps of oolgrass were found. There was no time to search any further, and there didn't seem to be so much oolgrass on the pasture. "Just finish the work." He skillfully opened the magic essence panel, and there were 3 cards turned over in a vast expanse of white. 1 green and 2 blue cards were both unaffordable. Eman couldn't help but glance at it, and he was envious of the strong talent on the 3rd blue card. With this talent, the physical fitness is surprisingly good. He surpassed many people from the starting line. Unfortunately, the price is a high 200 essences. I can't afford it at all." Resisting the heartache, Eman looked at the golden hourglass below the panel, number of essence, 31. My little heart warmed up again. Eman's mind moved, turned off the gorgeous light panel, and turned on the furnace vessel forged by black steel. A stream of hot air spurted out, and the temperature in the carriage rose sharply. After checking the black dragon egg, there was still no sign of hatching. Eman sighed and reached out to touch the eggshell. Discover an item containing magic power, and gain +3 magic essence. After the pleasant sound, the lid of the furnace vessel was put back on. Dragon eggs are indeed living creatures, and the magic essence they provide is rich. Once every 3 days, 3 points of essence each time. Eman raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the future is really promising. Soon, the prepared team officially set off. The Moon Mountains are in the northwest, and Lady Leia led the team to quickly go south. The mountain road is rugged and too far from King's Landing. To the south is Seagull Town, an old neighbor of the Royce family. It controls the only port in the valley and can save time by boat. Eman was very excited and stuck his head out of the car window to look at the scenery along the way. Thinking to himself, the world outside is really big. We should be able to reach our destination before dark. Please vote and read. Friends, please cultivate the little seedlings with all your heart. Chapter 7 Seagull Night. Just as he thought. Before the sun went down, a town surrounded by white low walls appeared in front of the team. Town covers a large area, and the smoke from cooking fires and the bustle of people in the setting sun prove its prosperity. As a frost-free port, there is never a shortage of maritime trade. Hush! Before approaching Seagull town, an armored knight hit his horse and blocked the road. The visitor had no ill intentions. When he saw dozens of majestic and high-spirited valley knights, he dismounted and saluted. "Honorable madam, the Skite family of Seagull Tower is waiting for you." The knight lowered his head and knelt down politely. The noise outside woke up Eman, who was in a daze in the car. The little guy opened the curtain sleepily to take a look. The knight in silver gray plate armor looks handsome, with dark brown curly hair and a short beard on his chin, and his tall and straight posture is full of power. When he raised his head, his eyes shone with shrewd light. Eman tilted his head and looked at this handsome man who looked to be in his 30s. They are all middle-aged, but they are much more popular than Gunther. "Rise, Sir Lion." Even though she was in the dust, Mrs. Leia responded with a balanced response, maintaining the magnanimity that a great noble should have. "Yes, ma'am." Sir Lion Shedder stood up with thanks. Eman leaned against the car window with his hands, his chin resting on his little paws, and just wanted to eat and sleep early. Fortunately, the Royce family had a foothold in Seagull town and had its own vassals. Sir Ryan was obviously a shrewd and capable man. He ordered his attendants to go home first to prepare, while he stayed to lead the way for the Lord. Seagull town has beautiful scenery, and its architectural style tends to be white and orange. There are many towers built in the city center and coastal areas. Compared with Runestone City, which was purely designed to defend against foreign enemies, it was really picturesque. Facing the edge of darkness, the group arrived at a tall white tower in the town. "Madam, please come in." Sir Lane's attitude was respectful, and his wife and children brought a plate of broken bread and salt. "Thanks for the hospitality." Lady Rhea showed a smile, picked up a piece of bread, dipped it in salt and ate it, not forgetting to stuff a piece for Eman to her leg. Obey the ancient authority of guests. Ouch. Eman, who was being fed, chewed heavily and was really hungry. After entering the gate, I noticed a flag hanging on the wall of the small hall. 3 spread golden wings on a black checkered background. Eman turned his mind and recalled the knowledge taught in books by the old maester. The Skite family of Gull Tower, one of the loyal vassals of the Royce family. Speaking of which, the network of relationships here is complicated. Seagull town is extremely rich, and aristocratic families are indispensable within it. The oldest family is the Shet family, which has been enemies of the Royce family for generations. It is also known as the Shet family of Seagull town. After the last Bronze King defeated House Shet and captured Gull town, the losers tried to hire the Undulls across the strait to retake their homeland. Unexpectedly, the blonde and blue-eyed Undul people did not follow the spirit of the contract at all. After repelling the Bronze King, they also beat their employer, the Shet family, to pieces. One of the powerful nobles took advantage of the situation and took over Seagull town. That is, the current lords of Seagull town are called the Grafson family of Seagull town. Except for this family, the original Shet family was not exterminated. They swore allegiance to the victor and continued to live in Seagull town. This is very similar to the Royce family, who chose to surrender after being defeated. Over time, a large family will always branch off into some collateral branches. The Sir Ryan Shedder who hosted them was a branch of the wealthy knight family who had lived in the Seagull Tower for generations. Because both the fiefdom and the castle bear the word Seagull, he is also praised as the Seagull Knight. "Prince, if you are tired, you can go upstairs and rest first." Sir Ryan was very discerning when he saw the silver-haired boy looking around. "Thank you, can you eat first?" Eman grinned and responded with full kindness. His Royal Highness said he was hungry, and the entire Seagull Tower could not ignore it. A sumptuous dinner was served on the table, all made of fine ingredients that were not easily available in Runestone City, and a lot of effort was put into it. Eamon's eyes were bright, and he tasted each one in small sips. Not only did he eat delicious food, he didn't lose the royal family's face. A meal is a feast for both host and guest. The day. The port of Haya town is very lively, with hundreds of sailboats of various sizes parked on the sea. Eman held his mother's hand and walked and watched under layers of protection. The neighborhood is comparable to a downtown area, with a dense flow of traders and sailors, and the noise can be heard far away. It's really a great experience. Eman stood on the shore, looking at the blue waves of the water. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, the first thing I do is see the sea. He opened his mouth in surprise, it was so novel to see a sailor unloading cargo. Madam, Prince, our ship is right there. Sir Ryan was still dressed as yesterday, wearing armor and pointing at a 3-masted sailboat anchored on the shore. Eman followed the guidance and saw the pennant fluttering in the wind on the tall mast. There was a pattern embroidered on it, a black triangle with a yellow burning tower printed on a flaming red background. That's the Grafson family ship. William came up to me at some point and showed off his superficial knowledge. Guarding Runestone City, so Gunther came out to relax. Eman saw it and touched his chin with his little paw. As far as he knew, the other party was not doing well in Runestone City. First, the kingdom was in a peaceful period, and there was no place to use the powerful force. Second, Gunther was stubborn and always swore, and was not welcomed in the noble circle. Could it be that my mother didn't like him either, so she threw him to me to fill the scene? Eman's eyes rolled around, and he just felt a little bit of picking up a leak. Seeing Gunther's depressed look, he opened his mouth to flirt with him. Eman, come here. When he opened his mouth, his mother's harsh voice suddenly came from behind him. Eman turned around quickly and swallowed his words. According to the rules of D&D, it is a bit complicated to start a new book. It took 20,000 words to enter the new book storage, and then various recommendations were made. Jojo's book was not even put into the storage. Chapter 9 I Thought You Would Die Young. He waved his hand at the escort team and left in a hurry. Mrs. Leia took a look and took her son into the cabin without saying a word. By chance, the sky was getting darker. Eman was full of expectations, thinking that his mother had something special to say. He didn't think anything of it, but just told him to have a good rest and not to meet the king's family with dark circles under his eyes. Oh! Eman was stunned for a while, then returned to his room unable to hide his disappointment. Before leaving, he lay by the door frame and glanced around the room. Are you sure it's okay? Mrs. Leia pretended not to see it and made the bed to go to bed. Bye-bye. Eman waved his little hand and closed the door tightly. Turning around, he was extremely speechless. He knew that his mother was a bit unreliable. Not much maternal love either. Forget it, children don't remember adults' faults. Putting his hands behind his back, Eman quickly calmed himself down. Isn't it just that he loves to have nightmares when he sleeps alone? Now he has the blessing of a panel. Later, Eman returned to his room. Come and take a look, I'll fill a pillow with the extra blades of grass for you. Old Martha breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and slapped her waist. Okay. Eman said happily. I ran to the bed and saw that the Urala grass in the basket disappeared and was replaced by a straw mat and a small pillow. The straw mat is 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, and the pillow is round and stuffed with grass leaves. Eman kicked off his boots, rolled on the blue straw mat, held the pillow in his arms and sniffed it. There is a fresh grassy scent and a sweet smell similar to mint. Martha, I love it so much. Eman smiled brightly and rolled back and forth like a mouse that had stolen lamp oil, extremely satisfied. Old Martha was tired and dazzled. When she saw this, she got up and left. As long as you are satisfied, you can go to sleep first. Bye. Eman did not hold back, and said goodbye with a childlike sweet voice. Bang. The hatch closed and the light suddenly dimmed. Hey, try to have a good dream tonight. Eman lay down contentedly, with an Urala pillow under his head, and waved his hands and feet across the straw mat. Gradually, sleepiness came over me. Unknowingly, he closed his eyes, breathing steadily and snoring softly. Time flies, 2 days later. The Prince Eman rode the wind and waves, bypassed the strait and advanced into the throat of Blackwater Bay. Wow! The sea water surges and beats, and the salty sea breeze blows. Eman was wrapped tightly, lying on the deck railing and looking at the sea. Compared with 2 days ago, the little guy is more energetic and his fair and tender face is rosy. From time to time, shout at the sea and enjoy yourself. I heard from Martha that you didn't wake up from sleep these 2 nights. There were footsteps behind him, and Mrs. Leia, who was wearing leather armor, came over, rarely caring about her son. Eman turned around and said obediently, Yes, I slept very soundly. He reached out and patted the backpack on his back. When Leia saw this, she was surprised and didn't ask any questions. This kid has developed a quirk and carries a backpack with him wherever he goes. She asked the old nun to check it, and found that it only contained rolled-up straw mats and pillows, and they were neither light nor heavy. Noticing his mother's gaze, Eman looked towards the sky and whistled, silently turning his back. It's a matter of whether he can sleep well. The basket on his back contains all his belongings. The dark circles under my eyes have been cured. Use it now and cherish it. Lady Leia put her hands on the railing, looking at Blackwater Bay, and asked, "We are almost here in King's Landing, are you nervous?" "I'm not nervous." Eman answered simply. King's Landing was his first home, where he was born and grew up safely for 3 years. "What are you nervous about going home?" Lady Leia lowered her head, stared at her son, and said seriously, "In your heart, you should be a Targaryen." Eman was asked. I looked at the attire, black clothes and boots, and the 3 red dragon emblems of the Targaryen family on the collar, coupled with silver gold shawl, short hair and purple pupils. A glimpse of a Targaryen. Mrs. Leia looked incomprehensible, as if she had something stuck in her throat. Eman lowered his head, realizing what the problem was. When great-grandmother Queen Allison made a marriage contract between her grandson Daemon and Lady Rhea, there was a hidden danger of inheritance disputes between the two parties. Daemon is marrying a wife, not a wife, so of course the child born will be named Targaryen. But Mrs. Leia is a woman, and her children will bear her husband's surname. It is inevitable that Runestone City will change its banner in the future. How will the Royce family deal with it then? Eman racked his brains and was unable to solve the problem for the time being, so he asked in a low voice, "Then you arranged for me to be escorted because you want me to stay in King's Landing, right?" As long as he stays away from Runestone City, he can select a suitable cousin from the Royce family as his heir. The sudden guard is a parting talisman. Lady Leia almost laughed angrily, and said without hiding her disdain, "Don't think that I am as shameless as Targaryen. Although I don't want to admit it, you are my son." "Really?" Eamon's eyes lit up, and he threw himself on his mother's straight thighs, confirming again, "You won't coax me to leave." "I never said that." Mrs. Leia shook her head. "Who spread the rumors to scare the child into this?" Regardless of what the dragon mother thought, the little dragon cub was delighted. "Then how are you going to deal with the inheritance rights? Why don't you accompany me? Mom has no intention of revoking her inheritance qualification so that she can still stay in Runestone City in the future. King's Landing is great, but it belongs to someone else after all. The Runestone City with my mother is the root of my life." "No plan." Lady Rhea crossed her arms and said bluntly, "You were very fragile when you were born. I thought you would die. It would be a waste of emotion to accompany you." "Ah." Eman was stunned and almost couldn't hold it. "Is my mother not close to me because she came to the conclusion too early?" "It's irrelevant, so let's not talk about it." Lady Rhea coughed twice and changed the subject. "What I want to say is that the king will definitely persuade you to stay in King's Landing this time. The choice is yours." Eman blinked and had some ideas in his mind. For now, the royal family is small, with only 2 adult male heirs. Uncle Viserys and Father Daemon. He is 8 years old, and there is basically no possibility of death. It is reasonable for the royal family to recall him. With a thought, combined with the above conversation, Eman pretended to be embarrassed. "Should I stay or not?" "It's up to you." Lady Rhea remained calm, but her eyes were fixed on someone's white and tender fat. Eman was so smart that he immediately smiled and said, "No. I won't stay even if you kill me. It is said that a man with a golden horn and a silver rim has a grass belly. To do big things, you must develop quietly and don't shoot. King's Landing is a big hole, and his 2 tails of fat can't fill it." "Humph." Lady Rhea frowned and frowned. "There is no place for you if you stay, just like the bastard who was driven away." Although she said so, the corners of her mouth betrayed her. "We are only hunting this time, and we will visit relatives and friends by the way." Eman hugged his thigh and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "No need to guess, the bastard in my mother's mouth is Daemon. As the king's younger brother, he was driven away when competing for the right of succession. There are too many twists and turns in this. Now, he is still catching crabs in the Stepstones. Lady Rhea glanced at her son, surprised by his cleverness and a little proud. The one in her belly is smarter than that bastard. It's okay for her son to go back to King's Landing, but he will be an eyesore if he stays. If we rank them by seniority, Eman, as the eldest grandson of brave Balin and the great-grandson of the centenarian King Jaehaerys I, has a higher qualification to inherit than the female Princess Rhaenyra. After Queen Emma's death, Daemon was expelled because of the one-day Crown Prince incident, but King Viserys directly appointed his daughter as the heir to the Iron Throne. Even the royal family did not notify the mother and son in Runestone City of Queen Emma's funeral. Now that the king's daughter has secured the position of heir, and Queen Allison has given birth to Prince Aegon and Princess Helena, they are thinking of recalling their forgotten nephew. It's not fair enough. Chapter 10, I didn't expect it, I'm still half a Green Party member. Before entering King's Landing, Eman promised everything. After getting off the ship, his firm will was challenged. At noon, the sea was calm. The Prince Eman crossed Blackwater Bay, and standing on the bow, he could see the majestic mud gate from afar. There are so many people. Eman lay on the railing, tiptoed and looked at the port where the little ants were walking around. The Vale Knights stood, waiting for the ship to dock. The voyage was very smooth. Boom. Suddenly, a golden afterimage flew over the towering city wall and broke through the white clouds drifting in the sky. The moment, the thin clouds and mist were blown away. Hiss! Without waiting for the ships on Blackwater Bay to prepare, the golden afterimage descended rapidly, and one side of the wide flesh wings brushed the sea water. The wind and waves instantly swept the surrounding sea surface. Dragon! Protect the prince! The Seagull Knight shouted in fear, flew over and overwhelmed the little Eman. Eman only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the big ship under him shook violently. Crash! The sea water raised a wave of spray, and several ships of Prince Eman were blown by the wind. The knights of the valley shouted repeatedly, and their feet were shaking and they almost couldn't stand steadily. Everything came quickly and went quickly. The golden afterimage plunged into the sky thousands of meters high and disappeared outside the Blackwater Bay. What happened? Is it a dragon? Eman didn't know what fear was, so he stretched his head out to ask. Sir Ryan was alert to the sky and confirmed that the dragon shadow disappeared before getting up. Yes, it looks like the princess's dragon. He had glanced at the golden beast from a distance in Seagull Town. The immersive experience made his back wet with cold sweat. Sir, please get up first. Eman was pressed and couldn't breathe, and struggled to get out. Sir Ryan didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly got up to check. Prince, are you injured? Thank you, sir. Eman patted his clothes to indicate that he was fine. But I was thinking, it has grown a lot. It's just a dragon, it's not like I haven't seen it before. After the episode, the ship quickly docked. Under the front and back attack of 3 guards, Eman jumped off the deck in a few steps and successfully arrived at King's Landing. Looking up, I couldn't help scratching my head in confusion. There was no guard of honor to welcome him, and there was no royal guard to lead the way or exclusive carriage to travel. As a port, Mudgate was full of merchants and fishermen. In addition to civilians and merchants, nobles were also mixed in. The Knights of the Vale raised the flag of the Royce family, and several flags were also erected around them. The Roaring Lion of Lannister, the Crowned Stag of Baratheon. Compared with the 2 Duke families, the Royce family of the Vale vassal was inconspicuous. Let's go. Eman frowned, a little unhappy. Gunther followed orders, and his mighty body opened and closed to push away the merchants blocking the road, like a ruthless bulldozer. Eman followed him and walked towards the gate under the high wall. There were more knights from the valley on this trip, and Lady Rhea had to arrange accommodation, so she couldn't go with her son. Of course, it might be that she didn't want to see the king. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Eman had a lot of thoughts, and he heard the wheels rolling as he walked into the city. Accompanied by the neighing of several strong white horses, a luxurious white-painted wheelhouse was across the street. 2 gongs rang, and a team of royal guards holding 3 red dragon flags came up. A white knight in silver armor and white robes jumped off the wheelhouse and bowed respectfully. I'm very sorry, Prince. There was a little problem on the way. Seeing this posture, Eman's eyes turned, wondering if it was true or false. Could it be that they forgot about me and sent someone to pick me up temporarily? Your Majesty is busy. Eman tilted his head, thinking something was wrong. The White Knight lowered his head and answered every question. The king is holding a royal meeting. The queen will entertain you then. Is that so? Eman put his hands behind his back and nodded generously. Okay, thank you for your help. It's my duty. The White Knight was dignified and carried the little prince to the wheelhouse. He sat on the carriage and pulled the reins to drive the carriage. The royal guards also sent a few fast horses as substitutes for the prince's guards. Under the backdrop of the three-headed red dragon flag, the painted white wheelhouse drove slowly towards the red castle. The people on both sides of the road stopped and looked at it. Their curiosity about an unfamiliar prince was far greater than that of other nobles from all over the country. Red Castle, Maegor's Tower. Under the guidance of the White Knight, Eman passed through the crowded castle forecourt and came to the inner palace where foreign officials were not allowed to enter without permission. Thank you. Eman thanked him in a low voice, and the White Knight also took the guards down to settle them. In the corridor with pale red brick walls, there was only one little person left. Knock, knock. A knock on the door alerted the people in the palace. Allison stood by the window with her back to the window, holding a swaddle in her arms, humming a song patiently. Hearing the sound at the door, she turned her head in confusion. Then she saw a small boot stretched out from behind the door, and then a cute face with silver hair, purple eyes, and white and tender skin. The little boy smiled mischievously and waved his little hand. Allison, hello. Seeing this, the tiredness on Allison's face turned into surprise, and then she smiled. Eman, is that you? She took a step and remembered to hand the swaddle in her arms to the maid. When she raised her foot again, her steps were a little lighter. Seeing the other party's joy, Eman raised his chin proudly. I'm back from Runestone City. Just as she finished speaking, she was dragged into the room by her little hand and stepped on the soft black and white carpet. Allison held Eman's chubby face in her hands and looked at it from left to right, and asked hurriedly, How are you doing in Runestone City? I heard that Lady Leia is very arrogant. The touch is fleshy and soft, and she must have no shortage of food and clothing. Eman was forced to puff up his cheeks and mumbled unclearly, It's okay, after all, it's my own child. That's good, I was worried that you would not adapt to the climate of the valley. Allison was excited for the first time in a long time, and a smile covered her beautiful cheeks. It must be said that the person who can be chosen as the queen must be good-looking. Her face is beautiful and soft, her temperament is gentle and moving, and her slightly curly hair hangs on her full collar, adding a sense of maternal tolerance to her young body. When she smiles, she is so beautiful. Eman rubbed his nose, sniffed the familiar faint floral scent, and talked about his ordinary life over the years. Allison was the same, holding the little guy whom she regarded as her younger brother on her lap. Especially when she saw the embroidered backpack on Eman's waist, her smile was as warm tea in winter. The two were good friends from the beginning. This started when Eman was just born and Allison followed her father into the palace to take care of the elderly King Jaehaerys. Eman had a pair of parents who disliked each other, so naturally they didn't care about raising children. His Majesty Jaehaerys lost his son in his old age and was full of pity for his newborn great-grandson. After the 101st Great Council, he took the baby to his bedside to take care of it. The main person who contributed was Allison, who was still a girl. The whole court knew that there was a pair of young people around the old King Jaehaerys, and they had an extremely good relationship. It was not until Eman was 3 years old that his great-grandfather, who had been taking good care of him, died in his sleep, and he was sent back to the Runestone city in the valley to be raised by his biological mother, Lady Rhea. Allison, you have your own child now. Eman covered his mouth and smirked, pointing at the crying swaddling clothes in the maid's arms. The timer of the second chapter was wrong yesterday. It was set at 1800 hours instead of 1600 hours. I found that it was published half an hour late. I will publish it earlier today to make up for my friends. 20,000 words. I will enter the new book storage. My fellow novices, I am here. There will be a bloody and tragic novices fighting. Guguda. Chapter 11 Weird Atmosphere. Maybe the child who cried before was me. Eman moved closer to get a better look at the swaddled baby. Give Helena to me. Her brother should see it. Allison looked helpless as she took the swaddle from the maid and handed it out again. Before Eman was ready, the baby was already in his arms. How can I hold her? Eamon's body stiffened, fearing that it would hit the ground. Allison boldly let go and chuckled, "Just hold your butt, don't be nervous." Oh. Eamon's brain performed single-core processing, and he adjusted his posture gently. Not to mention, the little thing is quite soft. Yeah. The little baby girl rolled around in her arms, her head with fine silver gold hair swaying from side to side, and then smacked into Eamon's shoulder. It was uncomfortable to have her hands and feet restrained in the swaddling clothes, and her body twisted like a pupa like crazy. "She seems to be biting me." Eamon turned his head to one side in confusion. My neck felt cold, as if it was stained with saliva. Allison covered her mouth and snickered, hugged her daughter's fat waist, and said teasingly, "Helena likes her brother very much. You won't even cry when you see her." Eamon's face darkened. "That's because she was biting me." Yeah. Little Helena was not happy anymore, and her tender hands freed herself from the loose swaddling clothes, and held Eamon's face, intending to bite her even more. The corner of Eamon's mouth twitched, and he could only hide if he couldn't afford to offend him. "The little thing in my arms is not big, but my hands are really strong, and my face hurts. It would be a shame not to weed." Eamon muttered secretly. Boom. The old man and the young man got along just fine, but there was a sudden knock on the door. A bloated, bald old man wearing linen academic robes stood in front of the door and said slowly and logically, "Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is crying incessantly. Please go and take care of him for a while." Allison frowned when she heard this and said hesitantly, "Grand Bachelor, where is the maid you are taking care of?" "They tried it and it didn't work." Archmaester Melos answered innocently. "Having said that, I must go and check it out." Allison stood up and straightened her skirt, cast an apologetic look at Eamon, who had reunited after a long separation, and smiled helplessly, "You stay with Helena first, I'll be back soon." "It's okay, this is what children do when they cry." Eamon waved his hand, and Helena in his arms jumped up, almost giving him a headbutt. "Get some pastries and tea and take care of them." Allison handed over to the maid and went out to comfort another child. Archmaester Melos did not follow immediately, but took a deep look at Eamon. He was looking at Eamon, and Eamon was looking at him. "The king is very busy?" Eamon asked first, showing a harmless smile. Archmaester Melos nodded kindly, "Yes, your Majesty has many things to do." After saying that, he turned around and left, not giving the little prince any more chance to communicate. Eamon frowned. Doesn't it mean that the king is holding a royal council, and the bachelor should be present? There's something weird. Eamon muttered, not wasting his mind on it. Although he was not involved in politics, he also knew that the Grand Bachelor was recommended by Shiweching and naturally sided with Old Town Hightower. Allison has a transcendent status in the Hightower family, so there will be no problem. There is a real problem, and someone is thinking about him. TSK, let's agree first, don't bite me. Eamon held the overly lively Helena in one hand and enjoyed the afternoon tea brought by the maid. Yeah. Helena's pink face turned red from suppressing her emotions, and she gritted her baby teeth and groaned. Eamon waved his hand and slapped his little butt, and his face changed at the speed of light. "Be honest, your mother is not here, and you still dare to bare your teeth with me." The round face pretends to be serious, and he is really a bit majestic. Helena pursed her lips in grievance, as if knowing that the other party would not be polite. She kept her head silent and remained silent. He is a small boy with a very good ability to observe words and colors. It's as high as 1 or 2 stories. Eamon nodded with satisfaction. That's so good. It felt so good to be in his arms, not crying at all. I don't know how Allison coaxed the child. She must have been too sensible in the past, and she had the illusion that all the children she gave birth to were the same. No wonder there were several more in a row later. Time passed by and it was getting dark. Eamon sat on the carpet, his little head dozing off little by little, with his smaller sleeping baby in his arms. To him lay an exquisite tea tray, with only the remains and empty cups on it. Suddenly, Eamon shivered and woke up sleepily. Aren't you back yet? Small head, big doubts. Why was Allison there? Did Aegon cry to death on the way? No, I have to move around. Eamon thought that this was not the way to go, so he put Helena, who was sleeping soundly, back into the cradle. The little thing is very aware of current affairs, but has a bad temper. I felt angry when I woke up, and after going to bed I frowned, with pitiful tear stains remaining in the corners of my eyes. I'm leaving. Eman spoke to the maid, rubbed his eyes and went out. The corridor was empty, and servants lit candlesticks for illumination. Eman tightened his clothes and muttered, "The spring in King's Landing is still very cold, and the cool breeze is biting. Looking at the sky outside, the sun has already set. We can't delay it, now." Eamon's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and he rubbed his little hands in anticipation. After all, there are a few good things in Runestone City, and no more magic items can be found. Then, the road to his rise should start from King's Landing. After clearing his mind, Eman confirmed the direction and set off immediately. The first stop was to head straight to the king's bedroom. The silver-haired little figure slid quickly, passing through the sight of maids and servants. Bang! At the door of the king's bedroom, Eman kicked the door open. "Prince, you..." A servant passing by saw this scene and was scared to death. Eman turned back and made a hush gesture, and said calmly, "Don't panic, just complain." The king's bedroom, he moved in 3 years earlier than his uncle Viserys. Pushing the door open, he was familiar with the way. The servants were sweating and couldn't bear to look. Eman was not panicked at all, and the door was not closed, but opened generously. Uncle Viserys was a relatively tolerant king. In his impression, he always had a kind smile on his face, even a bit of flattery. He was reluctant to punish his own brother Daemon for making mistakes, so how could he punish his own brother's child? Just do it and it's done. Eman secretly praised himself for being a child, and fumbled with the indoor furniture one by one. As expected, they were all ordinary stuff. Eman had expected it, and stared at the black-sheathed long sword hanging on the wall above the fireplace with a gleam in his eyes. The long sword was straight and sharp, and the blade and the sword guard combined like a cross. The end of the hilt was engraved with a 7-pointed star symbolizing the 7 gods. The family sword Blackfire, the sword of my great-grandfather when he was young. Eman moved a chair and stood on it, taking off the Balerion steel family sword that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Targaryen family. As soon as his hand touched it, a panel prompt sound came to his ear. Discover a weapon containing magic, and obtain magic essence +10. Really, I knew it. Eman smiled slightly, stroking the family sword with nostalgia. When my great-grandfather was alive, he used it to tease me a lot. Touching the end of the hilt, Eman pouted and complained, "Uncle is really a jerk." In order to cater to Old Town and the Church of the Seven, he replaced all the rubies with 7-pointed stars. It doesn't conform to the aesthetics of Targaryen at all. Under the condition of not setting the wrong time, JoJo's update is still very stable. 8 a.m. and 1600 hours p.m. Chapter 12 Big Plunder. After the family sword Blackfire was looted, Eman hung it up obediently. The conditions for an item to contain magic are nothing more than being old enough, inherently possessing it, and undergoing a mutation. Balerion steel is one of the only remaining treasures in ancient Valyria. It would be strange if it didn't have magic. The Royce family also has a Balerion steel family sword, Lamentation. But my mother, Lady Rhea, has always treasured it and hung it in the room without giving Eman the opportunity to touch it. Let me see, what else is there? Eman continued to rummage through the boxes, aiming for a Balerion steel crown. That was the crown worn by Aegon the Conqueror when he was crowned, with several brilliant rubies inlaid on it. But the current crown is the golden crown worn by my great-grandfather, and that crown is put away as a collection. No, still no. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Eman's forehead was covered with sweat and he gave up searching for the Balerion steel crown. It was probably collected in a different place. Eman took a breath and wiped the sweat off his face, changed to another place and keep working hard. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at the stone sculptures on the round table in the bedroom. His feet seemed to have grown roots, thinking that it was not appropriate to leave like this. It would be too suspicious to just walk around and leave. Eman's eyes turned, and he walked to the large round table full of stone sculptures and picked up a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. My uncle Viserys has a hobby of collecting stone sculptures. Using stone sculptures to reproduce the supreme glory of the ancient Balerion Empire. If it were in the Eos life, he would be a complete figurine control. I don't want more, just one for my sake. Eman said sorry to his uncle in his heart and put the dragon-shaped stone sculpture into the backpack on his waist. Anyway, if someone saw him coming in, the other party would know sooner or later. Take away a treasured figure as a cover for looking for magic. After finishing the finishing work, Eman hurriedly moved his position. The Red Castle is so big, he has to be in a hurry. Red Keep, underground crypt. Yes, Eman is actually a gravedigger boy. Click. The white tallow candles on the wall were lit, and the dim and spacious crypt became bright. Eman looked around and couldn't hide the smile on his face. This place is called a crypt, but it looks more like a royal private vault that outsiders are not allowed to enter. The most unique thing is the black dragon skeleton used for sacrifice. In the center of the crypt, there is a half-person-high circular altar. A giant dragon skull as big as a house, as black as ink, and with a hideous but majestic appearance is enshrined on it. A circle of half-burned white candles are placed around the giant dragon skull, and the dim candlelight makes the skull look extremely solemn. Eman was stunned, his chest heaving more and more, and he whispered softly, "The remains of Balerion, the black god of death." The only existence that can be stored in the crypt by the royal family for commemoration is Balerion, the terrifying dragon that dominated an era. A true adult dragon can swallow a mammoth. It is said that the flame it spews out at its peak is hot enough to melt armor and stone and turn sand into glass. To this day, no dragon of the Targaryen family can match it. Balerion bless you, don't let me down. Eman clasped his hands together and muttered devoutly. Then, he climbed up the altar with great effort and reached out to touch the still warm dragon skull. Discover the remains of a creature with special magic and obtain a portion of the hot fire magic. Eman shuddered and suddenly felt hot. A reddish halo like a firefly appeared, circling in the air, and then drilled into his chest. Hiss! Eman's eyes widened, and he felt a warm current washing over his body. The senses were several times stronger than Constitution +1, as if 1,000 little hands were massaging his body, and his whole body was numb. In just 2 breaths, he couldn't help sweating profusely. Then, the effect ended. Eman was a little confused and scratched his head. Is that it, finished? He looked at his palm and found some mud between his fingers. He looked back at the terrifying dragon skull, which was black and metallic, and had not changed from before. No, the reaction was very intense. Eman clenched his fists, and the strength seemed to be a little stronger. Call up the Magic Essence panel, and expand the Personal Attribute page. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 13%. Skills, Ancient Valyrian, Proficient, History, Familiar. Magic card, None. Status, Physical fitness has been improved, not easy to catch cold, and more resistant to high temperatures. There is an extra bloodline column. Is it activated by the fire magic? Eman's thoughts were clear. It was not there before, it just appeared. The panel prompt said that Balerion's skull contained special magic, which should be the scorching flame exclusive to dragons. A dragon is indeed a dragon. Even in death, it can bring blessings to future generations. Eman couldn't help but feel happy. Bloodline is very important. It is related to the innate talents such as taming dragons, heat resistance, and cold resistance. But the opening of the bloodline column doesn't seem to have any obvious performance. Eman touched his chin and looked forward to it. After all, with the bloodline column, you can clearly see the concentration, which can be used as a reference for the safety of contacting dragons. If you can find a way to improve the purity, there may be unexpected benefits. After thinking about it, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, it's better to leave first. Dare to think and do, Eman immediately ran away. Thank you for the hospitality, Balerion. He didn't forget to say thank you before leaving. If you say he is a legendary dragon, the rewards he got are really generous. A blood column that points directly to the key, plus a little improvement in physical fitness. The most important thing is, the golden funnel at the bottom of the gorgeous panel is glittering, and the narration number is, Number of Essence, 141. One fire magic provides 100 points of essence, which is simply a overnight wealth. The journey of collecting magic is a long and arduous journey. At dusk, the sky was red. Eman got out of the tomb, looked at the untimely sky, and planned to go back to the room to rest. When passing by the forecourt of the castle, people were still bustling. Plop. Eman was busy calculating the use of essence and bumped into a hard body. Who are you? Are you okay? A white knight in silver armor and white robe stopped, a look of surprise flashed across his handsome face, and he bent down to ask the silver-haired boy. Eman covered his red forehead and didn't have time to talk more. I'm fine, I'm leaving first. I will never be a phubbing person again time. Criston Cole looked puzzled, stopped the silver-haired boy who was about to leave, and asked repeatedly, What's your name, where are your parents? The appearance features of silver hair and purple eyes are not ordinary nobles. The silver-haired boy in front of him was dressed luxuriously, and although he was running around in the dust, he also showed his noble status. As far as he knew, the royal family did not have a little prince of this age. Perhaps the child of the Velaryon or Celtigar family, who are also descendants of the Balerions, was lost. Besides, Cole looked alert and looked up and down. Where did you go just now? Do you need help? After hearing the third question, Eamon's mentality was a little exploded. Looking up, I saw a young white knight with black hair and black eyes, who was extraordinary in martial arts. I had never seen him in King's Landing, so I guess he was elected after he left. Then there was only one person. Eman didn't like him, and he crossed his arms over his chest and said firmly, White Knight, your duty is to protect the royal family, not to cause trouble for the royal family. His attitude was very arrogant, and he didn't give any face at all. This is a new book, please vote, reward, and read it. The most important thing is, I must read it, and I thank all my friends. Chapter 13 Viserys and #039, concern. Being scolded by a child in an adult tone, Cole was stunned on the spot. He opened his mouth nonchalantly, trying to defend his behavior. Bang. A big hand of cattail leaf fan was held in front of his chest, and a tall figure enveloped his head. Gunther appeared at some unknown time, and said with a gloomy face, White Robe, you are blocking the way of our prince. As he spoke, he stepped forward arrogantly and forced the pretty boy back. Cole was shocked, and the stubble-like steel needles almost hit his face. The forecourt of the castle was crowded with people, and the scene naturally fell in the eyes of foreign ministers and guests. It's fun to watch. People nearby ran over after smelling the smell, watching and discussing with interest. Eman looked up and said in surprise, Gunther, are you here? Gunther responded calmly, his eyes fixed on the white knight who looked unconvinced. It turned out that the 3 escorts were left in the outer court, while the other 2 were cleaning up the room and waiting. The big guy wandered around alone, eating and drinking at the Red Fort. I just happened to see the scene where Xiao Longzai repeatedly attacked him. Ha Tue. In front of the white knight, Gunther's thick lips turned and he spit out a mouthful of saliva arrogantly. If you feel bad working for someone else, it's a good time to pick someone to vent your anger on. Facing the naked humiliation, Cole's face turned pale and he immediately grabbed the sword at his waist. Can you try? Gunther grinned. He will die if he doesn't accept it. Cole looked around, trembling with anger. If he hadn't taken care of the onlookers around him, he would have killed this rude man on the spot. Eman was sandwiched between the 2 of them, looking at Gunther with surprise in his eyes. Look at that cynical face. Even though it is filled with the resentment of a worker about life, he still chooses to defend his duty. Look at Gunther and Cole standing opposite each other. He is more than a head taller than the tall and heroic Cole. His burly figure is like a fortress. Is this the sense of security that the bronze giant feels like? Eman almost clapped his hands. Cole, what are you doing? The conflict was about to escalate, and angry shouts suddenly sounded. Eman turned around and looked at the person quickly. A tall middle-aged man in his late 50s, also wearing silver armor and a white robe that symbolized honor, strode in with great aura from outside the gate of the Red Fort. Commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Harold Westerling. When he saw his immediate superior, Cole looked subtle and lowered his head in greeting, Commander. I asked what's going on, Cole. Harold's face was majestic and completely merciless. Cole lowered his head and took a step back consciously. By now, he already knew that he had hit a brick wall. Eman watched as if nothing happened, wanting to see what the commander of the Iron Guard wanted to do. Prince, I didn't waste your precious time because of him, did I? Harold turned his head and asked kindly. Cole is a new member of the Iron Guard. Even Queen Aemma passed away when he put on the white robe. It is normal for him to cause conflicts because he has never seen Prince Eman. But it needs to be corrected promptly. It's all little things. Eman nodded gently and said hello, long time no see, sir. Harold took off his helmet and breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't care about it. At this moment, another beautiful figure walked into the red fort gate, staring curiously. Eman noticed her and was slightly startled. The other party was a young silver-haired girl, wearing a black dragon riding suit. She moved her long legs and took off her gloves while walking. The appearance is very beautiful, the face is delicate and beautiful, and the skin is delicate and can be broken. A perfect inheritor of the inhuman beauty of the Targaryen family, with almost no flaws. Rhaenyra tilted her head and looked at the little guy looking at her. They have the same silver hair and purple eyes, and their blood attracts each other. After waiting for a while, Eman was the first to recognize the other party and called, Rhaenyra. Hearing this, Rhaenyra's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with surprise and joy, Eman, it's really you. A pair of long legs walked faster, and the original depressed mood was swept away. I haven't seen this little guy for a long time. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Eman greeted him with a smile. Yes, you traveled on a dragon this morning, so majestic. Rhaenyra's face changed slightly, and she hesitated. I don't know how, have I touched your ship? Eman rolled his eyes, you know better. Sorry, I was in a bad mood at the time. I didn't expect you to be here. Rhaenyra quickly apologized and reached out to rub the other person's head. It's fluffy and feels like the needle doesn't prick it. I forgive you, and make it up to me later. Eman was very generous and said he did not hold grudges. The two chatted enthusiastically, and the spectators gradually dispersed. Without changing his expression, Harold quietly glanced at Cole, who then left silently. When the princess comes, things almost change. Eman noticed keenly and was too lazy to pursue anything. It's not a big deal. Cole is still the one who suffers. No matter how much trouble he makes, he can't be headed. Rhaenyra, have you just come back from the dragon's lair? Eman still had important things to do. He held Rhaenyra's soft little hand and said with admiration on his face, I just came back. Can you take me to the dragon's lair? A skull of Black Death Balerion can still harvest 100 points of essence. Even if a living dragon is not as good as it, its body can still absorb a lot of magic, right? This shouldn't make a fortune. Rhaenyra naturally held the little paw and pulled the other party towards Maegor's tower. No problem, but it's late today. Then let's go another day, take me with you. Eman was never picky, he had patience and means. In the king's bedroom, the candlelight flickered. Viserys was tired after a day, lying comfortably on the chair, and opened his mouth to chat. Do you think what I said is feasible? He is the 5th king of the Iron Throne, Viserys I of the Targaryen family. The long silver-gold hair was scattered on his shoulders, and there was a fine stubble on his chin. His face was ordinary but very kind. At first glance, he looked more like a rich man. Eman's matter. Allison sat beside him in a daze, and asked back when she heard the voice. Yes, he is a good candidate. Viserys was beaming, holding up his bandaged ring finger, and seemed to be in a good mood. The opinions of the royal council were different, but it's a good start. Recently, I couldn't sleep because of my daughter's marriage, and finally there was some progress. Rhaenyra is 12 years old this year, and she will be an adult in 2 years. The nobles of the whole country have sent letters in advance to propose marriage. The stack of letters is higher than the table. Allison frowned slightly and asked cautiously, does my father agree? Of course. Viserys answered immediately, smiling even more. First of all, Otto Hightower's support was unexpected. Allison lowered her head silently, hiding the doubts in her eyes, and suggested, Eman is young, maybe there is a better candidate. Stepmother and stepdaughter have always had a bad relationship. Eman is an innocent child, and she doesn't want to involve the little guy entrusted to her care by His Majesty the Centenary King. Viserys stood up, pretending to be calm while looking puzzled, and smiled. The Council of the Kings did discuss Ser Lenino of the Velaryon family before, and he is also a candidate. That being said, his frown showed that the person in the words was not the one he wanted. Eman has the support of Runestone City behind him, and he also represents his younger brother Daemon. Choosing him can not only strengthen the royal power, but also repair the relationship between brothers. In contrast, Lenino is the son of the sea snake Corlys. The Velaryon family of Tidehead Island is undoubtedly a mountain weighing on his heart. Just received the new books in the warehouse notification, and the current process is so complicated. Jojo just wants to write books quietly, and not hear anything outside the window. I want a peaceful life. This book is light to the wind, and the plot will be simpler and more pleasant, without those complicated things. If you don't like it, go to the fantasy column, don't make trouble. Some book friends really have no sense of boundaries. Chapter 14 Eman. I think Ser Lenino would be a good husband. Allison didn't notice her husband's temptation and strongly recommended him. He is from a famous family, a dragon rider, and his character is impeccable. The royal meeting did not reach a conclusion, and she said that some opinions were not taboo. Viserys listened quietly and asked meaningfully, "Is this your idea or Otto's?" "It has nothing to do with my father." Allison shook her head and denied it. Viserys nodded and smiled again. "Lenino is good, but he must be suitable." The questioning of his wife just now was to clarify the Prime Minister Otto's thoughts. Although Otto expressed his approval at the royal meeting, the other ministers vetoed more. The reason is simple. Daemon is a troublemaker, and no one wants him to take this opportunity to return to the center of power. And Otto is his most important helper, and his wife Allison's attitude represents his father to a certain extent. In his impression, Otto and Daemon have always been hostile to each other. "You're right." Allison scratched her nails with both hands, suppressed her nervousness and said, "Rhaenyra likes handsome and brave knights, and won't consider a child." Her attitude remained firm. Viserys looked stunned. It was the first time he saw his wife's serious side. Then, he smiled and waved his hand, "Don't mention this. The children will be back soon, and there will be a welcoming dinner later." Allison said, lightly and lowered her head. "Just chatting." Viserys held his wife's hand, smiled and stood up and walked out. When he passed his favorite stone round table, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was night. The Red Castle was brightly lit with candles, and a dinner was held in the hall on the second floor. Eman changed into a clean set of clothes and arrived early with Gunther following him. Rhaenyra was a little slower, and her dragon riding clothes were changed into a beige long skirt. Her face became brighter and brighter under the candlelight. Eman saw it and admired it in his heart. Westerners grow fast, and they are very mature at a young age. Will I grow tall in the future? Eman propped his chin with one hand, full of hope. Soon, the king and queen arrived hand in hand. Creak. Harold, the commander of the King's Guard, pushed open the door and arranged 2 guards to guard the door. "Your Majesty." Eman stood up consciously and saluted. "It's naughty, but you have to follow the rules on the surface." "Haha, no need to be polite." Viserys smiled and walked into the hall with big strides. He stared at his nephew from a distance. "Eman, let your uncle take a good look." Leaving behind the hesitant Allison, he walked straight to the dining table to get closer. Eman was a little confused. He had never experienced such enthusiasm. He was asked questions for a long time before being let go by the very satisfied Viserys. Eman breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat. Just when he thought it was going to be quiet, a deep middle-aged man in dark green clothes and meticulously combed hair walked into the door. The middle-aged man smiled, his chin slightly raised in a modest appearance, and his clothes had the family emblem of Burning Tower. "Otto, you are here." Viserys turned around and greeted. "I am honored to receive the invitation." Otto nodded, with just the right etiquette. As the king's father-in-law, he is qualified to attend the royal family dinner. Until then, Viserys looked at the seat and pretended to be puzzled. "Eman, your mother will not come to participate." "No. She is a little unwell after traveling." Eman had an excuse to excuse his mother who did not want to meet the king. Viserys did not care and smiled. "Well, your mother is not a quiet person, she is more like a female warrior." It was a compliment on the surface, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. As early as when he ascended the throne, Lady Rhea came to apply for the dissolution of the marriage with her younger brother Daemon, but was rejected many times. Therefore, Lady Rhea had no good impression of the entire royal family. Viserys, who favored his younger brother, was also troubled by this stubborn sister-in-law. After chatting for a while, Allison ordered the servants to serve the dishes. Because it was a family dinner, there were only a few people present. Viserys was very happy, and he frequently raised his glass to drink with Otto, and pulled his eldest nephew Eman to talk about some family matters. Instead, Eman was at a loss, and a silly smile appeared on his little face. My mother said that there was no place for me in King's Landing. That Uncle Viserys was so enthusiastic about me, he must have something to ask for. Considering that he was young and weak, it might also be profitable. What can a king do to me? Eamon's eyes rolled around, and finally fell on Rhaenyra, who was eating beside him. Since Uncle Viserys entered the door, Rhaenyra looked absent-minded. Even when her father took the initiative to talk to her, she smiled reluctantly. It seems that the relationship between father and daughter is worrying. At this time, is it for Rhaenyra's marriage? Eman had a guess in his mind and shuddered. He and Rhaenyra are not from the same parents, but they are from the same grandfather. This is absolutely impossible. Eman, what are you thinking about? Viserys took a sip of wine and found that his nephew's face was pale. Eman waved his hands repeatedly. Nothing, nothing. My father caught crabs in the Stepstones, but I am afraid of river crabs. Viserys looked strange, but he did not delve too deeply into it, just thinking of it as a child's wild imagination. After enjoying the wine, his eyes moved around the hall. Gunther was standing in a corner of the hall as a guard, and it was hard not to attract attention. Seeing this, Viserys recalled what Sir Harold had said about today's small conflict, and suddenly had an idea. At this time, Eman was trembling and buried his head in eating. Then he heard his dear uncle say, "Eman, you are 8 years old. Have you learned swordsmanship or something like that?" Ah. Eman was stunned when he heard this, and looked up and replied, "No, I haven't learned it yet." According to the tradition of the Westeros continent, children of nobles will be exposed to swordsmanship around the age of 6 to 8, and will be taught knight knowledge by special instructors. When they grow up, they are more likely to become brave knights. He is an exception. His mother, Lady Rhea, is not at all concerned about raising children. She only arranged for the old bachelor in the castle to teach cultural courses. Now that he has been recognized by his mother, he has really considered waiting until he returns to Runestone City to find a capable instructor. After all, he is a child with a panel. I guessed it, the strongman behind you doesn't look like he would be patient in teaching others. Viserys smiled and said, "I will hire a good instructor for you, and I guarantee that you will become a strong warrior who is not inferior to your father and grandfather." Really? Eman looked puzzled. The king will not lie. Otto, who had been present as a bystander, smiled and praised the king lightly. Eman turned his head and caught a deep look. Forget it, Prime Minister Otto also has some thoughts, but I don't know if it is directed at him. Dad Daemon has a grudge against the other party. Sir Harold, what do you think about choosing an instructor from the King's Guard? Not noticing his nephew's uneasiness, Viserys did what he said and went straight to the commander of the guard to him. Harold was obviously stunned. The king didn't say hello in advance. Fortunately, he had a strong psychological quality and said respectfully, "There are 7 Iron Guard brothers. In addition to the fixed number of people to protect His Majesty, it is not a problem to allocate one to teach the prince." Green positive energy. Chapter 15 Number of Guards 1. Chapter 15 Number of Guards +1. The king is willing, so he cannot refuse. Viserys was very satisfied and laughed. "Great, do you, the commander of the guard, have any recommendations?" Ah. Harold was speechless for a moment, and quickly screamed in his mind. The king's guard is judged by strength. He is old and usually follows the king and the princess. Among the other guards, Cole's strength is undoubtedly high. He defeated the Cargall brothers, who were also members of the King's Guard, in the tournament, and was at the peak of his strength. However, Cole was favored by the princess and was recognized as the princess's guard. Harold frowned and was very entangled in who to choose. In addition to him and Cole, Sir Laurent and the Cargall brothers were equally skilled, and both were good at fighting 10 people. They can't do without their efforts to protect the king. Of the remaining 2. Finally, Harold thought of a candidate and whispered in the king's ear. "It's him." After hearing this, Viserys suddenly realized and shouted to one of the white knights guarding the door, "Sir Stephen, your king needs you." Eman had no choice and looked towards the door. Two white knights, one on the left and one on the right, turned their heads when they heard the voice. Eman could see clearly that the one on the right was the white knight who drove the wheelhouse to greet him during the day. "Your Majesty, what do you want?" Sir Steve strode over with a very sincere attitude. Viserys adjusted his clothes and said seriously, "From today, I hope you can serve as the knight instructor of Eman Targaryen and help him become a real knight. Teach Prince Eman." Sir Steve was stunned. He had never heard of this. After explaining the task, Viserys said again, "If you have any inconvenience, you can also say it. Speak freely." Harold interrupted from the side with a solemn expression. Steve quickly reacted and said solemnly, "It's an honor, Your Majesty. The king is a very tolerant person and will consider the wishes of those around him. But wearing a white robe, one cannot allow selfishness to get in the way." "Very good." Viserys patted his arm and looked at his nephew. "How about this white knight teach you in the future? A king's guard is not light. It's my honor too." Eman stood up, his chubby face very serious. "This matter cannot be refused, and there is no reason to refuse. In this era, the gold content of the king's guard is still very high, unlike those messy and useless people in later generations. He is still young, and he needs such a loyal and brave protector. At most, he won't say bad things about his uncle behind his back, and do some small things behind people's backs." "Haha, that's good." Viserys smiled, and the more he looked at his nephew, the more he liked him, and he felt indescribable joy in his heart. After all, they are blood relatives. In the past, in order to stabilize his position on the Iron Throne, he was indifferent to his young nephew and did not fulfill his uncle's responsibilities. Now that his lineage has expanded, he should also take care of his nephew. Look at the chubby white face, it is so lovable no matter how you look at it. He is much more sensible than his unruly bastard brother. Eman continued to eat. What a good boy. Viserys thought very young. The day. The celebration banquet for the second birthday of little Aegon was held to warm up for the upcoming royal forest hunt. Guests from all parties arrived one after another, crowding the Red Castle. A large group of princes and nobles gathered together to tease the protagonist of today's banquet. Little Aegon was held in the arms of the fat maid, and Allison looked after him from the side, smiling and showing it to others to watch and praise. Sometimes he said his hair was like his father, and sometimes he said his eyes were like his father. "His nose is like mine, isn't it?" Viserys held the wine glass in one hand and pinched his eldest son's face with the other hand, causing the little thing to scream. Eman mixed at the table full of delicious delicacies, holding the plate and eating heartily. No one knows him, so just do as you please. Enjoy the food while watching the fun. Prince, you are still growing, so you should eat less and more often. Sir Steve, who was wearing silver armor and white robe, stood beside him and thought it was necessary to remind him. Eman raised his head, with sticky jam on the corners of his mouth, and smiled honestly. "Okay, sir." He was just full. Sir Steve nodded gently, and his embarrassment faded a lot. He heard about the conflict between Prince Eman and Cole yesterday, and thought he would be an unreasonable little devil. Now it seems that he is easy to get along with. Eman wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. He didn't know what the other party was thinking, otherwise he would tell him. "You are too happy too early. Speaking of which, this Sir Steve is still very trustworthy." Eman glanced at the corner of his eye and saw the other party's vicissitudes of life that did not match his age. In appearance, he is not as scary as Gunther, nor as handsome as the Seagull Knight. Relatively short in stature, ordinary in appearance, always with a serious look with a frown on his face. Looks pretty reliable. Now I'm in charge. Eman said happily. After eating and drinking, he looked for a familiar figure in the hall. Rhaenyra promised to take him to the dragon's lair yesterday, but she hasn't forgotten it yet. No. Eman took a quick look and didn't see Rhaenyra. At this moment, a figure came in from outside, passed through the guests, and hurriedly found the king. Viserys had coaxed his son and was happily enjoying the flattery of his ministers. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation on the Stepstone Islands." Tyrion Lannister came closer and reported in a low voice. Viserys turned his head and saw himself, the Sea Lord. He has a tall and straight figure, luxurious black clothes, blonde hair neatly combed back, and a handsome face full of dignity. His Majesty. Talon spoke again, wanting to tell the story of the battle on the Stone Steps Islands. Viserys waved his hand and interrupted directly, Talon, we won't talk about this today. But. Talon was stunned. Let's see Serpent and Daemon go hurry first. Viserys paid no attention and turned to pick out some delicious food, not wanting to add to his worries. Sitting at the same table, Eman saw everything. Viserys also noticed him and smiled kindly at his nephew. Eman smiled back and left the table. It concerns Dad Daemon, but he's not too worried. Although the guy who feeds the crabs is difficult to deal with, he still cannot escape the fate of being killed. As soon as they were not far away, Viserys was annoyed by Tyrion who was chasing him, and he yelled at him for the reason of looking for his daughter. I'll go look for it. Allison heard the sound and probably guessed where Rhaenyra was. The two were childhood friends and shared a secret base. However, after marrying Viserys and giving birth to a child, Rhaenyra's status as crown prince was shaken, and the relationship between the two gradually drifted away. Rhaenyra was not present, probably evading. Aemon's eyes lit up, and he was about to say that he would go look for him with Allison, but he was told to help look after the child. No, I can't. Aemon continued to feel bitter, he was still a child. Yeah. Little Aegon was forced into his arms, resisting and yelling with a bluffing face. Don't make trouble, I'm resisting too. Eman frowned reluctantly. Little Aegon was not convinced and struggled hard, yeah. Speak humanly. Eamon's face darkened. She's 2 years old and she's screaming like shit, so you think she's just a newborn Helena? Yeah. Little Aegon shook his head without giving any face. Well done, don't lose your share. Aemon is not a vegetarian, and he can lose to you even more than a bear. Holding little Aegon in his arms, he emerged from the crowd and took away a plate of blueberries, his smile gradually becoming evil. Thank you friends for your support through monthly tickets and rewards. Your encouragement is Jojo's motivation. Crab. Chapter 16 Melancholy Girl Rhaenyra. About a quarter of an hour later. In the corner of the banquet, two silver-haired boys, one big and one small, sat opposite each other. Eman, with a sly smile, picked up a blueberry and stuffed it into little Aegon's mouth, biting half of it, and rubbed the other half on his face with saliva. After a small plate of blueberries was used up, little Aegon's belly was bulging, and his face and mouth were full of blue. Prince, the queen will be angry if she sees it. The fat maid stood by and was about to cry. It's okay, I will take the blame if Allison asks. Eman was not panicked at all. This is just the beginning. Woo-woo. Little Aegon shook his head and stammered in refusal, brother, I don't eat it. Can you speak? Eman never thought that he was still speaking High Balerion. Could it be that because he always speaks, the little thing is forced to grow up? Yeah. Little Aegon nodded like pounding garlic, no longer arrogant. Eman put down the few blueberries in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. It has to be him. The little thing can't even speak, but he has learned his mother tongue directly. This reminds Eman of the time when his great-grandfather was alive, and he and Allison taught him to speak Balerion. The transliteration of Balerion is short and concise, and it is similar to the Chinese language. He taught himself as the main language, and he is more proficient than the common language of the continent. No, I have to put my hands on my waist. Eman smiled. Tit for tat, Allison should thank me. The little future Green Party king, backhanded. Eman, what are you doing here? Allison's voice suddenly sounded, followed by a scream, Aegon, what's wrong with him? Eman froze, no laughter. Allison walked over quickly, bent down and picked up her son, and when she saw the blueberry-colored face, she laughed angrily, Eman, what are you teasing him for? Take out a handkerchief and wipe it, and the blueberry pigment becomes more and more blurred. Little Aegon rolled and crawled into his arms, aggrieved like a 2-year-old fat child, Mom. You can talk now. Allison was surprised. Little Aegon. It's really unexpected. It seems that Aegon should play with the child more. Allison thought for a while and teased, thank you, Eman. Eman took back his hands on his waist and smiled awkwardly, you're welcome. The expression was like Tomcat who was caught doing something bad, and he was honest and flattering. Allison sighed helplessly, wiped the tears from the corners of little Aegon's eyes, and took him back to wash his face. Before leaving, he glanced back with a complicated expression, lowered his head and quickened his pace. Eman waved his hand and watched Allison and her son walk away. It was not difficult to hear the light footsteps behind him. When he turned around, Rhaenyra, who had not been found just now, had a melancholy face and had walked behind him. Without waiting for him to greet her, Rhaenyra forced out a smile. Is it fun to tease Aegon? She was brought back from the Godswood in the Red Keep by Allison. Are you unhappy? Eman looked up, his big eyes full of sincerity. Rhaenyra was stunned when she heard this, and denied it flatly, no. Eman tilted his head, pretending that you don't want to fool me. The words, I'm unhappy, were almost written on his face. Rhaenyra felt uncomfortable being stared at, and turned her head to find an excuse. Yes, there was no cake I like at the banquet. I see. Eman nodded, without exposing it. It's obviously not because of this, but she is just pretending to be arrogant. Today is Aegon's naming day celebration, and half of the princes and nobles in the country are flattering him, ignoring Rhaenyra, the heir to the Iron Throne. Who wouldn't be depressed? Remember what you promised me yesterday? Eman changed the subject considerately and smiled. Since the party doesn't have your favorite cake, let's go to the dragon cave together. Don't worry about the conflict between Allison and Rhaenyra. He never forgets to earn essence. Rhaenyra looked around and confirmed that no one wanted to talk to her. She shrugged. Helplessly, no problem, just take it as a way to relax. Oh yeah, let's go. Eman cheered and set off immediately. No one paid attention to the two of them at the party, and they went to the vestibule smoothly. The gates slowly opened, revealing the street outside the Red Castle. Rhaenyra said with a headache, I didn't call Cole, how can we go? With the bustle of today, the coachman couldn't be found. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Eman was confident and patted his chest. As soon as the voice fell, Sir Steve drove a white-painted palace and stopped at the door with ease. Look. Eman smiled. Rhaenyra was slightly surprised. She didn't expect the little guy to be so good at ordering people around. She couldn't help but laugh. Sir Steve was a down-to-earth man. He picked up the little prince with his arms outstretched and placed him steadily in the carriage of the wheelhouse. Of course, he was not the only guard accompanying him. He called the 3 guards who were eating and drinking at the banquet and followed on horseback. Halfway through the journey, the carriage was slightly bumpy. Eman and Rhaenyra sat on each side, looking at each other in silence. William, who was about the same age as the latter, was also in the car, looking after Eman's backpack, which was essential for Eman's travel. Click. Eman found the incubator and opened the lid to check the dragon egg as usual. A puff of white smoke came out, and the black dragon egg was intact. Discover an item containing magic, and gain +3 magic essence. Eman was slightly disappointed. After collecting the leek once every 3 days, he covered the lid of the furnace. The dragon egg had not hatched yet. Even if it is hatched, an immature dragonlet will be useless when the Dance of the Dragons period comes. It seems that there is only one way to go. Eman thought silently. He didn't say anything, and Rhaenyra, who was already in a low mood, would not speak even more. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. Ahem. William coughed twice, stole a glance at the noble and beautiful princess opposite, and whispered, Prince, I'm going to learn the driving skills. Without giving others a chance to react, he quickly got out of the door. Eman was very upset. I thought to myself that wild boars can't eat fine bran, and they are so useless. Rhaenyra came back to her senses after hearing the voice and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was distracted again. It's okay, I'm also sorting things out. Eman gathered his strength and put away the heavy incubator. It's not easy to collect essence, it's difficult to find magic items, and it's even more difficult to find items that can stably produce essence. So far, only 2 things are stable enough. Balerion steel and dragon eggs. There is a family sword, Blackfire, in the Red Keep, and it remains to be verified whether the essence is collected every few days. There is also a family sword, Lamentation, in Runestone City, which Eman can use when he leaves King's Landing. The characteristic is that the output is large. In contrast, the output of dragon eggs is small, but fortunately there are more of them. If nothing unexpected happens, this trip to the dragon cave will be very profitable. Eamon's thoughts turned, and he sighed secretly. It would be great if I had a spell to find magic items. No need to grope around blindly, saving a lot of time to do useful things. By the way, I haven't looked at the cards today. Eman had an idea and summoned the gorgeous panel. Squeak. The White Wheel Palace stopped moving forward, and the voice of Sir Steve came from outside. Prince, Princess, we are at the Dragon Cave. Okay. Rhaenyra stroked the silver hair on her temples and tried to cheer up. Little Aegon, brothers and sisters, please vote. Chapter 17, King of the Dragon Cave. The lacquer White Wheel Palace is parked on a high slope, with a towering dome building in front of it. Bang. Eman didn't have time to redeem the card, so he jumped down from the Wheel Palace and stopped to look at the dragon's lair. He exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big. Much bigger than I thought." It was larger than an ordinary noble's castle, like a low mountain. "Follow me quickly, I'll take you inside." Rhaenyra regained her composure and looked much cheerfuler. "Come on." Eman followed obediently. Looking at the huge King's Landing, the Dragon's Den is the most iconic and huge building besides the Red Keep. Eman walked around and looked around, roughly estimating the area. As far as the eye can see, it covers an area of at least 9 hectares. It's not that big, and it can't hold the dragon. Eman nodded secretly. However, he didn't like the building very much. Instead, he thought it was superfluous. Dragons are the overlords of the sky and the earth. It is best to live in Dragon Mountain on Dragonstone Island instead of being kept in captivity with their wings bound. Boom. The two of them climbed up the steps, and the huge bronze door of the dragon cave slowly opened. A dozen dragon men wearing gray linen clothes and holding bamboo sticks came out. "Princess, Prince." An elderly draconian with thinning hair saluted and spoke in High Balerion with a pure accent. The people who care for dragons are also called dragon guards, who are dedicated to taking care of and raising dragons in the dragon's lair. Usually people of Valyrian blood are raised from childhood and are an important organization that is completely loyal to the royal family. "Elder, I'll bring him here to familiarize himself with the dragon's lair first." Rhaenyra nodded slightly and spoke in High Valyrian. The old dragon-loving man stared deeply at the little prince for a while, then nodded in agreement. Yes, royal men should have seen dragons since they were young. Rhaenyra forced a smile and walked inside. Eman realized that she was suddenly unhappy and thanked the old man. "Thank you for your hard work." He also communicated in High Valyrian, with smooth words and no harsh accent. "Then, follow Rhaenyra closely." Walking into the dragon's cave, the almost closed dome building is dimly lit and is entirely illuminated by torches on the wall. Rhaenyra walked in front, still speaking High Valyrian. "Do you want to see Sirrax or Dreamfire first?" Eman fiddled with his short legs and tried hard to catch up with his long legs. No need to think about it, the old man's royal male sentence just now stimulated her. Rhaenyra was being naughty and still trying her best to restrain herself from caring for her little brother. Eman was helpless and replied, "Look at the dragon eggs first." "Wait a moment, I'll tell the dragon hunter to get it." Rhaenyra's voice was calm, and walking in the oval hall was as familiar as a bedroom. Not to mention, she looks quite like a princess. Rhaenyra didn't want to attend the name day celebration. She didn't wear a gorgeous dress, but a black outfit that fit the Targaryen temperament. The trousers wrap a pair of straight long legs, and the simple lining is paired with a waist skirt to express the uneven body shape euphemistically. Eman raised his eyes and took a look. The lining collar was embroidered with dragon patterns in gold thread, and a delicate necklace inlaid with small rubies was worn on the snow-white neck. The main focus is a low-key and unusual style, with luxury and connotation. She's really rich. She's a rich woman. It's hard for Eman not to be envious. Look at her hands and neck, they are all covered with rare jewelry. Looking at my little hands, the wrists are bare, only the lotus root nodes squeezed out of the milk fat. Bang. Bang. After a while, the Huanlong people brought in the furnace-like incubation vessels one by one and placed them in the main hall one by one. The old dragon man came up and said in a low voice, "Prince, all the inventory in the dragon cave is here." "Thanks." Eman's eyes shone and he couldn't wait to do it. There are a total of 16 incubation vessels, arranged 4 horizontally and vertically into a square array. Seeing his hopeless look, Rhaenyra frowned and asked, "Don't you have a dragon egg?" "Mine didn't hatch, look at the others." Eman raised a smile and reached out to lift a black steel furnace cover. Click. Thick white smoke poured out, the red charcoal fire crackled, and a green dragon egg lay quietly flat. In everyone's incredible eyes, he directly touched it with his hand. Discover items containing magic and obtain magic essence +3. Rhaenyra quickly went to pull him and said in surprise, "Eman, you will be burned." As he said this, he turned over his little hand. Except for some dust from the charcoal fire, there was no trace of redness or burns. "Gods bless you." The old man's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise. Targaryens are compatible with high temperatures, usually limited to candlelight, scalding water, etc. This is the first time that they have come into direct contact with dragon eggs that are as hot as burning red charcoal. "I'm fine, Rhaenyra." Eman looked innocent and shook his little hand. Rhaenyra was shocked and said, "You are different, Eman. Isn't this little guy afraid of fire?" "I'm still scared." Eman's eyes flickered. When he was very young, he discovered that he had both the blood talents of Dreamwalker and high-temperature resistance. However, the dreams he had were all strange and rarely prophetic in nature. Apart from affecting normal sleep, there is basically no return. The high-temperature resistance is outstanding. After activating the blood vein column yesterday, I seem to be more sensitive to temperature. I am not afraid of being hot but not uncomfortable when being cold. We should really let Daemon know, he might be shocked. It took Rhaenyra a long time to accept the reality, and she became increasingly disappointed. "It's okay, he won't care." Eman looked helpless and comforted the sensitive girl. "I was just relaxing, but I made him depressed." After saying a few bad things about his father, Eman stopped caring and focused on his work. Discover items containing magic power, get magic essence +3, +3, +3. The +3 prompt sounded 16 times in a row, and all the dragon eggs were cut. Eman was reluctant to stop and called up the gorgeous panel. Counting his own black dragon egg, the number to the golden funnel came to a pleasing number of essence, 198. It's a huge profit. King's Landing is good, the magic essence is rising. Eman was so happy that he suddenly didn't want to let go of these fat dragon eggs in front of him. If all, take a few away, it can also accumulate into a lot. Thinking of this, Eman looked around and immediately put away his thoughts. Not to mention the depressed Rhaenyra, the dragon keeper stared at the dragon eggs one by one, and would not let him take more than he wanted. Eman temporarily gave up his little plan and held Rhaenyra's soft hand. "Let's go see the dragon. After all, the dragon eggs are small, and the dragons are the big ones." "Sirrax or Dreamfire?" Rhaenyra said the same thing. Eman pondered for 2 seconds and said affirmatively, "Dreamfire." Rhaenyra nodded and led the way without surprise. "Let's go together." The old dragon keeper looked heavy and called a few young dragon keepers. The female dragon, Dreamfire, is the oldest and largest adult dragon in the dragon cave. Its first owner is the founder of the dragon keepers, Queen of the East, Rhaenyra Targaryen, who is also the elder sister of the centenarian king Jaehaerys. After the Queen of the East passed away, Dreamfire has been imprisoned in the dragon cave as an ownerless dragon. Decades have passed, and his temper is extremely irritable. Eman was hopping along, completely different from the dragon keeper's worries. He even quietly pulled up the panel to check the cards. 1. Constitution +1, safe and harmless physical growth. 2. Empty hands, with a certain probability, you can turn someone else's pocket into your own. 3. Golden-nosed rat, a small rodent with a keen sense of smell and even more keen hearing. 1 white, 1 green, and 1 blue, shining brightly. Empty hands, all your money will be in my pocket. Chapter 18 Mother Dragon. The prices are 10, 60, and 120 points of essence. Expensive, but practical. Eman took a deep breath and was very excited about the 3 cards on the board. Especially the last one, Golden Nose Rat, judging from the introduction, it is simply the most ideal pet. Maybe it can help him find magic items. Change. Eman gritted his teeth and took the first and third cards. Bow. Physique +1, the card shattered instantly and turned into a white halo that penetrated the heart. Gold-nosed rat is a light blue point, invisible to outsiders, floating into the embroidered backpack on the waist. Eamon's expression remained unchanged, but he felt his body warm and his strength increased. Looking at the numbers to the golden hourglass, they dropped sharply to quantity of essence, 68. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad, but everything is worth it. The daily cards provided on the panel are random, and there are all kinds of weird and useless things. It has been 7 or 8 days since Physique +1 last appeared. If you don't redeem it now, you don't know when the time will be. As for the second card, Empty Hand, let's not use up all the essence yet. He is considered a wealthy generation after all, and he cannot take advantage of others. Let's see what the little mouse looks like first. When no one was paying attention, Eman glanced wildly and put his hand into his backpack. Gigi. As soon as I got it, it was furry, round, and made a thin squealing sound. Prince and Princess, let us enter first to check the situation. The old dragonman suddenly spoke, startling Eman. At some point, everyone followed the underground entrance of the hall and went deep into the dragon pit. The deep tunnels surrounded by masonry walls led directly to a huge cave with twists and turns. We'll wait here. Rhaenyra said something and pulled Eman to stand aside. Eman did his best and secretly needed the fur balls. He knew very well the purpose of his coming here, which was to first explore whether the dragon could provide magic essence. The second step is to get in touch with dragons and tame them. That's right. If possible, he would like to try to tame this violent female dragon that has been imprisoned for many years. Menghua is big in size, ferocious in temperament, and gorgeous in appearance. Rather than leaving Helena, who was still a baby, to waste her time, it would be better for him to take control first. Even if he is no match for Seagull, one of the largest and oldest founding dragons, he will not be inferior to the 3 generations of dragons. You want to tame the Dreamfire? Rhaenyra asked. Eman didn't hide anything and admitted, I want to try it. Dreamfire is very good, I wish you success. Rhaenyra looked serious. She had guessed it since Eman made the request for the dragon's lair. The two people share the same blood and fire. From their great-grandfather to their grandfather, both of them are dragon masters. Except that each other's mothers are from the valley, they have never been exposed to dragons. Even Viserys and Daemon are both dragon masters. Riding the dragon is like a deep love for them, and they will pay for it unconsciously. Seeing Rhaenyra supporting him, Eman was a little moved. He patted his chest and promised, if I can tame a dragon, I will help you vent your anger on anyone who bullies you in the future. Dragons are very precious. Since the fall of the freehold empire of ancient Valyria, only one Targaryen family of dragon lords has remained in the world. After so many years of development, the Targaryen family has no more than 2 hands of dragons. It was rare for Rhaenyra to be so generous. Rhaenyra looked amused and explained, you are Daemon's son and my brother. How can the dragon of the family be stingy to you? But when I saw Eman patting his chest with a cute and funny look on his face, I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. This is not his biological brother who threatens his position as heir to the Iron Throne. There is no bad blood between the two. When she was a child, her uncle Daemon doted on her. She is kinder to Eman now, which is another way of expressing her feelings. Squeak. Just when the two were moved by each other, a mouse became unhappy. Eman quickly lowered his head and saw a cocoon popping out of his backpack, and a round, milky white mouse head emerged. It turned out that the golden-nosed rat was pinched in a moment of excitement. What's this? Rhaenyra glanced only briefly, then stepped back in a flash. Full of warmth and sadness, eyes full of vigilance. Don't be afraid, it's a pet rat I caught in the Red Keep. Eman smiled bitterly, pinched the back of the golden-nosed rat's neck and pulled it out. The dragon-eared mouse looks like a fat little hamster, with milky white fur all over its body and 4 paw pads all pink and tender. The only special thing is that the nose is golden, like eating cheese on it. Eman held it in front of his eyes and looked it over, murmuring softly, it's quite cute. Is it reliable? Squeak. The golden-nosed rat screamed humanely and stretched out its right paw, seeming to say that it was very strong. A random mouse. Rhaenyra's eyes were confused, and she didn't look like one. As we all know, the Red Fort is full of secret passages and is comparable to a huge rat's nest. It is not impossible that there are different kinds of rats. Eman concealed his inner joy, put the golden-nosed rat back into his backpack, and said quickly, "I'll put it away, don't be afraid." Just now, the ability of the golden-nosed rat appeared in my mind. Its keen sense of smell and hearing give it excellent treasure-hunting abilities, and it can even smell faint magical scents. This is not the main point. The golden-nosed rat is a magical species provided by the panel. There is a pouch on each side of its mouth, which has a cubic meter of storage space. It directly transforms into a walking, multifunctional space prop. God help me. Eman suppressed his excitement and encouraged himself secretly. Squeak. The golden-nosed rat poked its head out again and screamed unconvinced. As if saying, "It's obviously me who came to help you." Eman patted the rat's head and forced it back into the backpack. The little thing opened by the card is 100% obedient. But it is not ruled out that it has a little personality. Until it was confirmed that the chubby little white rat would not come out, Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and said, "Eman, your taste is really unique." Hee hee. Eman scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Since coming to King's Landing, he has been so skilled at pretending to be stupid. At this moment, there were bursts of movement in the dim cave. Swallowing fire, riding wings. Two heads stand side by side, singing to three. My voice is the language of fire. It was the dull voice of an old dragon keeper, who sang an old Balerion ballad with other dragon keepers. Eman's eyes fixed, and he looked in the direction of the voice. "This is the song of fire that awakens the dragons, you must be prepared." Rhaenyra looked serious and reminded with experience. "Okay." Eman did not dare to take it lightly. Not long after, the dragon keepers who entered the cave slowly withdrew. They were divided into two rows on the left and right, each holding a bamboo stick to appease the dragon, and moved back slowly and cautiously. Voila! Suddenly, the sound of iron chains swinging came from the cave, which was particularly obvious in the quiet tunnel. Eman stared at it intently, his chubby face full of solemnity. His heartbeat kept accelerating, and sweat oozed from his palms. Even the golden-nosed rat in the backpack curled up into a ball, conveying a wave of panic. Boom. The second, what was supposed to come finally came. A huge monster rushed out of the cave, accompanied by the violent shaking of the iron chain, shaking the entire tunnel to shake off a layer of slag. Hiss. Dreamfire is very powerful and beautiful. The best-looking dragons in Dragon Family are ranked by Zhou as Yangyan, Silverwing, Haiyan, Corax, Malias. Dreamfire has no complete shots and is no longer in the ranking. Bronze Fury Woomissel was very handsome and domineering in the first season, but the modeling in the second season was changed to look like a fool, tied with Grandma for the ugliest. Chapter 19. A bloody mouth opened, and orange dragon flames spewed out, illuminating the entire dark space. In an instant, the temperature around rose rapidly. Before the dragon keepers could prepare, the dragon flames fanned out. Ah! Screams came one after another, and they fled in panic in the orange flames and billowing smoke. Eman, go. Rhaenyra was quick-witted and grabbed the little hand and turned to run. However, it didn't move after pulling and pulling. Eman stopped where he was, staring at the front. Hiss! The flames disappeared in an instant, and the light blue dragon revealed its true form, roaring with a warning. Like an angry beast guarding its territory, it drove away all offenders. Eman took a breath and refused, "Wait, Rhaenyra." He saw clearly that the other party didn't chase him. What? Rhaenyra was stunned. "Princess, Prince, you should keep a certain distance for safety." The old dragon keeper hurried back, his few white hairs were burnt. The rest of the dragon keepers were frightened and crawled to their feet, barely maintaining the formation. Eman's face was tense, and his mind was not on the people around him at all. Clatter. The chains kept shaking, and the light blue dragon made noises with its breathing. With the help of the weak firelight, he saw everything clearly. Under the dim cave. It was a slender light blue dragon with silver lines, a majestic pale horn crown, a pair of light blue wings and silver scales like the sky. The second-generation dragon of the family, Dreamfire. Eman's face flushed, and his heart was pounding. Boom. Dreamfire took a step forward, and his amber vertical pupils were full of vigilance. The group of little bugs in front of him stepped into its territory. So big. Eman was so excited that he wanted to ride it and fly around on the spot. The light blue dragon in front of him had a gorgeous appearance. It could only stand under the cave by bending down. Its body must be more than 50 meters. It might not be conspicuous among the second-generation dragons, but the destructive power it could cause was unimaginable. Eman, do you still want to try? Rhaenyra pulled him but couldn't, fearing that he would rush out if she let go. Of course. Before meeting Dreamfire, I thought that a dragon that had been imprisoned for decades might not be suitable for me. But when they really looked at each other from a distance, this hesitation was wiped out by its beautiful appearance. Let me try. Eman took a deep breath and asked the old dragon keeper, can Dreamfire stabilize it if it doesn't continue to attack? The old dragon keeper looked heavy and nodded, do your best. He ordered the frightened dragon keeper to pick up the bamboo stick and approach the dragon little by little. Dreamfire is very irritable and gets angry every once in a while. But the dragon keeper needs to feed the livestock regularly so that he can always touch it. This sudden rage may be due to the large number of people. In order to avoid casualties, all dragon handlers are more cautious. Stand away first. Eman was surprisingly serious and pushed Rhaenyra to hide by the wall. Dragons are dangerous, as can be seen from just now. Rhaenyra opened her mouth, but was taken to a safe place by the small Eman. Her original resistance turned into shock at his great strength. On the other side, accompanied by a soothing high Balerion ballad, the irritable dragon gradually let go of its hostility. Boom. Dreamfire shook the dragon's head and crawled down with its huge body. The old dragon handler approached carefully until he was sure that the dragon would not suddenly attack, and then he whispered, Prince, you can come over. Hearing this, Eman cheered himself up. Don't be afraid, it won't eat you. He patted the trembling timid mouse in the backpack and walked forward with his short legs. The process went very smoothly. Mengwa lay motionless on the rubble, seemingly exhausted. What should I do? After Eman approached, he asked rationally. Reality is not as simple as text or film and television carriers, which interpret dragon taming. He is just a child, far less experienced than the dragon tamer guarding the dragon cave. The old dragon tamer was far away and lowered his voice. You need to stand in front of the dragon and raise your hands. In order not to stimulate the dragon, he told the story as quickly as possible. If there is no attack, try to climb on the dragon's back. If it still does not refuse, then the success rate is 80%. The rest is to ride the dragon to fly. I understand. Eman gritted his teeth, held his chest high, and slowly raised his palm. The little hand was very white and fat, like a lotus root just out of water. But he raised it high bravely and aimed at the pair of indifferent pupils. Roar. Mengwa glanced at him, squeezed out a low roar from his throat, and turned away from the dragon's head and did not look at him. A boring human cub, it was too lazy to pay attention to. Eman was stunned when he saw this, and hurriedly chased after it. Look at me, Mengwa. Didn't we agree that if you don't refuse, you can climb on the dragon's back, and if you refuse, you will be scolded? You are such a big dragon, what do you mean by not looking at me? Mengwa's pupils were cold, like a cold and beautiful woman who didn't want strangers to approach, and turned the dragon's head to the other side. It's not its cup of tea, it doesn't love it. You. Eman's eyes widened, and he had to fight it today. When Mengwa's dragon head was on the left, he raised his hand and ran to the left. When Mengwa's dragon head moved to the right, he raised his hand and chased to the right. It moved, he chased, it was tied with a chain and couldn't fly. Hoo-hoo. After chasing for several rounds, Eman was panting with exhaustion, and his raised hands were shaking. Dreamfire, what do you want to agree to it? This was different from the grand dragon taming scene he imagined. Not at all. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, Dreamfire was enraged by success. Hiss. Dreamfire suddenly climbed up, a pair of light blue wings supported the gravel, and roared fiercely with his head down. The damn human cub, if it hadn't smelled the same flavor as the Eos master, it would have been roasted by a mouthful of dragon flame. It's so powerful. Eman closed his eyes against the hot and smelly wind, and his skin felt stinging. Then he didn't step back. Not attacking him means there is a chance. Roar. Dreamfire was completely fed up, and he stuck his head out and hit the human cub's belly with his dragon kiss, pushing it away directly. It hurts. Eman's soft belly hurt, and he rolled backwards on the ground, spread his legs and sat down again. When he opened his eyes again, Menghua had turned around and wanted to leave. Eman was immediately anxious, and chased him without thinking. Don't leave, I'll take you out to enjoy the blue sky and white clouds. Menghua's body paused slightly, and then left without any reluctance. People choose dragons, and dragons also choose masters. Its first master was a young and beautiful girl, at least when the man and the dragon first met. Don't go. Eman didn't understand what was wrong, and his short legs chased after him and hugged the thick dragon claws covered with light blue scales. This move directly scared everyone present. Eman. Rhaenyra was shocked, and she didn't know where she got the courage, and rushed to grab the back of his collar like a fly. This is the person she brought up. How could he be so reckless? Eman was already tired, and was dragged away by the back of the collar. The dragon keepers did not dare to delay, and hurriedly stepped forward to block the two princes, and moved back carefully. One chapter was updated today. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the Shadow of Killing. Thank you for the 600 points rewarded by Hilbert Cumberbatch. Thank you for the 500 points rewarded by Knowing the Beauty in the North. Thank you for the 300 points rewarded by the Super Giant Panda. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the book Friend 2024620094528535. I would also like to thank every friend who reads and votes. You are Jojo's strongest backing. Love you. Chapter 20, Freedom to Fly. Snap. When they arrived at the entrance of the dragon pit, Rhaenyra slapped Eman on the butt without saying a word. Ah. Eman screamed in pain, still staring behind him. What's going on? I didn't say that the dragon was ignoring people. Seeing his indignant look, Rhaenyra's face turned red with anger and shouted, Eman, you almost lost your life just now. The dragon has clearly refused, and if he still dares to pester, he is seeking death. It didn't attack me. Eamon's eyes were serious and he confirmed, it didn't want to attack me either. He was nervous. But when he stood in front of Menghua, he could faintly feel a trace of thoughts in the huge body. That is, no sense. Not only was she indifferent to his request to form a bond, but she was indifferent to him as a whole. Not even a desire to attack. Rhaenyra's chest rose and fell violently, and she said with a cold face, You, don't do this again. What a nonsense. Even if Daemon had troubles in training dragons, he had never been so bold as him. If something really happened, how would she explain it to Aemon's parents and her own father? Looking at the furious Rhaenyra, Eman lowered his head unconsciously and said guiltily, I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. It was not because he touched Menghua without authorization, but because he made the other party worried. If you think about it carefully, what you just did was indeed thrilling. You shouldn't be so impulsive and just follow your feelings. Forget it, as long as you understand. Rhaenyra clutched her chest, really not wanting to say anything more. She needed some time to be quiet. Eman pursed his lips and drew circles on the ground with his toes. It's a bit dangerous, but it has rich and unknown rewards. Just now, the panel sounded. Discover powerful creatures containing special magic and gain a share of the scorching fire magic. Eman took a sneak peek at Rhaenyra, who was no longer looking at him, and called up the Magic Essence panel. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 18%. Skills, High Valyrian, Proficient, Arithmetic, Proficient. Magic cards, none. Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue. Status, Well-developed human cub, promising to become a powerful warrior. The purity of the bloodline has been increased by 5% out of thin air, and a new pet column has appeared. Eman thought about it carefully and guessed that Dreamfire provided the fire magic power to work. The gorgeous panel flips and the card panel appears. There was only one of the 3 cards left, Meowhand empty, and his sight automatically passed by. To the golden hourglass at the bottom, quantity of essence, 168. The extra 100 points of magic essence are obviously thanks to Dreamfire. Eman was no longer so hopeless, and was pleasantly surprised. Both blood and essence have blossomed, it's really worth it. Prince, please leave first. The old man couldn't see the gorgeous panel, his face turned pale with fright, and begged His Highness to leave first. A Targaryen had an accident in the dragon's lair he managed, with disastrous consequences. The last time I was so frightened was because of bold Bellin. Eman closed the panel and wanted to leave but was unwilling to do so. He was extremely torn. Although Minghua didn't approve of him, he accepted Minghua's gift and didn't want to say goodbye. The old dragon riding man thought he still wanted to try, and said with a sad face, "Prince, you were already 4 years old when your father rode on the dragon's back. Except for the young dragons hatched in the cradle, no Targaryen has ever tamed a dragon younger than 10 years old. Most occur in adulthood. In other words, an 8-year-old child cannot even sit firmly on the saddle on the dragon's back." Eman shook his head and said that he was not training a dragon. He also said, "Dreamfire has a weird temper. Can you please unchain it and let it be free for a moment? That's dangerous." The old Huanlong people speak righteously. After thinking deeply, Eman said, "It is just lonely. It was once a symbol of auspiciousness hatched in King's Landing. It only flies once and it is harmless." Hearing this, the old man was silent. Minghua is the oldest dragon in the world besides Vagahar. His wisdom accumulated over the years is no less than that of others, and he has traveled all over the continent. It is even less hostile towards humans. Eman advised again, even if the Dreamfire flies far away, the only place it can go to is Dragonstone. That's right. The old man nodded and admitted. Dragons are highly intelligent creatures, and they also have the racial characteristics of homebody. From hatching in one territory, they basically won't wander further afield. Just like the 2 wild dragons on Dragonstone, they only built their nests in Dragon Mountain. There's nothing wrong with letting it go back to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra spoke suddenly. Eman was very surprised, he didn't expect that she would speak for him. Humph. Rhaenyra snorted coldly. She wasn't helping this bastard, but she didn't want a gorgeous dragon to be imprisoned in the dragon's lair forever. Then Eman is happy enough. The 2 highnesses both spoke loudly, and the old man had no choice but to obey. "Please go out first, and let us complete this matter." "Okay." Eman agreed. Regardless of whether Rhaenyra talked to him or not, she shook her soft little hand and walked away cheekily holding hands. Girls don't tolerate coaxing. He was so difficult to take care of when he was a child, but Allison calmed him down and continued to take care of him, wiping away his tears. Rhaenyra was helpless and was forced to follow him out of the dragon's lair. Boom. The moment the bronze door opened, a ray of sunshine shone on the face, and the breeze blew gently by the ears. Eman narrowed his eyes, and his body and mind became much brighter. "Don't do this time." Rhaenyra felt the same way, tilted her head awkwardly, and gave a gentle lesson. The corner of Eman's mouth raised a cute curve, and he said crisply, "Okay, I will listen to you." During the conversation, the escort team rushed over. The dragon's lair is an important place, and even Sir Steve has to guard it outside. "Prince, it doesn't matter if you fail once, you are still young." Sir Ryan smiled and offered comfort very considerately. After listening to what he said, Sir Steve and William realized that the prince did not come out riding a dragon. Ha tue. Gonsul looked indifferent, chewing on the orange and spitting out the seeds. Boom. Boom. At this moment, there was a sound of heavy objects stepping on the dragon's lair. "Protect the prince and princess." Sir Steve was worthy of being a member of the King's Guard, and he quickly protected the 2 highnesses behind him. "Quiet, Dreamfire." The cry of the old dragonman rang out, calming the restless dragon in High Balerion. Then, everyone saw only a shadow blocking the sunlight. An elegant light blue dragon slowly climbed out of the bronze door, its head held high, and it looked directly at the sun with half-squinted eyes. Because they don't go out all year round, they are adapting to the sun. Dragon. William screamed and almost lost his balance and fell down the steps. Sir Steve and Sir Ryan were also shocked. It was the first time in their lives that they were in close contact with a dragon, and their palms tightly grasped the hilt of the sword. 7 hells. Gunther was the most shocked. He looked up at the giant dragon in stunned silence. Half of the oranges he chewed fell from his mouth. The dragon looks fine from a distance. The distance was now only a few meters, and one claw finger could crush him to death. A sense of awe rises spontaneously. Eman saw everything in his eyes, led Rhaenyra back, and said decisively, "Everyone, stay away and give it enough space." "Yes." The leader of the escort team obeyed. Soon, a giant dragon that had not seen the sky for a long time was left alone in front of the bronze gate. Mengwa shook the dragon's head, removed the chain from his slender neck, and spread out a pair of light blue wings. Under the bright sunshine, the wing membrane reflects the dreamlike brilliant light and shadow. It just shrouded Eman's head below. Eman raised his hand to cover it and praised with a smile, "It's so beautiful." Hiss! Mengwa raised his head and roared. His vertical pupils showed a flash of energy, and he flew straight into the blue sky like a shuttle. Chapter 21 Potential Enemies. Red Fort, Banquet Hall. Talon was reprimanded by the king and left in despair. The party is still going on. "Lord Leonor, we haven't talked for a long time." Viserys forced a smile, attracting the calm personality of the Minister of Justice. Across a dining table filled with pastries, Leonor Strong was chatting with someone, and turned his head in confusion when he heard the sound. His Majesty. Leonor did not dare to neglect and stepped forward to salute. He was a well-read wise man who visited the citadel of Oldtown as a young man and received 6 maester's links. Now that he is old, his strong body has become fat and bloated, and his face is round and gentle. Viserys looked the important minister up and down, and after some hesitation he said, "Rhaenyra is missing. I heard Cole said he was taking Eman to the dragon's lair. Prince Eman is of noble blood, and it is a good thing that he is willing to get close to the princess." Leonor was serious and happy to see this happen. But judging from the troubled look on the king's face, there must be something more important to say. As expected, Viserys shook his head and sighed, saying, "I like Eman very much, but Rhaenyra is very prejudiced against me and doesn't want to listen to my nagging." This saddened him. "How can I help you?" Leonor raised his eyebrows slightly. The conflict between the king and the princess was deep and the whole court knew about it. However, as courtiers, very few could intervene in the king's family affairs. After all, not everyone is as capable as Prime Minister Otto of marrying his daughter into the royal family. "I just have some thoughts and hope that someone trustworthy can answer it." Viserys had a complicated expression on his face, and looking around to see that no one was eavesdropping, he said solemnly, "Rhaenyra is almost an adult, who do you think can help her?" Leonor was dumbfounded and speechless. This sentence contains too much information and contains too many factors. First he mentioned Prince Eman, and then he said he was worried about the princess's marriage. And the word assistant was used very cleverly, proving that the king had no intention of replacing the princess as the heir to the Iron Throne. Then, the matter in the palace about Prince Aegon's taking over, as the heir became groundless. For a moment, Leonor thought of many things. Apart from the above speculations, the important point is this. As the grandfather of little Prince Aegon, Prime Minister Otto has been removed from the king's trust list. The king is testing me. Leonor's heart sank. Seeing that the king was waiting impatiently, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, according to the results of the royal meeting, Sir Lenino is undoubtedly the best choice." The answer was quite satisfactory, leaving room for the rest of the conversation. Viserys frowned and said dissatisfied, "Maybe there is a better one." Leonor planned to be prudent and said, "Sir Lana Velaryon, the heir to the richest family in the continent, there is no doubt that he comes from the ancient Balerion family and has Targaryen blood. If there are no better conditions, why not?" But this sentence somewhat irritated the king. Viserys took a big sip of wine, his eyes sharpened, and he said seriously, "Ever since the 101 Great Council, when the Maester read my name as his heir, and then when he refused to marry Lana Velaryon, I have always felt the coveted gaze from Blackwater Bay. Ever since his father's death, the sea serpent Corlys has been his most feared opponent." When Leonor heard this, he expected something in his heart and said silently, "Your Majesty, if you are really willing to listen to my heartfelt words." "Certainly." Viserys interrupted directly. "If you don't want to hear the truth, you don't have to ask the Minister of Justice who comes from an innocent family background. The strong family was granted the title of Harenhal, a position that guarded the rivers and valleys, and could provide immediate support in the event of trouble in King's Landing. It can be seen that the strong family must be loyal. Leonor sighed heavily and said seriously, "The reason why the Royal Council recommended Sir Lenino is precisely because you rejected his sister, Miss Lanner, which led to the resignation of your Sea Minister Corlys. It is better to be an ally than an enemy." The words were straightforward enough, and he believed that the king knew what he was talking about. The royal family and the Velaryon family are in a stalemate, and it is better to resolve the misunderstanding through marriage than to continue to worsen. Viserys said unwillingly, "What if I reject this offer? The sea serpent Corlys will not surrender voluntarily." Leonor said matter-of-factly, "If he is not tied to the Iron Throne, he will not be easily satisfied. The kingdom has a need, who can say no?" Viserys' emotions fluctuated and he said angrily, "Are you threatening me? You are the king, of course you would not dare to do this." Leonor offered words of comfort. Viserys laughed angrily and objected, "I will not marry my daughter off, let alone abandon the honor of the king of a country. The sea snake Corlys refuses to give in, should he give in? Absolutely impossible." Leonor understood the pros and cons and said helplessly, "Prince Eman is of noble birth, but the war on the Stepstone Islands is urgent, and the sea snake Corlys controls half of the kingdom's fleet. However, they have strong fists." Viserys squeezed the wine glass tightly and calmed down slightly. "It doesn't matter, the sea snake Corlys lost many troops in this battle, and the threat has been reduced. His brother Daemon was also at the battlefield. Needless to say, the war was cruel, and letters for help were even sent. So." Leonor saw that the king was calculating and opened his mouth to make some suggestions. Suddenly, there was a scream outside the hall. What happened? Viserys straightened up, puzzled by the sudden confusion. Hiss! A huge dragon scream filled with pleasure sounded out, resounding throughout the Red Keep like thunder. Viserys was shocked at the sound and quickly walked out of the hall. Looking up, white clouds drifted above the blue sky. Hiss! A giant light blue dragon soars into the sky, spreads its wings and shuttles through the clouds, like a free and fluttering butterfly. Seven hells! Leonor was stunned and exclaimed. Viserys was even more shocked. He took a few steps forward and looked at the dragon's back, repeatedly confirming that there was no one there. The daughter and her nephew went to the dragon's lair together. The Dreamfire was not tamed, how could it fly out? Unfortunately, no one can answer it yet. Hiss! In full view of everyone, the light blue dragon circled around King's Landing 3 times, attracting countless exclamations or screams. Then, as if tired of flying, the huge body flew across the red brick and white-walled silk street, folded its wings and landed back in the domed dragon's den. Dragon's lair. Eman looked up, with a smile on his fair face, happy for the Dreamfire that returned to the sky. Dragons should fly in the sky, how can they be imprisoned blindly? After being locked up for a long time, the dragon's various body functions deteriorated, and it even stopped laying eggs and hatching. The only ones who suffered were the Targaryens. Hiss! Suddenly, another unfamiliar roar came from beside him. Eman groaned and turned to check. Rhaenyra disappeared at some point and was walking out of the dragon's lair. Hiss! A majestic topaz-colored dragon swings its huge dragon head with a pair of curved horns, and leisurely accompanies its owner. Eamon's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Rhaenyra, can I touch it?" Unable to wait for an answer, Niaoting leaned forward with a pair of short legs. Chapter 22, Farewell Gift. Hiss! Sirrax roared in protest, his temperament extremely fierce. "Sorry." Eman stopped suddenly and his smile froze. Not all dragons are as cold and aloof as Menghua, and some have bad tempers. Rhaenyra raised the corners of her mouth slightly, caressed the thick neck of the giant beast beside her, and ordered as high Valyria, "Quiet, Sirrax." Sirrax blinked slightly, and he lay down in a very understanding way. Wow! Eman was so envious that he almost drooled. Commanding a giant dragon is so cool. Sirrax has a bad temper, you should act more gently. Rhaenyra smiled slightly and waved her green-white hands lightly. For the sake of not being able to tame the Dreamfire, but still trying to get it to be unchained, I'll satisfy the little guy's craving. Eman was instantly excited. "Okay, here I come." He cautiously approached the giant yellow dragon and stretched out a pair of small claws eagerly. Roar! Sirrax glanced at him and shook his body slightly to itch. What do I do? Eman's eyes were filled with anticipation, and his little hand was less than a slap away from the topaz-colored scales. Seeing his helpless look, Rhaenyra held his little hand and pressed it against hers. She chuckled and said, "That's it." Eman shuddered, and the corners of his mouth reached behind his ears. I touched it. I touched it. This is not a momentary warm hug, but a real touch. At the same time, a panel prompt sounded in my ears. Discover powerful creatures containing special magic and gain a share of the scorching fire magic. A faint red light invisible to others floated out and swayed into his small chest. Suddenly, a familiar warmth surged through his body. Eman beamed with joy and looked at the numbers to the golden hourglass. Quantity of essence, 268. Not only did I earn back the essence from exchanging 2 cards, but I also nearly doubled the amount. Great, I'm so rich. A wealthy man, couldn't help being happy. And more importantly, it's still behind. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 23%. Skills, High Valyrian, Proficient, Arithmetic, Proficient. Magic cards, none. Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue. Status, Well-developed human cub, promising to become a powerful warrior. The blood vein column has changed, and the blood purity has increased by 5% again. Eman discovered the pattern and whispered in his heart, every time you come into contact with a dragon, it will provide 5% blood purity. Then if all the dragons in the family were touched, wouldn't the blood purity take off? Hiss! Sirrax shook the dragon's head and flicked away the human cub with the scales on its neck. Eman took a few steps back and smiled. It's just that the topaz-colored scales of Syracuse are too rich. Hiss! The sky was covered with a shadow, and the loud roar was deafening. Eman raised his head and saw a strong light blue chest blocking his view. Boom! When Menghua was about to land, he flapped his wings and his huge body landed steadily. Come back so soon. Eman was a little surprised and moved his feet a little. Menghua's eyes were indifferent, and he noticed that this human cub was approaching, but he still maintained an indifferent attitude. Seeing that it didn't drive him away, Eman squatted directly to the dragon's head. Prince. The escort team was very nervous and all sweaty. Eman waved his hand, it's okay. Sir Steve and Sir Ryan looked at each other, looking like nothing was wrong. Gunther was still brave and chose to trust the prince who was hated by everyone and blocked the other 3. The princes are not afraid, they are afraid of nothing. Just like that, a strange scene appeared at the entrance of Dragon Cave. A light blue dragon stood in front of the bronze gate, and a short, silver-haired boy squatted in front of the dragon. One person and one dragon were very close to each other, squatting without disturbing each other. Rhaenyra and Sirrax stood on the other side, remaining silent. Compared with the Dreamfire, which is more than 50 meters long from beginning to end, Syracuse is only 14 or 5 meters long. The size difference is 1/3. Eman hugged his knees and tilted his head, it still doesn't work. To her, Menghua held her head high, even though her chest was panting slightly, she still resisted a driver. This dragon doesn't want to be tamed. Eman pouted, accepting it even though he had regrets. The reason why I chose Menghua is nothing more than a first come first serve mentality for the drinks at the restaurant. There were several more dragons on Dragonstone, and he had better options. Head pressed against the silk skirt and picked a comfortable position. It's hard to believe that he really dreamed last night. He hugged 4 dragon eggs like that, and fell asleep with oolgrass pillows and mats full of longing. Then he dreamed of a vast forest. He was under a big tree, waving a pickaxe to dig the soil and dug out a lot of gold. In the end, there was so much gold that he couldn't take it, so he could only pick up the important ones and take away a crown. Could it be that I can still be king? Eman sniffed the faint fragrance beside him and pondered secretly. But he didn't have this intention. The Iron Throne is indeed authoritative, but few people who sit on it have a good ending. He has the Runestone city in the Vale behind him and carries the blood of the Targaryen Dragon King. Wouldn't it be better to take action at the right time to resolve the Dance of the Blood Dragons, and lie down in the Runestone city to be a free prince? The prince does not have to participate in politics and does not have to work from 9 to 5. It is much easier than the king who spends a lot of time managing state affairs and scheming to maintain power. Eman was confused and chose to touch Allison's long legs. Eman. Allison laughed dumbly and pinched his face hard. Eman smiled shyly. I don't know what happened. Allison suddenly indulged him and held him by her side and didn't let go. The wheels rolled over the potholes and the road was bumpy. Eman couldn't sleep, and noticed the unhappy girl, so he took the initiative to talk to her. Rhaenyra, why didn't you come on a dragon? Hearing this, Rhaenyra looked up and glanced at her, quite coldly. Someone doesn't want to see me riding a dragon. It was quite obscure, but Eman still understood. Climbing up from his long legs, he saw that his uncle Viserys' smile suddenly became unnatural. Eman retracted his gaze and pretended to be stupid. Rhaenyra was very bold and rolled her eyes directly at her old father. Is it for her good to prohibit her from riding a dragon, or is it because she is afraid that she will get out of control? Who knows? Near noon, the team entered the camp. Crack! The white wheel stopped, and everyone got off one by one. The camp had long been filled with nobles from all over the country, and they immediately cheered and applauded when they saw the king's family. Especially the nobles of Old Town, who shouted, "Long live Aegon, baby!" So blatant. Eman was surprised and looked back at the carriage. Rhaenyra still hung her head, as if escaping and not getting up to follow. Eman, don't fall behind. Allison called from the front, and the people were surrounded by nobles. Okay. Eman replied, climbed back to the carriage clumsily, and dragged her out of the car. Rhaenyra was shocked. Eman, what are you doing? How can you force a cow to drink water? Eman frowned and said righteously, what are you afraid of? Let them shout. We can't be cowards. In fact, it doesn't matter if they shout. This royal forest hunting was originally based on Aegon's naming day, and the protagonist is the little thing on his birthday. It's reasonable for the other family members to shout a few words, "Long live the baby." I feel a little uncomfortable. Rhaenyra was worried. No. Eman was very strong, with a serious face. It's better to lose the battle than the battle. There are still many nobles outside who support you. Since Aegon was born, the court has had the embryonic form of the Black and Green parties. But now they are called the Princess Party and the Queen Party/Old Town. The royal forest hunting strengthens the momentum of the Old Town faction. If Rhaenyra, the spiritual pillar of the Princess Party, backs off, who will follow her in the future? Eman. Rhaenyra scanned the noble circle and struggled internally. Eman ignored her and urged, let's go. Be energetic and don't lose face. Although he has a good relationship with Allison, he can only say sorry silently. He is a Targaryen for one day and a Targaryen for the rest of his life. Throughout the history of A Dance with the Dragons, there is no good thing in the Old Town faction. If Aegon was the same age as him, even if he was a good-for-nothing who liked to play around, he would help for Allison's sake. But Aegon was too young. Helping Allison would mean helping the Old Town faction fight for power and usurp the power of the Targaryen family. In comparison, in the original novel, Rhaenyra was stupid and bad, and lost miserably in the end. But now she is just a brain-dead girl, who is confused and helpless to resist pressure every day. If she is fooled a few times and given psychological counseling, she will always have a promising future. After a lot of hard pulling, Rhaenyra accepted her fate. The two of them held their heads high and walked through the large camp where the nobles gathered. Along the way, they were bound to attract bees and butterflies. A pair of handsome Targaryen siblings with silver hair and purple eyes are the most dazzling existence wherever they go, attracting people's attention. Rhaenyra is a princess and is used to this. On the contrary, the little Eman, who just said, "Be energetic and don't lose face," was teased by a lot of noble ladies and women and blushed. How embarrassing. Eman collapsed secretly, but his appearance was still as strong as a pine tree. Soon, they arrived at the largest and most luxurious king's tent. 2 three-headed red dragon flags fluttered in the wind, and many nobles bowed their heads to show respect, and walked into the tent in groups of 2 or 3. Go ahead. Eman patted his hot face and regained his confidence. The tent was very gorgeous, with gauze curtains fluttering and solid wood tables and chairs placed everywhere. Eman, here. Allison sat in a circle of noble ladies and patted the spacious chair where she sat alone. Eman looked serious and reminded again, remember, show the momentum of a dragon rider. Okay, you have said it many times. Rhaenyra's eyes were full of helplessness, and the depression in her heart seemed to be relieved. Eman nodded with satisfaction, let go of her hand, and walked towards the small circle. You are late. Allison smiled indifferently, reached out to hug Eman and put him beside her and sat down. Legs were close to each other, and the spacious chair was still very spacious. Eman. Allison ignored Rhaenyra, who was traveling with her, and introduced these noble ladies who complimented her to Eman. As early as when the siblings entered the tent, she saw them holding hands. She couldn't help but feel sour. Chapter 25 Lana Velaryon. Chapter 25 Lana Velaryon. After the introductions, the atmosphere calmed down a bit. The ladies chatted with each other, discussing all kinds of gossip. Only Rhaenyra was forgotten, standing awkwardly aside, unable to get a word in. Eman glanced at the family emblems on the ladies' clothes, all of which were from the Old Town or the Reach. An old woman from the Redwine family spoke the most, opening the topic. I heard that when Lord Sven's ship passed through the Stepstones, Miss Joanna was kidnapped. Allison was surprised and asked, what will happen to Miss Joanna? That's a noble lady, even if she is rescued, she will be humiliated. The old woman held a pug and said lightly, she will be sold to a brothel in the free cities, if you believe these rumors. The ladies were silent for a moment, and they all understood that this was true. Eman was bored and uninterested. Excuse me. At this moment, an interesting person came, dragging a strange bent foot. Larys leaned on a cane and said in a low-key manner, ladies, I'm afraid the gods have not given me a good body for hunting. Can I sit with you? Of course, sit together. Allison kindly took him in and introduced him, Larys Strong, the youngest son of Lord Leonor, the Minister of Justice. She was still very gentle at this time, and even the identity of the second son was included in the term youngest son. Larys nodded in thanks and sat down humbly. He was born with a bad appearance, but he was dressed very formally, and he would not offend people if he acted as a transparent person. Eman stared at him for a few times to satisfy his curiosity. This guy is a ruthless person with a vicious heart. It's better to find an opportunity to secretly kill him. Larys felt a chill on his back, and his already thin body shrank, and he glanced at the people present in doubt. Eman would certainly not be discovered by him. My husband said that no one can tame the stone steps for a long time. A bloated lady spoke again, but was interrupted by a noisy sound. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a head of long silver-gold hair passing by the door of the tent. Huh. Eman sat up straight. Then, surrounded by a group of noble youths, the second girl with silver hair and purple eyes walked into the tent. Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra's eyes lit up, and she went to meet him as if she had found a confidant. Eman was confused, staring at the charming girl. Her silver-gold wavy hair was waist-length, her skin was smooth and white, and her tall figure outlined attractive curves. At first glance, she was only a few years older than Rhaenyra. Her gestures were dignified and generous, and she had the charm of a mature woman. Eman was surprised and said, shouldn't the people of the Velaryon family be on Tidehead Island? Rhaenyra Velaryon, the eldest daughter of the sea serpent Corlys and the uncrowned queen Rhaenys, and a dragon rider of Targaryen blood. She tamed the oldest and largest ancient dragon Vhagar in the world when she was less than 12 years old. 5 years have passed since we last met, and she has become a mature female rider. Rhaenyra, long time no see. Lena is generous, holding the hand of her old friend and walking towards this side together. Why are you here, hunting? Rhaenyra was really puzzled. The figures of the two immediately attracted countless eyes. Including King Viserys, who was sitting on the main seat, looking at Rhaenyra in doubt, and even ignored the words of the ministers beside him. But after all, he was the king of a country, and he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, Rhaenyra finally sat down. Seeing Rhaenyra visit, a noble lady consciously gave up her seat to the two daughters of noble Valyria. Don't worry about me, I came late by boat. Rhaenyra's eyes were soft, and her voice was magnetic, indicating that everyone should chat. The noble ladies looked at each other and gradually heated up the place. It's true that Rhaenyra's identity is special. The kingdom is at war with the Stepstones, and the main warring factions are the sea snakes Corlys and Daemon. Her appearance at the royal forest hunt is related to the attitude of the royal family and the Velaryon family towards each other. As soon as he opened his mouth, the topic turned to the Stepstones. Eman poked his head out and looked at Lennar sitting opposite. Hearing her come by boat, she didn't ride a dragon. "Hello, Eman." Lennar smiled and waved at him, like a big sister door. Eman smiled embarrassedly and quickly retracted his head. "This person is really powerful, don't mess with him." Fortunately, his name was given by his great-grandfather Jaehaerys to commemorate the heir Eman who died accidentally. In my impression, the people of Tidehead Island are quite friendly to him. While saying hello, the topic gradually became outrageous. An old lady near Allison changed the subject and began to provoke, "What do you think of the Stepstones, princess?" Rhaenyra was stunned when she heard this, and replied kindly, "Oh, I don't know either. I haven't been to the Stepstones." She naively thought this was just an ordinary chat. The old lady held the wine glass and spoke sharply, "Your dear uncle is the mastermind behind this war, isn't he?" Eamon's face changed slightly, staring at Allison who was watching the show. "If you want to make trouble for Rhaenyra, then make trouble. Why bring it up to his father? And say it in front of him." Rhaenyra sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and evaded, "I don't know. I haven't spoken to Daemon for several years." Daemon was fighting outside and ignored even his own son. The old lady was still unwilling to let go, and continued to make things difficult for him, since you replaced him as the crown prince, right? No longer covering up, she took the opportunity to question Rhaenyra's status as the heir. Allison felt a little overwhelmed, and smiled to smooth things over, "It's Daemon's fault." As soon as she opened her mouth, a glass flew past her. Bang! The glass fell directly at the old woman's feet and instantly shattered into powder-like residue. The old woman was shocked and jumped off the chair with a scream. "Old woman, you are so talkative." Eman cursed, grabbed a wine glass and threw it again. "Eman." Allison was stunned, and when she came to her senses, the boy to her had already rushed out. With a snap, the wine glass hit the back of the chair by a hair's breadth, and the red wine mixed with glass shards splashed all over the old woman. Eamon's face was gloomy, not at all indulgent. "Old thing, you like to gossip behind your back so much, how many soldiers do you have?" The old woman was wet all over, and her wrinkled face was scratched by glass. She screamed in fear, "What are you doing? This is the king's tent. Who dares to make trouble here?" "Eman dares." He picked up a wine bottle and smashed it, charging like a small firecracker. "My father provoked you, you have the right to talk nonsense. It's okay to suppress Rhaenyra, and it's okay to scold him for being irresponsible. But in front of him, he set a trap for Rhaenyra on the grounds that his father was fighting. If you can't bear it, just hit her." "Eman, stop it." Allison was completely dumbfounded and stretched out her hand to stop it. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop it at all. Eman was very strong, the broken mouth of the wine bottle was sharp, and the wine and glass shards splashed everywhere. The posture of the human-shaped little Tyrannosaurus, no one dared to stop him within 3 feet. In just a few seconds, chaos and screams broke out. Eman half closed his eyes, threw a half-broken bottle at the old lady's forehead, and cursed, "You have a brain disease, open it and treat it." Bang! It hit the bullseye. In an instant, blood flowed and the screams became louder. Chapter 26. 2 Mascots. There was trouble here, and the king's guard rushed over. Eman rolled his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs, "My father is conquering the Stepstone Islands for the kingdom and saving the innocent people who have been kidnapped. If anyone is dissatisfied, come to Runestone City to find me. Fight and fight without leaving any clues." Pointing at a few frightened old wives, he reprimanded with reason, "The Redwyn family of Chinting Island does not have sea trade, or does it mean that they do not have a fleet to fight against the Stepstone Islands? You don't want to serve the country, and you have no right to talk behind people's backs." The truth is conclusive, but the combination of the immature face and the immature voice is slightly less lethal. But that doesn't matter, it's enough to stand on the moral high ground. Pointing at them for a moment reduced them to nothing. After today, new jokes will be circulated on the mainland. Allison looked flustered and stood there helplessly. "Humph, I'll run away first." Eman shook his head and quickly escaped from the tent. If you get a bargain, you have to run away, leaving you with no good juice to eat. Someone will finish it off for him. He slipped away, and no one who saw this could ignore it. Viserys had a wonderful expression on his face. Looking at the imageless old woman rolling all over the floor, his mind went blank. Was he beaten so easily? His Majesty. Leonor reacted quickly and told the truth truthfully. Hearing this, Viserys forced a smile and glanced at Sir Harold, Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Sir Harold understood immediately and stepped in to solve the problem on behalf of the king. Soon, the injured old woman was taken down by the bachelor for treatment, and the big tent became quiet. Viserys felt mixed emotions, shaking his head and laughing to himself. As expected of Daemon's son, he is equally fearless. But he wasn't angry. Who can blame a good boy who knows how to protect his family and his daughter? Other side. Eman slipped out of the tent and happened to meet Sir Steve on patrol. It's so good. Eman raised his smile and said hello, sir, come and help. Today's royal forest hunting, the number of the guard team is not uniform. A white knight is enough. Sir Steve came over after hearing the sound and said respectfully, Prince, is there anything I can do to help? Mom is hunting in the royal forest, please take me for a walk. Eman looked serious. Ignoring Sir Steve's hesitation to speak, he set off involuntarily. If you hit someone, of course you have to run away with a bucket. Of course, it's not the fear of punishment. The moment he took action, he knew someone would be protecting him. Now, be a slippery little loach so that Uncle Viserys can do favoritism. An 8-year-old kid, just messing around. Prince, sit still. Sir Steve refused, took out a beautiful white horse from the stable, held the prince in his arms and rode away. Not long after, they entered the imperial forest. The trees are growing lushly, the birds are chirping, and the paths are sparsely populated. Sir Steve, true to the strict demands of the King's Guard, asked the true reason for the prince's hurry. An honest and loyal man, he almost fell off his horse. Eman held the reins and comforted him, don't panic, it's okay. Prince, the princess, and queen will be embarrassed if you act like this. Sir Steve looked helpless and offered words of persuasion. Swordsmanship instructor as a teacher, you must be responsible for your own bachelor. Eman nodded, I will pay attention. Having said that, I have another thought in my mind. He suddenly hit people, partly because he was involved with his father Daemon, and partly to stimulate Rhaenyra. Those old ladies seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for her. Rhaenyra could not back down, and the royal family could not show weakness to Old Town. He wanted to get off to a good start and further inspire Rhaenyra. We are right, what are we afraid of? However, the reality is different from expectations. Eman lowered his head and said to himself, anyone with a discerning eye can see that those old women are helpers that Allison hired, but they are not very good at handling them. Otherwise, he would not do such stupid things as scolding his father. Judging from Allison's performance, I probably didn't expect that. It seems that power is still in the hands of Prime Minister Otto. Eamon's thoughts turned and he speculated that Allison was in a similar situation to Rhaenyra. They are all vassals of their respective fathers. So, if you want to put an end to the future dance of blood dragons, you must first clearly understand the power structure of King's Landing. On the third day after arriving in King's Landing, I got a general understanding. Taking the Imperial Council as an example, it can be divided into 3 factions. 1. The Royalists loyal to the king. 2. The Old Town group headed by Prime Minister Otto. 3. Neutrality. The Old Town faction is the most powerful, with Prime Minister Otto as the core figure and Grand Bachelor Melos as the lackey. The main purpose is to support young Aegon to replace Rhaenyra and further steal power. With Allison as the queen, there are many supporters. The king supporting faction is the weakest. On the way back from hunting in the royal forest, Eman saw Leonor, the Minister of Justice, and his eldest son following the team on horseback. Combined with the special location of Harrenhal and the experience of this adult in the original work, it can be judged that he is a lonely minister who loves the royal family and was pushed up by his uncle Viserys. Specifically dealing with the increasingly difficult Prime Minister Otto. The remaining Secretary of Finance, Lyndman Bisbury, and Secretary of the Sea, Tyrion Lannister should be neutrals who stay out of the matter and do not interfere in the power struggle. The former was born in the Beehive City's Bisbury family, and his title was Old Town Hightower. Even if he was loyal to the king, he could not win his trust. He could only not help either side. Tywin was born in the Westerlands Lannister family, and was born a few minutes later than his identical brother, Duke Jason. He was an unlucky guy who could not inherit the family business. He was a typical fence-sitter. He wanted to imitate Prime Minister Otto, who was also born as the second son, to be favored by the king, and he also wanted to use his wisdom for his own benefit. So he was caught between the two sides and was often scolded. Eman thought about it carefully and made up his mind. I am small and weak, so it is enough to pretend not to understand. Excluding the intrigue of the royal meeting, it was the court struggle between Rhaenyra and Allison. Rhaenyra's so-called princess party was simply another pro-king faction. It can even be said that it was another identity of Uncle Viserys. To keep her heir qualification is to maintain the power of the royal family. The Old Town family dared not offend the king and could only attack her madly. Allison's Queen's Party was even more ridiculous. In fact, there was no Queen's Party at all, only Prime Minister Otto's Old Town family. Allison was just a tool for her father to fight for power and profit, a mascot with the identity of the queen. Eamon's little face was melancholy and he sighed. He still thought that he could live a happy life by holding the thighs of Rhaenyra and Allison. Now it seems that it is too early to be happy. The two of them are more disappointing than each other, and none of them can be relied on. Forget it, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Eman rubbed his face and his mind jumped to another point. According to the timeline of the original book, Prime Minister Otto will soon be dismissed and replaced by Lord Lionel. Prove that in this power struggle, it is still the eldest Uncle Viserys who represents the royal power who wins. Rhaenyra therefore retains the qualification of heir, and Allison gradually takes over the Old Town family. On the surface, Viserys single-handedly took power into the hands of his wife and daughter. It can be said that he won a great victory. But it also sowed the seeds of disaster. Eman knew very well how reckless Rhaenyra would be without anyone to suppress her, and Allison would be in revenge. This would be the beginning of chaos in the court and promote the formation of the Black and Green parties in a real sense. It was like a child holding a gun, and even a dog on the street would be slapped twice. It's not about who is better, but who is worse. Chapter 27 Arrogant Otto. Prince, shall we go hunting? Sir Steve observed his surroundings and interrupted. Eman blinked and smiled, of course. Why do you think so much? He has no way to break the situation for the time being, he just hopes that his Uncle Viserys will give him some help to end the situation from getting out of control. When he grows up, tame an adult dragon. In addition to the Black and Green parties, we can enter the situation with a third party. By then, life will be better. As for why you don't take sides? Because triangles are stable. Drive. Sir Steve took the reins and rode the white horse along the hunting trail. Eman thought about it, his body was full of strength, and he said excitedly, Sir, I heard that there is a white deer in the Kingswood. Let's go look for it too. He still remembered the strange dream last night. Gold was dug out under the big tree, which might indicate something. For example, find some magical plants that contain magic power, and the noble white deer that symbolizes auspiciousness. No problem, Prince. Sir Steve was very talkative and took a bow from his horse. Before you practice sword practice, you must first build up your strength. Can I pull away? Eamon was very interested. When I threw the bottle and hit someone, I unexpectedly discovered that I was very accurate. This is an ordinary wooden bow, just right for you. Sir Steve smiled innocently and taught the precautions for drawing a bow while riding a horse. Eamon listened carefully and quickly drew his bow. With a creak, the bow string was stretched to a full moon, which was really powerful. On the other side of the imperial forest, many nobles were walking together. According to Prime Minister Otto, there was a white deer in the forest with hair as smooth as satin, and they all wanted to catch it and present it to the king. For a time, there was a huge buzz of people. The king's tent. I did not decide to make Rhaenyra his heir on a whim. All lords in the kingdom would do well to keep this in mind. Viserys looked gloomy and issued the eviction order. Thank you for the gift, Lord Jason. Duke Jason was dumbfounded and hurriedly excused himself. Yes, your majesty. The Duke of Casterly Rock in the west, a handsome blonde boy with the same face as his identical brother, walked out of the tent in embarrassment. He should be upset about his gaffe just now. Viserys' eyes were cold and he took a big gulp of golden wine to suppress the anger in his heart. He had just met Lana, who had made a sudden visit. The little girl who almost became his second love is already tall and graceful, and has inherited her mother's beauty and her father's exquisite heart. Her purpose was simple, to show that Uncle Wyman's letter asking for help was a private idea. If necessary, she would join her mother Rhaenys in riding a dragon to turn the tide of the war. It was a general statement, but it struck Viserys' ears as the harshest threat. Thanks to her cousin Rhaenys being the heir to the Iron Throne, her 2 children have the right to train dragons. Today, the Velaryon family not only has half of the kingdom's fleet, but also 3 dragons. On the other hand, according to the royal family's orthodoxy, after Daemon was expelled, Rhaenyra was the only one left who could control the dragon. But a little girl is as small as a dragon. Because of this, the Velaryon family is a thorn in the flesh. Viserys forced a smile and finally sent Lana away, but the brainless Duke Jason bumped into her. He can help the royal family by making Rhaenyra his wife. He also dared to say that Rhaenyra would always be replaced, and marrying him to enjoy the glory and wealth would be a kind of compensation. Bang. The more Viserys thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the armrest of the chair and gritted his teeth and said, "An arrogant person is worthy of marrying my daughter." But he didn't know that before meeting him, Jason approached Rhaenyra first. After a greasy confession was rejected, I came to see him. The hunter has sent word that the hounds have been sent out, and the white deer will soon be cornered. Otto walked around the steps and reported, "Your prey is within easy reach." Viserys rolled his eyes secretly when he heard this. He didn't believe that there was a white deer in the Kingswood that symbolized the king. It was just a lie created by Otto to build momentum for his grandson Aegon. Otto didn't explain much and sat silently under the king. Viserys waved to the attendants to pour the wine, while his mind kept going over the recent troubles. First came the letter asking for help from the Stepstone Islands, clearly trying to drag the royal family into trouble. With the arrival of Rhaenyra, it is impossible to watch the fire from the other side. The other one is Prime Minister Otto, who is eager to support his grandson in power and begins to ignore his majesty. In contrast, Rhaenyra's marriage was not urgent. However, this solution cannot be ignored. Viserys glanced at Otto, took it into consideration, and asked, "What do you think of Duke Jason's proposal? He is not ordinary arrogant." Otto straightened his back and said with a hint of disdain, "Not a good match." To be honest, Duke Jason had the same goal as him and could be considered an ally. If he could marry Rhaenyra, he could make room for his grandson Aegon. Unfortunately, he is a brainless idiot. Viserys chuckled and continued to ask, "Then, who is the better candidate?" "Your Majesty, you are the king of a country." Otto became serious, moved closer, and pointed, "Princess Rhaenyra is your daughter and should obey your orders." Viserys was speechless and objected, "I don't want to order her, I just want her to live happily. Not everyone is like this father-in-law and old friend who can force his daughter to get married." He appointed Rhaenyra as the heir not only because he didn't want to give his brother Daemon a chance, but also because he loved his daughter from the bottom of his heart. Otto pondered for a moment and lowered his voice, "In addition to Casterly Rock, we have another choice, which may make you feel better." "Oh, who is it?" Viserys' eyes were dark and his tone changed. He wanted to see what kind of person he could recommend. Based on the candidate the other party said, he could decide whether to dismiss him. Otto was particularly self-aware and kept it a secret, "It's closer to home." Viserys rubbed the wine glass with his fingers, expecting, "Who is it?" If the other party said it was Eman, it meant that he was still on the same page with him, so he didn't have to think too much. "It's right in front of us." Unfortunately, Otto didn't seize the opportunity and turned his head to look at an area behind the main seat. Viserys was stunned when he heard the words and looked in the direction of his sight. In his eyes, the 2-year-old Aegon was sitting on the ground, screaming in the arms of the maid. Viserys was stunned for a moment, then he actually laughed, "Otto, he's only 2 years old." It turns out that people really laugh when they are speechless. Otto was still unwilling to give up, and persuaded, "Make them an engagement, so as to stop those people who keep proposing to Rhaenyra." Viserys gritted his teeth secretly, and his anger towards Otto reached its peak. He even felt a naked humiliation when he was deceived by a fool. You want your grandson to be the heir and steal the power of the royal family. Now you don't even cover it up, and you want to pay Rhaenyra as well. In the end, he gave birth to children for the Hightower family. Otto didn't know what the king was thinking, and talked freely. It's better than Prince Eman, he is Daemon's son. After the words fell, a chill came over him. Viserys' face suddenly turned cold, and he laughed in anger. I came here to hunt, not to be entangled by these damn politics. As he said, he also gestured with his palm to pinch his neck. But in my heart I wanted even more to reach out to Otto and break his neck. Chapter 28. On this day, many people feel heavy. Allison felt uneasy and hoped that Eman wouldn't be really angry. Of all the people she knew, this was the only friend she had left. Rhaenyra was filled with rage, sickened by Lord Jason's confession of arrogance. She hated that she was not a boy, and that maybe her father and others could have faith in her. Instead of treating her as a burden, a piece of fat that everyone covets. Viserys was undoubtedly the most annoyed. He drank heavily all afternoon and felt like everyone was laughing and humiliating him. In this royal forest hunting held by the royal family members were all worried. With one exception. Yulin, a certain open space. Don't run, big rabbit, stop. Eamon's little face flushed with excitement, his two little hands held a bow and drew an arrow, chasing a hare that was running away randomly. The hare was frightened and ran wildly at an alarming speed. Call out. Eman loosened his grip on the arrow, and the sharp arrow missed the hare's tail. The hare jumped in fright, and the snake turned around and ran away. Stop, don't run. Eman, like a little hunter, shot a second arrow. Call out. The sharp arrow jumped over the hare's head and struck one step ahead. The hare's eyes widened and he ran away even more desperately. Phew. The third arrow fell after the second arrow, hitting the hare accurately and quickly, piercing the fur and penetrating the belly. Eman still maintained his bow posture and cheered excitedly, "Great, I hit the target." He bowed his wooden bow in a decent manner and used his short legs to retrieve the hare. Not to mention, it's heavy. Prince, have you really caught it? Sir Steve came from afar, surprised. Eman laughed with his hands on his hips and said proudly, "That means, am I powerful?" Not to mention how proud he is of that small appearance. 3 arrows in a row, he was actually a genius. Sir Steve took the dying hare, gave him a handful of red berries, and said with admiration, "Yes, the prince is very talented. It seems that he has inherited Lady Leia's skills." Just so. Eman waved his hand, pretending to be modest. But his chin was almost raised to the sky, and his fair little neck was tilted back hard. He also didn't expect that his talent was so high. Sir Steve did not dare to laugh and had an intuitive recognition of the prince's talent. "Jazz, let's go for a walk again." After Eman Desser passed by, he gnawed on berries and looked around. It's like a little hamster that loves to hoard food, eating from the bowl and looking into the pot. Sir Steve did not object and planned to take the prince to join the large army. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a noise in the grass nearby. Eman looked happy and walked towards the sound. A furry golden-nosed rat poked its head out, swung its butt and wriggled its way into the grass. "What good things did Shushu bring me?" Eman knelt down and stretched out his little hand. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat has small eyes and clever eyes, and it crawls along the palm of its hand and onto its owner's shoulder. Eman rubbed it, and a strand of soft white hair appeared in his hand. "Hey, what is this?" Eman looked at it carefully and saw that it looked like the hair of some animal. Squeak. The golden-nosed rat is one of the smartest ones. One front paw pulls at the owner's silver blonde hair, and the other front paw stabs in one direction. Eman seemed to understand, and guessed, "You mean, over there." Gigi. The golden-nosed rat nodded its little head repeatedly, as smart as a human child. Sir Steve saw it and said with emotion, "Prince, this little mouse of yours is really extraordinary. Shushu is very well behaved and can find things to feed me." Eman chuckled and said, "Let's go and have a look." Sir Steve, doing his best, led the white horse across the clearing. Soon, we arrived at a small stream. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat crawled along the clothes to the ground and ran to a pile of fresh feces to sniff. Sir Steve stepped forward to check and found the same soft white hair to the feces. He was surprised and said, "It doesn't look like a horse, more like a deer." As a member of the King's Guard, this skill is not a problem. An idea flashed in Eman's mind and he asked softly, "Can you find it?" He knew that there really was a white deer in the royal forest. The auspicious beast that symbolizes the king should have some magical power. Sir Steve looked around and shook his head. "No, although the feces is fresh, the owner left no traces." "Oh." Eman listened to the analysis. Sir Steve was not a fool. He hugged the prince back on the horse and said warily, "Prince, it's already very late and it's not safe to be outside." Eman did not refuse, but tied the hair around his waist with a straw rope. "I have no other intention, just go back and show off." Dusk. Eman returned to the camp, carrying a wooden bow and carrying a hare, looking proud as if he had returned from hunting. The matter of the beating in the morning was suppressed, and not many people knew about it. When they saw a cute-looking boy with silver gold shawl hair carrying a hare, they all laughed and asked which adult had caught it. Whenever this happened, Eman raised his head and said, "I did it myself." Sir Steve went back to tie the horse, leaving the little prince to show off his achievements alone. Eman walked half a circle around the camp before turning back to the king's tent. As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped. "Wait a moment, I wonder if I can invite His Highness to chat for a while." Larys leaned on his cane and bent over with a smile. He seemed to be waiting here specially. Eman instantly became alert, crossed his arms over his chest, and said arrogantly, "What's the matter? This guy doesn't look like a good person. During the entire Dance of the Dragons, he may not be as smart as the sea snakes Corlys and Otto, but he is definitely the most ruthless old bitch. I'll kill my own father for you to see." Larys coughed lightly and said mysteriously, "The king went out to hunt. During your absence, some interesting things happened during the period." As he said that, he moved his clumsy legs and habitually showed weakness. Eman didn't buy that, and said openly, "Tell me about it. For this kind of bad guy, it's useless to escape. There's no need to beat around the bush with him, just do it in a big way. A lady who likes to flip tables in the future said a wise saying, wisdom is not strength, power is." Larys looked at the person in front of him obscurely, and felt a little pressure from an 8-year-old child, and confided, "As far as I know, it's for the princess's marriage." As he spoke, his attitude became more humble, like a kind and good person. Eman rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "Did Rhaenyra and Uncle quarrel? Rhaenyra's marriage is difficult to handle, and there are low-quality men proposing marriage everywhere. It would be strange if they didn't quarrel." "No, Miss Lana invited the princess to go outing." Larys shook his head. "So what?" Eman didn't want to hear nonsense. Larys bent his waist lower and whispered, "In my opinion, Lord Otto and Duke Jason angered the king, which is unwise. Will Uncle take action?" Eman played a straight ball. Larys said ambiguously, "The king is kind and polite, who knows?" He was right, the little prince in front of him was a good seedling. He is quick and accurate, has a strong family background, and is a good thinker. In the current situation, he is a dark horse. The Prime Minister is eager for success and repeatedly violates the king's bottom line. The Queen and the Princess lack political acumen and cannot escape the fate of being manipulated. This little prince from the valley will be a stepping stone on his road to progress." Eman looked him up and down, and through his humble and kind appearance, he saw forbearance and shrewdness. "Prince, I know a lot of interesting stories." Larys made up his mind and made an invitation. "I wonder if you can do me a favor and give me some tolerance for my body and sit down and chat in another place." Eman said with a sly look in his eyes, "Lead the way." Chapter 29 New Direction. Half a cup of tea later. Eman came back panting and trotting all the way. In his right hand, he held a cane. Eman glanced back and said with a sly smile, as expected of a bent-footed man, "His brain works well. Unfortunately, his legs and feet don't work well." The camp gradually lit up the bonfire, and he threw the cane in as a fuel. "Well done." Eman was very proud and patted his dirty hands. Just now, he did a big thing. He snatched the cripple's cane and kicked the other good leg hard. Larys, a mere bent-footed, wanted to trick him into provoking Allison and Rhaenyra, taking the opportunity to stand on one side and reap the benefits. And he clearly pointed out that Allison, whose father was about to lose power, lacked care, which was the best breakthrough point. Ha ha. Eman sneered. It was clear that he wanted him to stand on the side of the Green Party and work together to pit Allison. What a fantasy. Allison was his beloved relative, brother, and sister, so how could he let her be deceived? The second son is the second son, and he is petty in his bones. Eman muttered, thankful that he was the only child. I guess Larys is crawling out of the mud pit now. Just take it as a small lesson, thank him for showing me the way out. Yes, under Larys's eloquence, Eman realized it. The Black Party and the Green Party have not yet formed, what's the point of worrying about the outcome? Eman chuckled. It is true to correct the mistakes before the Black and Green Party form. Rhaenyra and Allison are both vassals, and have not yet been promoted to become the leaders of the Black and Green. The current political situation is that the royal power strikes the Prime Minister's power and reshapes the Imperial Council. When Prime Minister Otto is dismissed and ordered to return to Old Town, there will be a power vacuum inside and outside the court, and Rhaenyra and Allison can take advantage of the situation to rise. Before that, they did not imagine the future path. Then there is a lot of room for maneuver. Eman smiled crookedly and walked towards the Queen's tent where Allison stayed overnight. Not far away, they arrived at the coordinates. Prince, what do you want? 2 white knights stood in front of the tent, a pair of identical twins. Eman said, I'm here to find Allison. As soon as he finished speaking, Allison's pleasant voice came from the tent. Is it Eman? Let him in, 2 sirs. During the period, there was also the trivial sound of packing things, which seemed a little anxious. The 2 white knights looked at each other, and the one on the left said, Please come in. Eman smiled sweetly, Thank you, Sir Alec. Alec was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the little prince to be able to distinguish him from his brother. I have a good pair of eyes and I'm good at archery. Eman laughed and lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. The Cargall brothers in the Kingsguard can barely be considered Queen's party. Specialized in protecting the Queen's safety. Entering the tent, the light dimmed. Allison knelt on the carpet and asked in surprise, Eman, why are you here? Subconsciously, she touched her slightly red eyes, not wanting to be seen to have just cried. Eman's smile suddenly faded and asked, Are you crying? Is it because of what happened in the morning, and he didn't give her face? No, no. Allison denied it flatly and forced a smile. You still say no. Eman looked unconvinced, and his mood was affected and a little worse. Walked to the other side and sat down quietly. Allison was still too fragile at this time. She was under too much negative emotion such as guilt and shame in her heart, and she had no place to vent her self-consumption. I'm sorry, Eman. Allison was in a low mood and apologized, I shouldn't have made things difficult for Rhaenyra, and even dragged it into Daemon. She didn't know what had blinded her mind. She just wanted to make Rhaenyra lose face once and release the grievances and depression that piled up like a mountain of garbage. Almost lost her only friend. No need to apologize. After hearing this, Eman leaned his head on Allison's arms and whispered, I know you didn't mean to hurt me, and I also know that you are unhappy. How could I? Allison looked unnatural. You can fool others because they don't care whether you are doing well or not. Eman raised his head and said seriously, but you can't fool me, but you can fool your own heart, right? Allison opened her mouth to speak, but she couldn't deceive herself when she met those purple eyes. Of course she was unhappy. She and Rhaenyra were good friends, but she became her stepmother. How could she not be ashamed? Although her husband was a king with supreme power, he was a middle-aged man who was more than 10 years older than her and had lost his wife and children. There was no love at all. Until now, her father Otto wanted to support his son Aegon as the heir to the Iron Throne and dragged her onto this warship. Going against her husband's will and attacking her former friend. All of them were unacceptable to Allison, who was deeply influenced by the faith of the 7 gods. She was under great pressure. Snap. Allison could no longer hold back her facial expression. Tears fell from her red eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly and said nothing. Emotions accumulated in her heart, and the bitterness was indescribable. In the huge red castle, no one really cared about her and loved her. They only called her Her Majesty and forgot about Miss Allison. Even her father only regarded her as a puppet to win people's hearts. In this hopeless life, she felt like a walking corpse, living with all her energy. It was only with the arrival of Eman that she saw hope in life. The two are the best partners, just like a sister taking care of her younger brother, and they live together under the shadow of His Majesty King Rhaenyra. I am lonely. Allison choked up. She didn't know how to live, and her manipulated life was filled with confusion. Sometimes she couldn't help but think, if His Majesty King Rhaenyra was still alive. Allison, do you remember your dream? Eman pursed his lips and reached out to wipe her tears. He still remembered the purpose of his coming. Help Allison break free from her constraints and choose the path she wants to take. Dream. Allison was confused for a moment. It's been so long since I've heard this word that I've almost forgotten it. Yes. Eman held her fair face and said seriously, you told me what you wanted to do when you were a child. Allison was at a loss, staring at her childish face. She seems to have said that when she grows up, she wants to find a quiet place where no one will disturb her and live with the people who are important to her. Carefree, without constraints or worries. Remember? Eman asked again. Allison was stunned for a long time before saying, of course. Allison, do you believe me? Eman's face was serious, his forehead pressed against the other's forehead. Allison's eyes were clear and she nodded slightly. Then just listen to me, let's not be bullied. Eman said without hesitation, your father is a politician, but he is not a good father. You have to become stronger yourself. But he is my father. We all have an irresponsible father. Eman reminded, it is your father who needs you, not you who need him. The identity of the queen gives Old Town confidence. Otto is about to lose. Allison must step forward, take over the Old Town group and transform it into the Queen's party to protect herself and stabilize the situation. Without Otto's encouragement, she would not have such great ambitions. Even if the battle between the Crown Prince is inevitable, the damage to the royal family can be minimized. By changing the process, the ending of Dance with Dragons was nipped in the bud. Allison felt anxious and mustered up the courage to ask, what should I do? Maybe, it's time for a change. Eman shook his head, no need to do anything. Just wait quietly. Allison was confused at first, then suddenly said, I understand. Eman was stunned for a moment, what do you know? Allison didn't answer, wiped away her tears and resumed her smile. Her biggest rival is her father, but sometimes the rival falls down on his own. Viserys had long been dissatisfied. It hasn't been wiped clean yet, let me wipe it for you. Eman waited patiently. Thank you, Eman. Allison cupped Eamon's little face and pressed it against her as if seeking comfort. She figured it out. His father is an important person to him, and he is an important person to Eman. Compared with the pain caused by the former, she prefers to keep her only innocence. In the blind spot where Eman could not see, Allison's eyes became fierce. Father, I'm sorry. Chapter 30 Double Agent Eman. The sun sets. The Queen's tent opened, and a small figure walked out. Hey, it's not easy to serve people. Eman sighed softly and stretched hard. Tears of sadness ran down my face and I couldn't even hide away. What did you say? Allison followed closely, stooping out. Eman immediately changed his mind. I said it's not difficult to serve the Queen. Yeah. Allison's eyes were teasing and she couldn't help but smile. He is a little kid but a big ghost, and he only loves to say nice things. Eman grinned, not daring to offend anyone again. But women are indeed magical creatures, especially the more beautiful women. He had just cried a lot, but he turned around as if nothing happened. Your Majesty, the king seems to be in a bad mood after returning from hunting. Sir Alex saluted respectfully and reported the news of the king's return to camp. Thank you, sir. Allison politely thanked her. Eman looked over and said hurriedly, you go ahead, I'll take a look around again. After persuading this one, there is still another round. Okay, I'll go out first. Allison nodded slightly. But his feet didn't move. He tilted his head and stared at Eman for a while, as if he wanted to take off his clothes and see through him. Eman was terrified as he was being stared at, thinking that the great plan had been discovered. Just when the atmosphere was weird, Allison suddenly spoke and warned seriously, don't trust Rhaenyra, she is a selfish and stupid person. If you get too close to her, it will bring you misfortune and not end well." Eman was stunned when he heard this. "It's a really scary scare, but mixed with some truth. What's going on?" Allison asked. "Do you understand?" "Understood," Eman replied. "That's good." A smile appeared in Allison's eyes, but she still kept a straight face. "His Majesty King Rhaenyra entrusted you to me. I hope you live a happier life than me." "Yeah, we are the best in the world." Eman nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, showing a very trusting attitude. In this way, Allison left with satisfaction. Watching the other party's graceful figure walking away, Eman couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It can be considered as coping with it. He was a man who wanted to mix between black and green. How could he hang himself from a tree? Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. "Two gentlemen, take your leave." Eman waved a friendly hand and looked for Rhaenyra in the direction of the campfire dinner. The two white knights nodded respectfully, full of admiration for the little prince who pleases the queen. At a young age, he has a good ability to coax girls. It's a pity that the two brothers have sworn not to marry or have children, otherwise they would have humbly asked for advice. It's getting late. A bonfire was burning, and the nobles gathered around to hold a celebratory dinner. Eman wandered around alone, washing his face in the sink as he passed the stables. "If your face is stained with tears, you will be suspected." "Eman, this way." Rhaenyra sat on a dry tree stump and greeted with a smile on her face. Discovering the target, Eman immediately took action. As we got closer, we found that there was more than one person on the dry tree stump. Lana, who was wearing a blue skirt, was sitting dignifiedly and looking at him with a smile. It fits the temperament of the big sister Dor. Eman restrained himself slightly and greeted politely, "Good evening, Miss Lana." Lana stood up and saluted, "Hello to you, Your Highness Eman." This frightened Eman, and he waved his hand. "Don't be so serious, it's too formal." Speaking of which, the two are still cousins. The same great-grandfather/great-grandfather, in the generation are the great-grandfather's third son Eman and, Prince of Spring Dawn, Balerion. That Eman married Miss Jocelyn of the Baratheon family and gave birth to an only daughter, the uncrowned queen Rhaenys. The Prince of Spring Dawn, Balerion, was his grandfather, and gave birth to two sons, Viserys and Daemon. In the generation of Eman and Lana, the blood relationship is neither far nor close. However, the Targaryen family is thin, and the blood of the uncrowned queen Rhaenys is equally rare and valuable. After hearing what he said, Lana smiled slightly. "Okay, then I will call you cousin." "No, just call me by my name." Eman still thought it would be better to have a closer relationship. His name means that Aunt Rhaenys will have good feelings for him. We are not involved in the position of the Iron Throne, so there is no need to be pretentious. It is better to have many friends and few enemies. "Okay, then I'm welcome." Lana nodded and sat back down gracefully. Eman frowned secretly. It was hard for him to fool Rhaenyra when the other party was here. "Eman, I've figured it out." Just as he was worried, Rhaenyra struck first and caught him off guard. Eman was shocked. "What have you figured out again?" Seeing Rhaenyra's eyes moved, she took his hand and said, "Thank you for helping me out today." So many people made things difficult for her and wanted to see her laugh. Eman's small figure when he took action was particularly tall in her eyes. "You're welcome." Eman was really surprised. Rhaenyra was even more moved, clenched her little hands tighter, and said solemnly, "You are right, there are so many people who have sworn allegiance to me, I can't just sit back and die. If those coveting vultures want to fight, let's fight to the end." She wants to prove to everyone that she is not only a cupbearer to the king, but also the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. One day, she will rely on her own efforts to tell her father that his choice was not wrong. She can be a qualified queen. Eman. What else can he say? Shouldn't these be his words? How did Rhaenyra get so excited? What do you think, Eman? Rhaenyra's eyes were burning, hoping to be recognized. Eman opened his mouth slightly and said sensibly, "Yes, that's it. It's good to have fighting spirit. If you have fighting spirit, he won't have to waste his words and teach you the principle of actively striving for it. Rhaenyra just lacks a sense of worthiness." Queen Aemma died hastily, and Daemon, who was the first in the line of succession, was driven away again, and the qualification of succession suddenly fell on her. She was still worried that her parents would ignore her because of her younger brother. She couldn't believe that she became the heir to the Iron Throne by accident. Now it's good. Rhaenyra can face herself and put herself in the right position as an heir. It's better than the original world's trajectory of forcing ducks to climb the shelves, abandoning herself and indulging herself overnight, tasting the sweetness and accepting the female identity, and starting to rule the kingdom with women's means. Of course, this refers to accepting the marriage and the 3 illegitimate children, strong. A messy account has become a pile of messy accounts. Most of the offspring are powerful, and they are trained to be dragon riders to strengthen their strength. However, due to their improper birth, they can't sit on the Iron Throne after all. But why did she suddenly become smart? Eman was full of doubts and couldn't help looking at Lana from the perspective of a bystander. Could it be her? Feeling his gaze, Lana smiled and blinked beautifully. Eamon's expression froze and he said goodbye, I'm going back to sleep first. This woman doesn't look like a good person. The third master of Vagor, his mind and means are definitely extraordinary. Can't afford to offend, slip away. Wait. Rhaenyra didn't let go and didn't let the other party escape. Eman maintained his honest and reliable personality and asked with concern, anything else? Of course. Rhaenyra looked serious and warned, stay away from Allison. She has no shame and bottom line. She betrayed her best friend. If you stay with her, she will sell you out sooner or later and you will count money for her. Eman was completely at a loss. Why did this sound so familiar? Did you hear that? Rhaenyra said seriously. Yeah. Eman nodded like crazy and patted his chest to assure, don't worry, we are the best in the world. Thanks to King Fengzixia, Book Friend 523049, and Book Friend 014439 for the 100 points reward. The plot of Dragon Taming has been drafted, remember to read it. Chapter 31, Viserys and #039, S-Pain. Late at night, by the campfire. Viserys was alone, his face dim against the flames. Gila. He raised his hand and poured out half a glass of wine, and the fire crackled. He was sad, or filled with suppressed grief and anger. During the day, he was stimulated by Duke Jason and Prime Minister Otto, and wanted to go out to relax, and was forced to look for the white deer. At this moment, it can be said that I am physically and mentally exhausted. Are you okay, Your Majesty? Allison looked surprised and walked over slowly. Without looking back, Viserys confided in his heart, I designated Rhaenyra as the heir, actually to end Daemon from causing harm to the country. Allison was stunned, not expecting to hear these words from her husband. She was my only child at the time and was praised as the light of the kingdom. Viserys seemed drunk and felt lost. I appointed her out of love, because I no longer believe. Halfway through, he stopped talking. He suddenly regretted it and felt that all the decisions he made were wrong. He deeply loves Daemon and his younger brother who has been with him since childhood. Before the 101 Great Council, he himself did not have the confidence to become the heir designated by his grandfather and win over his cousin Rhaenys. That woman inherited her uncle Eamon's wisdom and bravery. Her husband, the sea serpent Corlys, came from an extremely wealthy family, and she also had a pair of children who were also qualified to run for office. But Daemon trusted him unconditionally, traveled around to win over noble lords, and spent a lot of wealth to recruit mercenaries. He even made bold statements. If Viserys, as the elder brother, does not succeed in the election, he will definitely go to war regardless of the consequences. Because of this, grandfather Jaehaerys did not want to see the family fight within his family, so he convened the Great Council of 101. How did it become like this? Viserys' eyes were red and he lowered his head, not wanting to show weakness in front of his wife. Asking himself, he didn't know when he was afraid of his brother Daemon. Impulsive and reckless, Daemon has always considered himself his heir, waiting to take his place on the throne. The death of his deceased wife Emma and the outbreak of the Crown Prince for a Day incident completely ignited this fear into anger. With the cooperation of Prime Minister Otto, he personally expelled his brother Daemon from King's Landing. By this point, the threat seemed to be gone. But it seems to exist at any time. Viserys felt depressed, shook his head and smiled bitterly. After Daemon, the sea serpent Corlys is another threat. When Daemon was still in the royal council, the sea serpent Corlys, who served as the sea minister, did not dare to be presumptuous and had a minimum of respect for him as a king. After Daemon left King's Landing, he refused to marry Lana because of her young age. Corlys, the sea serpent, could stand it no longer. He keenly discovered this and once again cooperated with Prime Minister Otto to solve the problem. That is to marry Allison, win over a group of nobles in Old Town, and force the sea snake Corlys out of the royal council. The nearby threat disappeared, but only retreated to the other end of Blackwater Bay. Fortunately, pirates were rampant in the Three Women's Kingdom, which led the sea snake Corlys to send troops to the Stepstone Islands, allowing him to sleep peacefully for a few years. But this is not enough. A new threat has emerged. What do you no longer believe? Allison had no idea what was going on in her husband's mind, and her attention was entirely focused on things related to Rhaenyra. Viserys shook his head and said perfunctorily, "Nothing, just a dream." He once had a dream in which he had a son wearing a conqueror's crown. That dream was too real, like a flame dancing in front of my eyes. It was also this dream that he pursued day and night, causing the death of his late wife Emma. After Emma killed 2 people, he forced himself to forget the dream. There is no son at all, everything is just a dream. As a last resort, he chose his only daughter Rhaenyra as his heir. He thought that making up for Rhaenyra would make up for all the mistakes he had made and make him feel better. But he thought too wonderfully. Designating Rhaenyra as his heir would only bring him more worries and troubles. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been drifting away by mistake all along. Allison watched silently and said abruptly, "Rhaenyra is very good. She has been working hard to become a qualified heir." "What did you say?" Viserys was shocked when he heard this, thinking he had heard wrongly. "Rhaenyra has always loved you." Allison raised her head and looked at each other, pretending to be sincere and said, "She doesn't want to talk to you, she just doesn't have the confidence and is afraid of your disappointment and denial. In fact, she cares about you very much in her heart." "That's right, you're just telling lies with your eyes wide open." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the man in front of him still loved his daughter Rhaenyra more and was unwilling to replace his son Aegon as heir. Perhaps in his mind, replacing Rhaenyra was admitting his mistake. If that's the case, then support him and say it. Speaking of his belief, speaking of his firm belief, speaking of his dismissal of his father Otto. Viserys grabbed his wife's hand and asked, "Do you, Rhaenyra, really think that?" "Certainly." Their eyes met, Allison looked determined, and quietly took out her hand. Viserys' hands trembled with excitement. He didn't notice the small details and raised a smile. "Allison, you are such a considerate wife. This is what I should do." Allison forced out a smile and helped the other person walk back. "If you talk to the other person, you will always get such comments." Viserys felt nothing but satisfaction. He was not only happy that Rhaenyra loved him, but also satisfied with his wife's attitude. Allison did not oppose Rhaenyra as the crown prince, proving that it was others who were wrong, Otto who was pressing step by step. With Allison's support, he could drive Otto away without any burden. When Allison stabilized the Old Town family, life would be stable. Hee. Viserys laughed as he walked. Allison lowered her head, and her face lost the tenderness just now. "Man, hee. Mom, I am a man too." In the tent, Eman protested loudly. Lady Rhea bent down to make the bed and threw a blanket over. "Sleep if you like, go out if you don't want to sleep." Eman caught the blanket and looked at the 2 beds, one large and one small, with a bitter face. Accommodation is naturally not so particular for hunting in the royal forest. Only the mother of the Royce family came, and there was only one tent. If he didn't sleep, he would have to squeeze with William and the others. "Who are you acting for? Haven't you always wanted to sleep with me?" Lady Rhea glared back and lectured, "Don't think I don't know. You are close to the queen and the princess. One day you will suffer." Eamon's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He chose to follow his heart. "Mom, I will sleep in the small bed." After that, he lay down obediently. He has passed the stage of seeking maternal love. He just wants to sleep alone with 4 dragon eggs in his arms. If he keeps making trouble, Mom might reveal his past. Ha! Lady Rhea blew out the candle and lay on the bed to sleep with her clothes on. Time passed by bit. Eman tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, thinking about things in his mind. After his mediation, Allison planned to break free from the shackles and be independent, and Rhaenyra ignited her fighting spirit. With the joint efforts of the two, Otto will have to be laid off after the end of the Royal Guard. At that time, they will have the final say in King's Landing. The two of them were tit for tat and disliked each other. If he stayed in King's Landing, his identity as a fence-sitter would be exposed sooner or later, and he would be doomed. Eman shuddered at the thought. On the other side, Lady Rhea closed her eyes to rest, which was very different from her hunting appearance during the day. Suddenly, the voice of her silly son was heard. "Mom, are you asleep?" "What?" Lady Rhea was concise. "Eman, lend me a team of Vale Knights tomorrow." "What?" "Eman, Rhaenyra invited me to hunt, I'm afraid it's not safe." "This is a lie. He has two ghost ideas. One is to catch a white deer, a symbol of royal power, which will definitely provide essence. The second is to make trouble, cause some trouble and leave King's Landing smoothly. Uncle Viserys' idea of recruiting him as a child husband is very honest, but he dare not stay. It's better to go back to the Vale, where the mountains are high and the king is far away. He can develop steadily and cultivate his own team. Looking at A Dance with the Dragons, having a foundation and not having a foundation are two different things. Daemon, the old man, and the future one-eyed Eman are so powerful, they are definitely the big daddies of the black and green parties. But they are only vassals of their respective camps until their death. After the leader is distrusted or disappears, the uncle and nephew leave the scene regretfully. He can't do this. If he wants to do something, he must be the boss. When he returns to the valley to develop his foundation, he will find an opportunity to tame a dragon. Only others can look at his face. Lady Rhea didn't even raise her eyelids. She guessed that this kid had bad intentions and said lightly, "Gunther will find you when you get up early tomorrow." Eamon's heart warmed and he said good night, "Love you, mother." After a while, Lady Rhea made a sound, "Yeah. I'm looking forward to Daemon's appearance. I still have to work harder to write." Chapter 32 Solid as a Rock. The day, early morning. Early in the morning, the camp was in full swing. Eman forced the phone to turn on, and got up in a daze to wash up. "There are big things going on today, so I can't sleep in late." Before leaving the house, open the Magic Essence panel. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 23%. Skills, High Valyrian, Proficient, Archery, Proficient. Magic cards, none. Pet, Golden-nosed rat, blue. Comment, healthy, developing human cub, slightly overweight. Eman glanced at it, dumbfounded, and his expression changed instantly. What does it mean to be slightly overweight? If it doesn't exceed, it means it doesn't exceed. If it exceeds, it means it exceeds. It's like he doesn't admit it. TCH, when I grow up, I'll be obsessed with you. Eman muttered and looked through the card panel. 1. Animal feeding pills, feeding pets and mounts can increase wisdom, strengthen the body, and increase intimacy. The card is emerald green with a pill on it. 2. Stainless steel long sword, an excellent weapon. The card is emerald green, and a long sword shines with cold light. 3. Solid as a rock, the skin is hardened, like a stone. The card is blue, with a gray-white little man in a powerful posture, with the numbers +1 and +1 popping out of his head. The 3 cards are marked with prices. Green background display, 60 essence. Green background display, 55 essence. Blue background shows, 150 essence. Hey, this card is out again. Eman took one look at, rock solid, and without thinking, he poked it like a rich man. Bow. The blue card shattered instantly, turning into a light gray-white stream of light that staggered into his chest. Eman's whole body was shaken, his fair skin suddenly tightened, and his fists felt an inexplicable surge of strength. A panel prompt sounded in my ears. Rock hard +1, physical fitness, strength, and endurance are slightly improved, and body defense is basic. The defense judged by the panel is at the primary level, reaching the point where the sword cannot hurt, and provides a certain degree of resistance to hits and falls. You can continue to exchange them later to improve your defense level. Eman patted his chest and said in surprise, "It really doesn't hurt." Then he picked up the knife in the fruit bowl and slashed his fair arm, leaving only a mark. It's really a smelly and hard stone. If you put it on the battlefield, you won't be afraid even if you don't wear armor, so why don't you kill indiscriminately? Eman instantly thought of his majestic and heroic image. This is only the primary defense. If it is advanced, it will not be indestructible. After being happy for a while, the smile gradually faded. To the golden hourglass, quantity of essence, 67. In the dragon's lair, with the help of more than a dozen dragon eggs, Dreamfire, and Sirrax, the number of essences reached 268 points. It cost 60 essence points to exchange for Miaosho Kong Kong, and the 3 gentians given by Dreamfire provided 9 essence points. I just spent another 150 points to redeem Rock Solid. The remaining essence is only enough to exchange for 1 green card. I still can't stop and go search the royal forest. Eman cheered up and set off boldly. Yulin. Eman came in a hurry. He and Sir Steve rode together on a white horse, accompanied by a 3-man escort including Gunther. Behind them followed a 10-man detachment of Vale Knights. Rhaenyra had been waiting at the appointed place, and was startled when she saw the formation. Eman, why did you bring so many people? Eman was carried off the white horse and waved his hand. It's a small matter, catching the white deer is important. Then you should really find my father. The team he leads is hunting the white deer. Rhaenyra said speechlessly. Eman smiled and said nothing, seeing the people following him. In addition to Cole, the white knight who never leaves, there are more than a dozen young talents from all over the world. He's considered a talent. The most eye-catching one is Duke Jason, who has blonde hair and wears fancy clothes. She combed her hair very coquettishly, looking more like a peacock than a lion. Eman frowned and said calmly, shouldn't he be with Uncle? Who knows? Rhaenyra shrugged. It can't be said that she heard that she wanted to form a team to hunt in the royal forest. These guys came here to compete with each other. Although she wanted to select a few helpers. Let's go, it's a good day today, let's take a walk in the royal forest. Rhaenyra was very sister-like and took the initiative to hold Eman's hand. Then, he said in surprise, Eman, your skin is so smooth and much whiter. Slept well last night. Eman chose a reason to fool the skeptical Rhaenyra. Walked towards the royal forest path. Eman squinted his eyes and looked at the young talents in front and back one by one. There are a few good ones, but there is no need to make friends. A group of big animals coveted Rhaenyra's beauty and status, and the little head has long led the big head. He is young and has to go to the children's table to make friends. Duke Jason, why don't you send someone to the front to inquire about the situation? Rhaenyra's face was troubled and she wanted to be quiet for a while. Duke Jason smiled slightly and bent down to salute, no problem, your royal highness. He probably considers himself an old gentleman. Eman waved his hand and signaled the 10 knights of the Vale to disperse and go to the Kingswood to look for the white deer. Then he released the golden-nosed rat from his backpack and rewarded him with a bunch of grapes as wages. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat ate one but couldn't bear to eat the rest, so it put it in its backpack and quickly went into the bushes. Eman picked one and put it in his mouth. The team gathered together and was about to set off. Eman turned his head and saw a handsome man with brown hair, brown eyes, and a lion nose. The man was burly, and at this time he was holding a long sword to wipe it, his eyes staring at Rhaenyra with a bright light. Rhaenyra followed Eman's line of sight. The man's face was happy, and he lowered his head pretending to be deep, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of the siblings, it was like a pervert laughing foolishly. Eman's eyelids fluttered, and he recognized the other person's identity by his appearance, and he felt sick in his heart. It happened that he was looking for a fool to operate on. In an instant, Eman pointed with his hand, and his mouth was faster than his brain, blurting out, "Look at you." The voice was crisp, with a pure greeting. Harwin Strong. Rhaenyra was stunned, and hurriedly whispered in his ear, "Eman, what are you doing? What's wrong with the little guy?" When the little mouth opened, the birds chirped and the flowers bloomed. Eman kept crying, but was dragged away by force. Harwin's smile disappeared, and he was embarrassed and ashamed. It's hard to deal with. If it were an adult or a teenager who could hold a sword, he could still get back on his feet with his martial arts. But facing an 8-year-old child, it's too powerless. At this time, Eman had been packed up and taken away. Rhaenyra turned over and rode on the white horse, put Eman on the horse's back, and threw the reins and rode out. Excellent riding skills, extremely fast. Let me go, I'm going to fall. Eman struggled and said it was a pity. Harwin, the bone breaker, has a good temper and is a bit tolerant. He just accepted the scolding. He was thinking that if he dared to say anything back, he would order Gunther to beat him up. After causing trouble, he didn't even look for the white deer, but just ran away with the bucket. He returned to the Runestone city in the valley overnight. Chapter 33 Purple Card, Kingly Temperament. Rhaenyra rode swiftly across the stream and up the mountain. Go to the edge of the cliff and rein in the reins. Come down and take a look at the view below. Rhaenyra smiled brightly and rubbed the head in her arms. Eman huddled in her arms, his silver-gold shawl short hair blown to pieces. It's March and people are going crazy. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, if I get cold, you won't be able to run away and serve me. It doesn't matter what you do. Rhaenyra was in a cheerful mood, looking out at the dense forest below the cliff. I haven't been this happy for a long time. Even if I rode Syracuse across Blackwater Bay, I wouldn't be as happy as riding a horse today. She is no longer confused. Find the path that should be taken and soothe the rebellious mentality that should acknowledge responsibility. Drive. Drive. Cole looked worried and quickly caught up. Eman glanced twice, and then the escort team and the animals followed. Princess, you ride a horse as fast as you ride a dragon. Duke Jason was panting and sweating profusely from exhaustion. I want him to protect me dignifiedly, but the road to courtship is really difficult and dangerous. Thank you for your hard work, my lords. Rhaenyra responded calmly and was silent for a moment, trying to get used to the order. The scenery here is nice, you can set up camp first. No problem, I'll take care of it. Duke Jason slapped his chest so hard that he almost threw up. Eman really couldn't see it, so he got off his horse and wandered around. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and his eyes became strange. I walked under a tall tree and reached out to touch the rough bark. Like the tree in my dream. Eman looked around and around, always dreaming of digging out gold under the tree. Squeak. Suddenly, the golden-nosed rat swooped out, rushed to his feet and pulled at his trouser legs. Smoothly. In a corner of the forest, a satin-white deer walked out. Eman's eyes widened and he needed to look up. The white deer has lively eyes, a pair of wide and large flat antlers on its head, and its figure is majestic and majestic. A rough inspection shows that it is more than 2 meters tall at the shoulders and nearly 5 meters long. If you include the towering antlers, it stands taller than a small house. Is this an albino elk? Eman's breathing was slightly rapid, and for the first time he discovered that there was a creature comparable to the dragon. At least comparable to a young dragon. The white deer appears and immediately causes a commotion. The animals drew their swords one after another and got into postures to prepare. Princess, come behind me. Cole looked surprised, loyal to his duty to protect the princess. Etc. Rhaenyra was surprised at first, then tried to stop him. Eman also wanted to say something, but remained quiet after hesitating. The white deer was much bigger than expected, and the escort team couldn't handle it. It also requires the efforts of the animals. It's really the white deer, the will of the gods. Duke Jason's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately organized people to surround him. Before the dragons came to Westeros, the white deer was a symbol of royal power. He could see the white deer. It means you are destined to marry a princess. He had the highest status in the crowd, and a dozen young nobles eager to show off swarmed towards him. Yo-yo. The white deer raised its neck proudly and approached slowly with 4 hooves. In front of him were 2 figures blocked by the white knight. Eman frowned and asked softly, "Is it coming for you?" Rhaenyra was in a daze, unsure of herself. "That's for me." Eman grew serious. The crown appeared in his dream. If Rhaenyra couldn't control it, it would be his. Surround it. Duke Jason gave an order and several ropes were thrown out. The white deer was frightened and hurriedly looked away. It had already been restrained by a pair of antlers. It's not that easy, right? Eman thought to himself. Sure enough. Yo-yo. The white deer roared angrily, shook its head and struggled violently. 5 or 6 noble youths fell down instantly. The second, the white deer jumped 7 or 8 meters and ran straight into the frightened Duke Jason. Bang. When Duke Jason landed, he fell right in front of Cole. Colton was shocked and shouted, "Protect the princess." Sir Steve's expression also changed, and he held the sword in both hands and pointed it at the white deer that kept approaching. "Don't move, don't take the initiative to hurt it." Eman spoke quickly. "The white deer does not appear for no reason, there must be a reason." Gigi. The golden-nosed rat climbed onto the backpack and covered its mouth with its 2 small paws. Eman guessed blindly, "You took something good from someone, please hand it over quickly." Gigi. The golden-nosed rat pretends to be pitiful and tries to get away with being cute. Eman was not used to it. He pinched the round body until it was squeezed into pieces. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat is completely honest. Putting his 2 little paws on his mouth, he poked and pulled out a small flower. Bailu's eyes were straight as he stepped closer to the unconscious Duke Jason. "Prince." Cole's eyes widened, and his clenched hands were sweating slightly. "Don't get confused and give it to it." Eman snatched the wilted little flower and threw it in front of the white deer. The white deer didn't seem to be very smart. It lowered its head and sniffed unpreparedly, and ate it like a cow chewing peonies. Seeing this scene, people present were in confusion. Duke Jason suddenly groaned, woke up, and screamed, "Catch it, don't let it escape." Bang. The white deer kicked him 2 meters away with a spring of its hind legs. In a short time, the rope on the deer's antlers was tightened. Gunther's face was gloomy, and he wrapped the rope around his arm. "Help me, sir," Eman called. Sir Steve didn't understand, and when he saw the prince open his arms, he hurriedly picked him up. Without waiting for the white deer to struggle, the little figure rode on his back. Eman was bold and careful, and he took out a handful of oolgrass from his backpack. The white deer took a look and couldn't take his eyes off it. What a fragrant grass! He chewed it with 2 grunts, and the idea of kicking was dispelled. However. Yo-yo. The white deer shook its head violently, broke free from the rope on its antlers, turned around and flew several feet away. Eman. Prince. Rhaenyra and the guards were shocked, and it was too late to stop it. A young nobleman standing at the edge of the forest tried to stop the deer, but was knocked over by the strong wind brought by the speed of the white deer. Rhaenyra was stunned, and her hands and feet were cold. But suddenly Eman shouted in fear from the forest, "Take good care of Lord Jason, tell him I saved him." Imprisoned, he did not forget to take credit for himself. "Chase!" Gunther shouted, turned over and rode out on his horse. The prince only said to catch the deer, but did not say to ride the deer. At this time, the white deer had already run away. At the entrance of the camp, Viserys looked tired and staggered in. Behind him, a dead brown wild deer was dragged on a cart. "Your Majesty, this wild deer is also very good, perhaps the best prey this time." Tyrion followed around, saying good things. Viserys waved his hand to show that he didn't care. If he didn't catch the white deer, he would kill a wild deer instead. The mood was quite complicated, not knowing whether to be happy or disappointed. If there was really a white deer, Otto would make a fuss about it. But if there was no white deer, it would not be in line with the king's status. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the back. "Protect your Majesty." The guards hurriedly drew their swords and surrounded the king. What happened? Viserys was slightly surprised and turned to check the situation. Accompanied by a commotion, a white shadow rushed out of the forest. Bang! A noble white deer jumped out, its majestic body facing the sun, and landed lightly on the grassy ground. "Slow down, slow down." Viserys was dazzled, and in the dazzling light, he saw the small figure on the back of the white deer. "It's the prince." Sir Harold was shocked and shouted to calm the chaos. The white deer lowered its head and chewed a fragrant pill in its mouth. Eman was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, wiping his forehead, finally stopped. At this time, the gorgeous panel appeared. Discover a special creature that contains magic power and obtain a generous amount of magic power. To the golden hourglass, number of essences, 57. On the card panel, the feeding pills, priced at 60 essences disappeared, and the magic essence obtained was only in the single digit. Eman took a breath and a purple card appeared in his hand. King's temperament, gain the recognition of the white deer and possess a more respectable, convincing, and worshipful king's style. The card is dazzling purple, which is obtained by a great burst of character. Pop. The purple card shattered and turned into a milky white halo that drilled into the chest. Eman didn't feel anything and glanced at the entrance of the camp. Just this one glance, the whole body was very imposing. Viserys was stunned and looked at his young nephew standing in the sun in shock. The sun, the white deer, and the boy formed a beautiful picture. Boom. Just then, Gunther led a team of Valley Knights to arrive. The gleaming tin can protected the silver-haired boy riding a white deer. Chapter 34 Imperial Conference. As the king returned with a full load, the royal forest hunting ended early. Everyone knew it. The reason was that the princess was frightened and the Duke of the West was almost killed by a deer. The king personally ordered it to end, and no one dared to say a word. The day. In the morning, the king's gate. The White Wheel Palace, which symbolizes the royal family's travel, slowly drove into the city gate, and thousands of people lined the streets to welcome it. As the heir to the throne, His Majesty Viserys I, who was the heir to King Rue, ruled the richest dynasty in history. There was no war, no hunger. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and they loved the current, young king very much and supported the Targaryen family name. Dubai, don't eat other people's food. Eman followed behind the White Wheel Palace, holding a handful of silk-like white mane. Yo-yo. The white deer was agile by nature, and resisted the temptation to move back his head, giving up the red apples on the fruit stall. And with a slight movement, the huge antlers on his head with a diameter of more than 3 meters were comparable to a pendulum, which was daunting. White deer. It is the white deer that symbolizes the kingship. Such a rare and exotic animal attracted everyone's attention when it entered the city, causing the people to cheer enthusiastically. Look at the huge antlers, the majestic and agile figure, and the clear eyes full of wisdom. That is a real white deer. The king really caught the white deer and brought it back to King's Landing. Wow. Yo-yo. The white deer moved slowly forward, and its noble temperament earned countless admiring glances. Eman rode on the back of the deer, holding the saddle rope with both hands. He was born fair and handsome, with short silver gold hair draped over his shoulders, shining purple eyes, and dressed in a black dress. And behind him, Sir Steve rode a white horse and carried a 3-headed red dragon flag. Gunther rode a black horse and held high a flag with a pile of pebbles between 2 lines of runes on an orange background. Let the people see it at a glance. It can be identified that he represents the dual identities of the Targaryen and Royce families. Further behind, dozens of Vale Knights wearing iron helmets majestically guarded both sides. The people were all surprised, and even fell silent for a while. High profile. Quite high profile. Eman looked around, nodded secretly, and straightened his back even more. This is the effect he wanted. He rode a white deer, so he couldn't be low-key. Why not carry out the high profile to the end and give a hard look to his uncle Viserys, who was hunting a wild deer? The nephew subdued the white deer and showed his kingly demeanor for the first time. He was better than his younger brother Daemon, who led the gold cloaks to rectify the order of King's Landing, and he could also win people's hearts. How should His Majesty, who is worried about the issue of succession, deal with it? Eman's eyes flashed, and he whispered softly, "Isn't this trying to drive me away?" In the carriage of the lacquer White Wheel Palace, Viserys felt depressed, and quietly opened the curtains to see his nephew's high-spirited appearance. So heroic. Even more gorgeous than his brother Daemon, he knows how to attract attention. This scene seemed to be exactly the same as the sun in my dream. Viserys' eyes dimmed, his expression complicated, and he quickly retracted his gaze. Damn Daemon, he is really lucky. Red Castle. Conference Hall. At noon, a royal meeting was quietly held. Bang. The door was tightly closed, and ministers arrived one after another. Everyone, what should be rewarded to this little guy Eman? Viserys sat in the main seat, looking around at the ministers with a smile on his face. The conference table was rectangular. At the first seat on the left, Prime Minister Otto sat upright. At the first seat on the right, Minister of Justice Leonor hurriedly took his seat and dropped the stone ball symbolizing his status in front of the king into the puncheon slot. There were 2 more chairs on the right, where Grand Maester Miras and Finance Minister Linman sat. On the narrow side of the conference table, opposite the king. The position of the former Minister of the Sea Snake Corliss, is now replaced by the least experienced Tyrion. Hearing the king's request, the ministers had different expressions. Linman was the oldest, with wrinkles on his forehead, and hesitantly said, "Your Majesty, he is your nephew, he should." He was halfway through his words. "Your Majesty, I have an opinion." Otto understood the king's thoughts best and interrupted directly. Linman was stunned for a moment and closed his mouth in depression. Viserys glanced at him, ignored him, and asked with a smile, "Tell me, Eman saved Rhaenyra and Duke Jason. He made great contributions and should not be stingy." Otto's eyes were deep, and he said, "Prince Eman is young, but he is not lacking in perseverance and courage. The reward may be considered from the fiefdom." "Prince Eman has no fiefdom." Tyrion had a strange expression and took over the conversation. Otto paused, glanced at the young man expressionlessly, and said lightly, "There will be." Tyrion smiled awkwardly. Viserys' thoughts turned, and he waved his hand, "Go on." Otto straightened his clothes and said solemnly, "Prince Eman will return to the Vale eventually, and he will need wealth such as gold, silver, and gems to help him." In a few words, the little prince who was in the limelight was driven out of King's Landing. Gold, silver, and gems. Viserys muttered and shook his head. "It can also be. Your Majesty, Prince Eman has just returned to King's Landing." Rhaenyra suddenly spoke, interrupting the Prime Minister's speech in the same way. Otto frowned, revealing a subtle expression of thoughtfulness. Viserys suddenly realized that this was the truth and expressed his attitude, "Eman has just returned to the embrace of the family. I like him very much." "Exactly." Leonor raised his chest and raised his head, and said seriously, "We can ask him for his opinion and what he wants. Children are not greedy." Viserys nodded. And Otto said solemnly, "You cannot generalize based on age. He is Daemon's son, and he has shown the same wanton character as his father." Riding a white deer, he swaggered through the city, covering the king's family in the limelight. Rumors are probably flying all over Silk Street and Flea Bottom now. Hearing this, Viserys frowned at first, then frowned deeper. He wanted to keep his nephew Eman, his brother's only bloodline. But Eman is too special. Neither Rhaenyra nor young Aegon could dim his light. He's still young and can be taught. Leonor did not agree to let Eman go. "The most stable thing is having it in your hands." Otto insisted on his opinion and objected, "Who can guarantee that he will not be the second Daemon, threatening the princess's inheritance? So far, Eman, as the great eldest grandson of King Rhaenyra, is still a strong successor. Only under Daemon and young Aegon." The others remained silent. The meeting turned into a heated argument between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice. The two people who had no conflict in the past were now facing each other. "Enough." Viserys slapped the table and said anxiously, "This matter ends here. I will personally ask for opinions." Seeing that the king was angry, the two people stopped arguing. Soon, the meeting ended. The Queen's chamber. Boom. There was a knock on the door, and Allison stood up and opened the door. Like a little cannonball, Eman rushed up to hug the soft water snake's waist and shouted, "Allison, you have to help me." He was leaving King's Landing and returning to the Vale. "You have to get enough benefits, and you can't leave in despair. Keep your legs for 1,000 days, use your legs for a while. This is the critical moment for holding the thigh." A new chapter. Chapter 35 Throne Hall. Afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. Eman walked out of the Queen's palace and was called to the throne room by the White Knight. Squeak. 2 White Knights opened the door, revealing a solemn hall. The black stone floor has weathered the passage of time, and the stone pillars carved with dragons stand tall. An iron throne, completely black, standing like a jungle of swords. Eman looked around, strange and familiar at the same time. The last time he came, his great-grandfather carried him. "Eman, come here." Viserys stood under the iron throne, smiled and waved. The proposals of the two close advisors were good, but neither of them was entirely in line with their wishes. It's better to ask in person. Eman put away his playful smile, walked closer and said, "You should sit on it." "Oh, really?" Viserys smiled slightly and sighed, "Everyone yearns for it, but they don't know how difficult it is to sit on it." Eman nodded, "Wearing the crown means power and responsibility." "You are very insightful," Viserys said in surprise. Not asking, but surprised by his nephew's eyes. At least Daemon and Rhaenyra couldn't understand this simple concept. Eman had a bad intention. After meeting the uncle's hopeful eyes, she took his left hand and said softly, "You worked hard and were injured for it." Viserys shuddered and quickly retracted his leather-gloved palm. Since sitting on the Iron Throne, he has often been cut by the broken blade on it. There were several festering sores on his back, and even the little finger and ring finger of his left hand were amputated. Drinking a lot of alcohol every day can't numb the pain. But the physical pain could not erase the shock in my heart. Eman had only been back in King's Landing for 3 days, and he was already observing every detail. It can be seen that behind his power, he has made heavy sacrifices. "You called me here because you have something to announce?" Eman's eyes were full of innocence and he changed the topic. "It is enough to reveal that you are not stupid. It's time to ask for favors." Viserys was stunned for a while, then smiled and said, "Yes, you are a smart little guy. Damn Daemon, what kind of bad luck did you have? He deserves to give birth to such a good son. Do you understand?" When Eman heard this, his face turned flattering. "Uncle, I saved Rhaenyra and the Duke of the West." He looked like he couldn't wait for the reward. Viserys shook his head and laughed, lowered his head and asked, "It's a great achievement, what reward do you want?" "No need. It's my duty to save Rhaenyra." Eman looked determined and patted his chest hard. Although the white deer would never hurt anyone, it knocked away a Lannister master. "Of course you have to use some exaggerated rhetoric." "You really think so?" Viserys said amusedly. "Certainly." Eman was convinced. Viserys nodded lightly, deliberately delayed for a while, and laughed in the little guy's hot eyes. "Say it. Your king is not a stingy man, and he will not treat his meritorious officials ill. What does it mean to save Rhaenyra without asking for a reward? Then who will take action time, and what will happen to Duke Jason who saved his life?" Hee, I'll say it then." Eman was shameless. Viserys gave him an encouraging look. "Don't be afraid of rewards, just be an obedient child." Eman rolled his eyes and said pitifully, "My mother is the lady of Runestone City, but after all, my surname is Royce, and I don't even have a piece of my own fiefdom." "Believe me, you will inherit your mother's fiefdom." Viserys looked solemn. "Mrs. Leia has an only son, and his nephew will definitely become the future owner of Runestone City. No one can change this." Eman added, "But I'm not recognized by them. My father doesn't care about me. I'm just a weak, pitiful, and helpless little prince." As he spoke, his big eyes were gleaming with tears. Viserys was speechless, feeling uncomfortable being looked at by his nephew. Daemon is really shameless. I heard that he has not been back to the valley for several years. Mrs. Leia is also cold-tempered and only knows how to ride horses and hunt all day long. It is really difficult for my nephew to inherit Runestone City when he is alone. Viserys was in a dilemma and hesitated, "But you are still too young, and there is no ownerless and rich land in the valley suitable for edict." In his opinion, inheriting Runestone City is the best choice. Grandmother Alexa made this engagement just a plan for Daemon. "It doesn't matter if I don't want a fiefdom." Seeing that the time was right, Eman simply said, "But you must have an identity that no one dares to despise. Runestone City is of course his Runestone City. But there is a mother watching over him, and he doesn't even have any autonomy. A title that is more symbolic than practical is urgently needed." Viserys' eyes flickered, roughly understanding what his nephew wanted. "This nominal thing is sometimes dangerous. Any more?" Viserys asked again. He had to think carefully about the first reward. "Can I mention one more?" Eman said in surprise. Viserys chuckled, "Tell me what you want, I can satisfy you even if it's not difficult." "Good." Eman pondered for a moment and said seriously, "When I want to tame a dragon, I hope I can do it at any time." "That's your right." Viserys shook his head. That's it, that's enough. Eman smiled shyly. It's not easy to tame a dragon. What if he makes a little mistake that day and gets choked? Viserys was a little helpless, but secretly relieved that no lion asked for too much. He agreed, it's no problem to tame a dragon, but you have to grow up a little more. You can't climb on the dragon's back now. At night, in the king's bedroom, Viserys changed into a red nightgown and sat in front of the fireplace to drink. Allison sat on the other side. The two just chatted for a while about Rhaenyra's marriage. Viserys mentioned it, and he was quite excited. He said, Eman is a good boy. It's unbelievable that Daemon can give birth to such a son. The gods are really unfair. Damn Daemon, bastard brother. Allison said interestingly, but Rhaenyra has no idea, including the young talents in this hunt, Duke Jason who was injured in bed. She knew that the Lannister family was also one of the candidates for marriage. Unfortunately, he died before he could succeed. Her willingness in this matter is not the point at all. Viserys got angry when he mentioned it, and emphasized, Rhaenyra is old enough, she needs a great lord as a husband, willing to respect and love her. Allison still smiled and said without any pain in her waist, I believe Rhaenyra will get married, but she must believe that it is her own choice. It doesn't matter who she finds. As long as he doesn't harm Eman, nothing else matters. Viserys rolled his eyes, put down the empty wine glass, and touched his head in melancholy. What is more troublesome than a disobedient daughter? The movement blew a breeze, and a piece of letter on the table shook. Allison glanced at it, and was surprised to find that it was related to the war, and asked, what is this? A letter for help from the Stepstones. Viserys didn't even look at it, nor was he interested. Lena was still in King's Landing, urging him to send troops to help. But it didn't seem to be a threat, but the intention of her cousin Rhaenys. After getting the consent, Allison picked up the letter and read it, frowning, why don't you send troops to support? Eamon's father is also here, and he has just made a contribution. The letter said that the occupation was tense and the soldiers had lost confidence in the protracted war. All the mercenaries under Daemon ran away. The plot of dragon taming will soon be over. There will be a small plot, and then it will be time to tame the dragon. Guess which dragon is tamed? Chapter 36. So what? Should we attribute Eamon's achievements to Daemon? Viserys said angrily. Allison frowned even deeper and said seriously, Eman is Eman, Daemon is Daemon, they can't be confused. No one can embezzle the little guy's achievements. Seeing his wife's serious face, Viserys explained, because the two arrogant people started the war, they are dissatisfied with my decision. If I send reinforcements to Daemon and the sea snake Corlys now, what do you think of me as a king? Disobeying his orders and openly opposing his rule. I'm about to lose, and I want him to wipe my ass. Ha ha. Allison put down the letter and advised kindly, perhaps people will say that the king is broad-minded and loves his brother. No, people will only laugh at my weakness. Viserys smiled sarcastically. Allison asked, then what do you believe in more? Viserys was stunned by the question, and had a severe headache. He said angrily, I think I am an unlucky guy who can never please everyone. He was kind to everyone and always had a smile on his face. But no one respected his decision, and they all had ulterior motives. Allison watched quietly, and when her husband calmed down a little, she said, to put it another way, which is more conducive to the stability of the kingdom. Let the crab feeder grow stronger, or eradicate him. She still remembered the kidnapped noble lady. Escape is not a solution, only struggle. Viserys fell silent after hearing this. He had his own considerations. Daemon and the sea serpent Corlys were held back by the Stepstones, and the Iron Throne was free from threats. When the sea serpent Corlys first proposed to him to attack the Stepstones, he had this idea. The Velaryon family made their fortune by maritime trade. The pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom were causing trouble, and Tidehead Island was the first to be affected. Otherwise, why would Sea Serpent Corlys prefer to start a war privately and conquer the Stepstone Islands? Behind the arrival of Coral Null, there is a hidden instruction from her cousin Rhaenys. From the information revealed in the letter, it is not Sea Serpent Corlys who is in trouble, but his younger brother Daemon. Tidehead Island is a big family, even if the loss of soldiers and generals has not shaken the foundation. And Daemon has no fiefdom, like a rootless duckweed. The army under his command is all hired mercenaries. Now that the mercenaries have retreated when they see that things are not going well, Daemon is completely isolated and helpless, and has lost the qualification to be on an equal footing with Sea Serpent Corlys. This letter of help from Wymond is likely to be instructed by Sea Serpent Corlys. The purpose is to isolate Daemon and drag the royal family behind him into the water. When the war is won, the royal family will gain a reputation and the Velaryon family will benefit. Daemon will get nothing. Stinky boy, the situation is not good. Viserys frowned and made a decision in his heart. He admitted that he did not have the breadth of mind and courage of his cousin Rhaenys, but that did not mean he was narrow-minded and would sit back and watch his brother suffer. Daemon needed his helping hand. Allison stopped persuading and suddenly asked, "What reward are you going to give to Eman?" "This is the key. What do you think?" Viserys came back to his senses and wanted to listen to his wife's advice. Allison said lightly, "You are the king, and any reward you give is very important, as long as you are not called stingy by others." "Haha, you are a lobbyist." Viserys pointed and laughed. It was Northwest's secret in the court that his wife and nephew had a good relationship. Grandfather Jaehaerys specifically told him to take good care of the two of them before his death. He also considered marrying Allison in this regard. Grandfather's vision must be better than his. Allison smiled but did not deny it. Viserys thought carefully and said in a negotiating tone, "That boy wants a title, but he has no fiefdom and is young." Yes, there seems to be no precedent in the royal family. Allison was neither anxious nor slow. Viserys glanced at her, trying to figure out whether she had discussed it with Eman, and gritted his teeth, then give him a prince title, and allow him to choose an unowned land as a fiefdom, or give him a prefix after inheriting Runestone City in the future. Anyway, it is better to give it all at once. The title of prince is noble, but it is not non-existent. For example, the Prince of Dragonstone, of the heir to the Iron Throne, is a prince title with a fiefdom as a prefix. Eman will inherit Runestone City, take root in the valley and then spread out. A prince title, the identity is worthy. Really? Allison was surprised. She didn't expect her husband, who had always hesitated, to be so straightforward. Of course. Viserys laughed and said mischievously, "My son has been crowned a prince. When Daemon returns victorious, it will be a good opportunity to suppress his arrogance. His younger brother Daemon is called Prince of the Capital, but he does not have the actual title of prince. Tease him well and let him give birth to such a smart and sensible son." Allison smiled with satisfaction, and a big stone fell from her heart. The day. Early in the morning, the throne room was crowded. Sir Harold, the commander of the King's Guard, stood under the Iron Throne and announced loudly, "In the name of Viserys I of the Targaryen family, King of the Undulls, the Rhaenyra, and the First Man, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. It is officially established that Eman Targaryen is the Prince of the Dragon and the heir to Runestone City." On the Iron Throne, Viserys wore a crown, held the family sword Blackfire, and looked down at his young nephew. Eman was dressed in black, with a badge with 3 red dragons on his chest, and turned around with a smile on his face. In the hall, noble lords from all over the country stood on both sides. They all came for the royal forest hunt, and never thought of witnessing a prince's appointment ceremony. Pa pa pa. After the announcement, thunderous applause rang out. Eman smiled cutely and bowed to everyone to express his gratitude. The badge on his chest shook, and the 3 red dragons seemed to spread their wings and fly out. Prince of the Dragon Clan, the title of prince without a fiefdom, the first since the founding of the country. Eman secretly complained, and was very satisfied. All things are difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a reason, it is considered the first step. With his dear mouth saving people merit, he certainly does not deserve a prince title. Who said that Allison helped behind the scenes? Besides, Uncle Viserys felt guilty and gave full compensation in one go. At this time, Lady Rhea came out from the crowd. With a respectful attitude, she said that she would take her son back to Runestone City to familiarize herself with the environment of the territory. Eman was beside him and nodded in agreement. There is always a give and take. Since his uncle made him a prince, he should get out of King's Landing on his own initiative. Don't leave a gap between the two sides. Sure enough, Viserys pretended to be reluctant and agreed that his nephew would return soon. The ceremony ended. Red Castle, God's Wood. Yo-yo. The white deer lay under the fishbeam tree, with bright red fallen leaves on its belly. Eman changed into a set of dragon riding clothes, stepped on the stirrup with his left foot, and climbed onto the deer's back with difficulty. The white deer was 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and was taller than the 8-year-old boy even when lying on the ground. When Eman climbed up, he laughed at himself. Climbing a deer is so hard, climbing a dragon must be like climbing a mountain. Not to mention the dream fire in the dragon's lair. Think about Vhagar's huge body like a mountain. Even with a saddle rope, it will take several minutes to climb. If the enemy comes quickly, there will be no time for the dragon rider to fight back. Eman, you are here. Just as I thought of the terrible old dragon, the old dragon's rider came. Eman turned around. Rhaenyra carried a cage covered with black cloth and walked side by side with Lana. Friends, is there any specific and official data on the size of giant dragons? I didn't see accurate data on the internet, I just watched the analysis of the drama. Please ask, is there any great god? Chapter 37, Lana and #039's Journey. Eman was very curious and asked, what's in the cage? It shouldn't be a parting gift. Crack. The cage shook and a shrill crow sounded. Rhaenyra shrugged and chuckled, you are leaving tomorrow. I specially asked for a raven from Grand Maester Miras to facilitate travel between King's Landing and Runestone. After that, she stuffed the cage to Eman. Rhaenyra, you are so thoughtful. Eman praised, and he was quite curious about ravens. In Westeros, ravens are the main messenger birds for noble lords to communicate with each other. They fly faster than pigeons and have high endurance. Every noble castle has a maester who specially raises them and can remember the routes they have flown. There is a nest of ravens in Runestone. But they are universal and not suitable for private delivery of letters. Rhaenyra put her hands behind her back, a look of reluctance flashed in her eyes, and she reminded, remember to write to me when you have time. If I have something bothering me, I will write to you too. Don't worry, no problem. Eman patted his chest and promised. He glanced at the smiling Lena, what's wrong with her? Lena is leaving too. Rhaenyra reacted and explained, the ship of the Velaryon family is on the same route as yours, so you can take care of me if you go together. Eman understood that this was to find a helper to escort him. Thank you. It's okay, I just want to get to know you. Lena has a gentle temperament, and every frown and smile is very charming. When she fell into Eman's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. Beautiful women are all bad women. People like Rhaenyra who have a beautiful face but are essentially brain-dead girls are always a minority. Lana smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice was soft, don't worry, I will take good care of you. Eman's forehead was dark, and he decisively chose to retreat. The day. Outside the Mud Gate, Blackwater Bay. 2 large ships docked at the port, flying the flags of the Targaryen and Velaryon families respectively. Eman stood on the shore and said goodbye one by one. Go back and study the way of governance seriously, and seek the welfare of the people of Runestone City in the future. Viserys personally went out of the city to see him off, with guilt and reluctance on his face. If it weren't for the rumors in King's Landing, Eman riding a white stag was said to be a god, as if the conqueror was reincarnated. He was unwilling to let his nephew go back to the valley. I will. Eman nodded vigorously. His little hand grabbed Ser Steve's white robe, staring at his uncle Viserys without saying a word. Ser Steve was embarrassed, lowered his head and dared not look at anyone. Viserys was very depressed. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and said, Sir Steve, you follow me back to the valley and teach me martial arts. Yes, Your Majesty. Sir Steve breathed a sigh of relief. The king just needs to let him go, otherwise he will be in a difficult situation. Eman smiled instantly and went to say goodbye to Rhaenyra again. Rhaenyra looked depressed. She hugged him intimately for a long time and reminded him again, remember to write to me. Yes. Eman buried his head in his flat belly and nodded in a muffled voice. After many days of contact, he knew that Rhaenyra was a very good person. She was just confused about her life choices, but she was usually a smart and enthusiastic sister. Just like the outbreak of Dance of the Dragons, she initially just wanted to kill her usurping brother Aegon, instead of implicating all the Green Party members. When he needed it, she would help him without reservation. After a while, Eman let go of his hand and said with a smile, "Time I come, remember to take me for a ride on the dragon." Rhaenyra burst into laughter and rubbed his little head. Finally, Eman and Allison said goodbye reluctantly, and the latter's eyes were red. "Bye, I'll be back." The sailboat sailed out of the port, and the little guy stood at the stern and waved at the shore. Not long after, the two sides were getting farther and farther away. "Prince, what should we do with these boxes?" Seagull Knight Sir Ryan approached lightly, fearing that he would scare the other party. Eman turned his head and frowned. "Sir, I am a prince now." "Okay, Your Highness." Sir Ryan smiled apologetically and changed his words immediately. "I forgot that the little guy in front of me is a real dragon prince. A prince at such a young age shows how much the king loves his nephew. There is no second one in the entire 7 kingdoms." Eman adjusted his mood, looked at the treasure chests piled on the deck, and said happily, "Put it away and put it in my small treasury." The crest of a roaring lion was engraved on the box. That was the reward he asked for from Duke Jason, who was recovering from his injury, before he left. One price, 10,000 gold dragons. Didn't bring that much on this trip. The treasury allocated funds on his behalf first, and Uncle Viserys signed a note, waiting for Casterly Rock to send money to make up for it. Duke Jason dared not to be angry, and between being cowardly and angry, he chose to be cowardly. In the end, the money was given. But the one who was most heartbroken was not him, but his younger brother Tyrion. Tyrion was very happy that his brother was injured, and he only hated that the white deer didn't kill him, so that he could replace him and become the Duke of Casterly Rock. Now it's good. The man was not killed, but he still had to pay money. After all, the Lannister family has a mine, and it is a gold mine that cannot be mined for thousands of years, so it can be regarded as a loss to avoid disaster. "Yes, Prince." Sir Ryan agreed and ordered his men to keep the boxes of gold dragons safe. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Eman waved his hand, full of happiness. "I felt that my waist had gained 2 circles of weight. Maybe this is the feeling of being rich. Speaking of which, the guard team my mother gave me is really good. Unlike Gunther, who is taciturn and a full-time bodyguard. Sir Ryan is good at thinking and is more suitable for business management. He can handle all the big and small affairs around him well. As for William, fortunately, there is an additional White Knight Steve, and the number of guards has increased by 1. King's Landing, Red Castle Gate. The sky suddenly became gloomy, and a light rain fell. The first spring rain of this year watered the tender grass and fertilized the land. A carriage drove out of the gate and resolutely walked into the rain. Allison came with her skirt lifted up, standing under the battlements and watching the carriage gradually go away. Otto left. Just after Eman left, he was dismissed by King Viserys and forcibly sent back to Old Town. Facts have proved that royal power overwhelms prime ministerial power. The era of Prime Minister Otto is over, and the Imperial Council is about to replace the old with the new. There was a trace of heartache in Allison's eyes, and she stood there for a long time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want her only relative to go away. But she didn't want to live a life controlled by others anymore. The White Knight's Kegel held a red umbrella over the Queen's head. Everyone would be sad to say goodbye twice a day. "Let's go back." Allison took a deep breath and turned to face the new beginning. Gradually, the soft drizzle became heavier. Illick walked halfway and took a cage covered with black cloth from the servant, and hurriedly said, "Queen, this is the farewell gift that the prince asked me to give to you." "What is it?" Allison wiped the corners of her eyes and returned to normal. Illick lifted the black cloth and replied, "It's a raven. The prince told you to send a message if you miss him." Allison paused, and a beautiful arc appeared on her lips. "Then I hurried back to write a letter. Please read it, give me a monthly ticket, and give me a reward. Friends, this is a new book, please read it." Chapter 38 Fishing to Lure the Dragon. Blackwater Bay. The sailing boat traveled very quickly, and we could see the outline of Dragonstone in the distance. "Hey!" Eamon stayed in the stern of the boat, sitting on a small horse, and swung a hard shot. The fishhook plopped into the water, and the fist-sized bait made a nest like crazy. "You can't catch fish like this." Lana approached quietly, her white wrist resting on the railing of the boat, her upper body leaning forward to reveal her plump figure. Eman glanced at it and said contemptuously, "The one who wishes will take the bait, do you understand? Are you catching fish? Big mistake, what you are fishing for is your state of mind." Lana tilted her head and pointed, "The boat is moving very fast, and the fish can't catch up with the hook even if they smell the scent of the bait." Eman raised his chin and said confidently, "I don't need waste in my fish basket." "It makes sense." Lana nodded thoughtfully, found a fishing rod, stood there and swung a rod. She is even more capitalist than Eman, and she doesn't even let go of the bait. Eman saw this and sneered, "You are not even worthy of the title of nest-making immortal." His bait was mixed with Urala grass, and the fish smelled it as if they were on drugs. "Why do you do that?" Gigi. The furry golden-nosed rat emerged from the collar, stretched out its little paws and pointed at the silver-haired beauty. Quite a bit of a funny look. Lana rolled her eyes slightly and was too lazy to pay attention to either person or mouse. Time passed by minute. The effect of Urala grass is powerful, attracting a large number of fish to take the bait. Eman kept closing and swinging the club, flying busily. Lana was surprised at first, and then looked numbly at Dragonstone Island, which was getting closer and closer. "Do you want to stay one night?" Eman asked suddenly. Lana was stunned for a moment. "What?" Eman drew back his stick again and said matter-of-factly, "Dragonstone Island. I can treat you to grilled fish. The distance from Junlin to Throat takes about 1 day by ship. Dragonstone is not far away and can be used as a transfer station if you are not in a hurry. But Chowdo Island is adjacent to Dragonstone Island. It is more convenient for Lana to go home." "Can." Lana agreed decisively, put away the fishing rod in a decadent manner, and said with a smile, "You treat me to grilled fish, and I will take you to visit Longshan." Eman frowned. He secretly said that this person has such a good attitude, the Air Force can still laugh when he is like this. Lana pointed to Dragonstone Island and introduced, 2 young dragons hatched in Longshan. One is shiny gold, and the other is ink-like cobalt blue. You must like it. Everyone in the Targaryen family is obsessed with sex, especially the handsome dragon. I believe my little cousin is also crazy. Eamon's eyes shone, and he had indeed been tricked. He really wanted a dragon. The best thing is to collect some magic essence by touching the dragon. During the conversation, the sailing ship's course shifted. Dragonstone is just around the corner. Hiss. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry sounded. Eman was startled and quickly looked around after hearing the sound. On the east coast of Dragonstone Island, there is a reef area not far from the beach. A petite light gray-white dragon shadow suddenly appeared. Eman watched carefully. The light gray-white dragon shadow plunged into the sea, picked up a silver-scaled sea fish and flew out, then rushed up into the thin clouds and missed among the lightning and flint stones. That's it. With its psychedelic light gray-white scales, it is hidden among the clouds and mist. A natural master of concealment. Do you know this dragon? Eman said in a daze. With a serious look on her face, Lana pulled him towards the bow of the ship and whispered, "That's a wild dragon. It's best not to mess with it. Wild dragons have weird tempers and hide whenever possible. I don't know when a wild dragon appeared on Dragonstone Island. It seems that it is still a young dragon." Eman was forcibly dragged away. When he came to his senses, he said anxiously, "My fish has been confiscated. I'll find someone to collect it later." Lana couldn't help but let the fish in the fish basket jump to the deck. This is definitely not a small revenge for not being able to catch any fish. Noon. The sailing ship resumed its course, getting farther and farther away from Dragonstone. Eman was lying on the railing of the boat, his fair face showing sadness and despair. My dragon didn't land on the island. He is ready. Why not let him land on the island and start a vigorous dragon training? Lana was wearing a blue skirt, leaning against the railing of the boat with her butt raised, watching the joke nearby. Eman held out a hand, trying to regain the lost opportunity. We were originally going to the island to rest, but my mother, Mrs. Leia, suddenly ordered that we must leave Blackwater Bay today. Mom, why? Eamon's face dropped, as if he had lost all strength and means. Mrs. Leia's face was frosty and she said coldly, Your father is back, and he regards his niece's fiefdom as his own. The implication is that everyone feels dirty when they meet. Eman was stunned when he heard this and said in surprise, "Isn't he fighting?" 1. Mrs. Leia said indifferently, "When Miss Lana received the letter, I jumped over the wall in a hurry, broke into the stone step islands alone to lure the enemy deep, and killed the crab feeder in a one-on-one duel." Eman blinked and looked at Lana beside him. Lana nodded slightly, indicating that she was right. 7 hells. Eman slapped his forehead, wondering whether he was sad or happy. It would have been a good thing for Dad Daemon to return victorious. But due to the relationship between husband and wife and father and son, it is really difficult to comment. Besides, Uncle has just sent reinforcements. Eman was helpless. Allison told him that Uncle Viserys had a change of heart and sent troops to support his isolated brother. He wanted to be a hero and restore the brotherhood. But everyone forgot one thing. Daemon was called the Prince of Rangers, a synonym for cunning and bravery. This kind of ruthless man who was full of epic colors and could be published in a book cannot be judged by common sense. Lady Rhea crossed her arms and asked, "Come with me, or stay on Dragonstone?" Eman shook his head, "I'm with you." "Very good, then shut up." Lady Rhea seemed to be stressed. She was hot-tempered when she mentioned Daemon, and her words were sarcastic. Eman was helpless. If he stayed on Dragonstone, he would probably meet his father Daemon, who had returned victorious. But the father and son had no feelings for each other, so there was no need to meet. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a horn sounded in the watchtower. Lana felt something in her heart and said goodbye in advance. "The island of Tidehead is ahead, I'm going to get off the boat. I'll miss you." Eman was very perfunctory. Lana was amused and angry. She bent down and pulled to the same parallel line, pinching Eman's fat face with her fingers. "I promised Rhaenyra to take care of you. I'll ride Vhagar and send you off for the last time." Eman had a unique perspective, and he was stunned when he saw the big bear that was about to come out. Compared with her, Rhaenyra was shocked. "Bye, I'll invite you to visit Tidehead time." Lana seemed to be addicted to pinching, rubbing her white fingertips for a while, and reluctantly letting go. Until the other party turned and left. Eman slowly came back to his senses and said angrily, "You are so presumptuous. You pinch my face casually, just because you are so big." He didn't go to Dragonstone, and his companions also left. Eman was discouraged and returned to the stern to continue fishing. Targaryen men refuse the temptation of beauty. Fishing is the truth. Then, the fish basket at the stern was empty. Eman was dumbfounded. The fish basket fell to the ground, without a single fish left. "Where are my fish? Where are my baskets of fish?" Eman collapsed and wailed. Someone actually stole the fish from a child. Carefully look for clues. The fish basket was knocked over, and the wet deck had traces of burnt black after the fire, and half of the fish bone remained. Eman squatted down and picked up the miserable half of the fish bone. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. Fish Thief. Chapter 39 The Dragon. Chapter 39 Dragon, Vhagar. In the end, Eman chose to wait and see. Hold the fish basket, sit on the pony, and continue fishing. Don't let me catch you, or you'll have some juice to eat. Eman's teeth itched with anger. His Royal Highness is gradually adapting to his new identity. In the afternoon, it was sunny and windy. The sailing ship moved forward at full speed, crossed the throat and entered the strait. Eman was so sleepy waiting that the fish basket could no longer contain any fish. Woo-woo. At this moment, a rapid horn sounded. The sailors were shocked, dropped their work one after another, and ran to the bow of the ship. Add a layer of tension to the sailing boat. Eman woke up and asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Put down the fishing rod and look for Mom in the cabin." On the straight sea. A fusiform sailboat passed the throat, with a mating goddess painted on the sail, and the deck was filled with foreigners with colorful hair. All the old sailors know him. It was the slave ship of Les, one of the 9 free trade city-states. The foreigners with dyed hair were all mercenaries of Tylosai, one of the free trade city-states. 2 free city-states allied themselves with Myr to form the infamous Tri-Cities Alliance. They are the pirates of the 3 Women Kingdom who plundered the Stepstone Islands. "Mom, what's going on?" Eman trotted over, escorted among the Knights of the Vale. Mrs. Leia looked solemn and said, "The slave ships of the Three Women Kingdom may attack the ships along the way. As soon as the words are spoken, the possibility may be lost." The slave ship apparently discovered the Prince Eman flying the flag of 3 red dragons, and pounced on it like a mouse smelling cheese. Woo-woo. The lookout on the other side's ship blew the horn to signal an attack. "Get ready, don't relax." Lady Leia remained calm in the face of danger and ordered the Valley Knights to take out their bows and arrows. Valley Knights are good at riding and shooting, but they cannot ride horses on ships. Fortunately, they still have long-range means of fighting the enemy. Eman suppressed his nervousness and returned to the cabin to take out his small wooden bow. Always be prepared. Soon, the slave ship was getting closer and closer. The pirates of the Three Women Kingdom laughed wildly, and their ugly faces could be seen from across the ship. "Draw the bow." Madame Leia shouted and took the lead in unfurling her bow and arrow. Although she is a woman, she is not inferior to a man. Eman's face was tense, and he felt anxious for no reason. It would be nice if there was a dragon. Boom. As the thought came to mind, there was a sound of breaking wind above my head, and the wide canvas suddenly made a sharp sound. In an instant, the sky became as dark as night. A sense of depression swept over him, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur. Eman raised his eyes to the sky and was stunned. Dark green. The dark green that swallows up all colors. A body of dark green thick scales spread out a pair of huge creamy yellow wings, like a fierce monster like a huge mountain spanning the Blackwater Bay. At first glance, all he could see was a majestic chest that had gone through many vicissitudes of life. After a few breaths, the huge body flew across the throat, and the thick and long dragon tail swayed past. Prince, that is. Sir Steve, who was standing by his side, was stunned and swallowed hard. Eman's eyes were full of longing, and he said silently, "Vhagar. One of the 3 founding dragons of the Targaryen dynasty. After more than 100 years of changes, it is the oldest and largest ancient dragon in the world today. At this time, this huge old dragon climbed up the clouds and hovered thousands of meters in the sky. Everyone stand back." Mrs. Leia was convinced and ordered to stay away from the slave ship. The moment, Lanner's voice suddenly sounded. "Dragon flame, Vhagar." Boom. Vhagar's vertical pupils were indifferent, and his huge body swooped down. Hiss dash. Halfway down the dark green dragon body, orange dragon flames burst out with billowing black smoke, impacting the slave ship like a pillar of fire. In an instant, the mast of the slave ship broke and the entire deck was cracked inch by inch. The entire ship was engulfed in flames, engulfed and burned bit by bit. Vhagar spreads out a pair of huge wings with holes, raises its dragon head with sparse horns, and slowly lifts into the sky with its body drawing a crescent moon. Bang. The thick and long dragon's tail swung and hit the slave ship for the second time. Suddenly, the ship's planks shattered everywhere. Too strong. Eman squeezed out of the crowd and lay on the railing of the boat to watch the scene. The lifespan of a dragon is about 200 years. Vhagar was 160 years old at this time, undoubtedly an old dragon. You can tell the clues from the wrinkled skin under its thick scales, the large and small holes in its wing membranes, and the vicissitudes of life revealed by its pair of amber vertical pupils. And it is such an ancient dragon that is comparable to a war machine and has unparalleled battlefield experience. Dragon flame, Vhagar. An order came from the sky again, and black smoky dragon flames fell from the sky. Boom. The slave ship broke apart, its stern was raised high, and it slowly sank into the sea. Eman's heart was filled with excitement as he looked at the silver-haired figure on the dragon's back from a distance. Can't see clearly. Lana seemed to have changed into a black and red dragon riding suit, her wavy hair was pulled back on her head, and her whole person was replaced by a fierce temperament. A perfect contrast to her gentle appearance. The third dragon flame came again, covering the 3 female pirates who jumped into the sea, boiling the sea water and releasing steam. The scary old dragon turned around and headed back towards Chowdo Island. Eman stood on tiptoes and seemed to see Lana leaning over to wave to him. Everything comes and goes even faster. Vhagar flapped his wings, sweeping up gusts of wind and whistling, breaking through the clouds in the sky and going away. Not only Eman but everyone present was shocked. Compared with the golden dragon he met when he came here, the oppressive feeling brought by this dark green old dragon was like the end of the world. This is the difference between dragons. Eman muttered to himself, secretly clenching his fists. Sure enough, taming the dragons left by the Aes kings is the right way. Don't stand there stupidly, deal with the bastards of the three women's kingdom in the sea. Lady Leia seized the opportunity and stared at the remaining pirates struggling in the sea. Eman patted his face and walked over after he woke up. The Knights of the Valley drew their bows and arrows, ready to stand by at any time. Mom. Eman put away the small wooden bow, knowing that he had won. Lady Leia glanced down at him, pulled him by the back of his collar, and said indifferently, "This time you will be the official heir of Runestone City. First, get familiar with how to command the army." "I will." Eman was surprised. "Yes." Lady Leia pointed at the pirates of the three women's kingdom and said sternly, "You will give the order and kill them all. Her son can't be a coward. It's time to see blood." Sir Steve looked worried and hesitated. "Madam, the prince is still young." Lady Leia looked indifferent and said coldly, "Men of the Royce family should be in charge of the knife at the age of 8. Then, she stared at her son who was silent for a long time. Eman drooped his head, and his heart seemed to be clenched by a big hand. It's easy to give orders, but it's inevitable to be flustered to give orders to kill people personally. Lady Leia was silent, waiting for her son's answer. After a moment, Eman raised his head, his eyes more serious than ever, raised his hands and shouted, "Knights of the Valley." Dong, dong, dong. The Knights of the Valley looked solemn and stamped their feet in unison. Eman's little hand fell down, and he said coldly, "Shoot, don't leave any alive." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of arrows were thrown and fell like raindrops. The pirates of the three women's kingdom were hit by arrows, screamed and fell to the bottom of the sea, and the blood dyed the sea red. Not bad. Seeing this, Lady Leia put away her coldness and raised her mouth slightly. However, it was not over yet. Eman suddenly took off the small wooden bow, pulled out an arrow from her quiver, and strode to the side of the boat. The smiling face in the past was restrained, and she drew the bow and arrow while walking, aiming at the live target in the sea and shooting. Whoosh! The first archer was a little trembling, and the arrow brushed the pirates of the three women's kingdom and fell into the sea. Eman took out the second arrow, and the small wooden bow opened the full moon. Puff! With a scream, an arrow shot into a pirate's eye socket from a high position, knocking him to the bottom of the sea. Eman's face was calm, and he shot an arrow with every step he took. He walked to the side of the boat in 5 steps, and shot 4 arrows in a row into the pirate's eyes, neck and other vital parts. It was amazingly accurate. He walked 5 steps in total and killed 4 pirates from the three women's kingdom. Eman stopped and tried to draw the bow again, but there were no arrows. "Prince." Sir Steve hurriedly followed, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Eman threw the small wooden bow, clapped his hands, and exhaled, "This bow has no power, it's not handy." But this scene fell into the eyes of the Knights of the Valley. 50 strong men held their breath and were attracted by the prince's calm appearance. Even the fair and handsome face showed a cold kingly temperament at this moment. The dragon taming plot will unfold about 50 chapters ago. Don't be anxious, don't panic. Remember to read it, friends. Chapter 40. Eman smiled and walked back to the crowd slowly. The same words. At the critical moment, be alert and don't lose face. The brave enjoy everything first, courage needs no words. Mom, there are probably slaves on the ship. Eman reminded. Lady Rhea was still immersed in shock, staring at her silly son for a while, as if she had just met him for the first time. Prince, you are simply a reincarnation of a warrior. Sir Steve was so excited that he couldn't think of other words to praise the shocking act. Can only say that he is worthy of Daemon's blood. Or, it is really as the rumors say. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will toss a coin to decide whether he is crazy or great. Hush! Eman put his finger on his lips and said calmly, "Praise the dragon, sire. He is not a child anymore. His Royal Highness needs a dragon and a fiefdom, and then build a strong town to make it a rich place. Words of praise are outdated, not as good as actual benefits." Sir Steve suppressed his excitement, nodded vigorously, and stayed by the prince's side. At this time, Lady Rhea came back to her senses. The sea was full of corpses, and the sailors were ordered to salvage the sunken ship. Half an hour passed. A group of young and strong men in coarse linen clothes were rescued and boarded the ship. They had tattoos on their faces and necks, and they were crowded at the bow with timid expressions. There were probably hundreds of people, all slaves who were craftsmen. There were all kinds of craftsmen, and they could be identified by the tattoos on their bodies. Among them, there was also a young girl with a torn dress, who looked like the daughter of a noble lord. Eman looked at them and secretly calculated how rare it was to be a craftsman. As for the beautiful girl with long black hair. Sorry. Targaryen men are only interested in silver-haired women riding dragons. Prince, look at what this is. Sir Steve pried open a box, and a black bone bow was placed inside. The bone bow was not a longbow, but a highly skilled recurve bow. The whole body is as black as ink, with sharp horns at both ends, and the bowstring is the tendon of some powerful creature. Dragon bone bow. Eman recognized it at a glance and took the black bone bow that was as tall as his body. It felt heavy in his hand, not cold and piercing, but thick and warm. The panel prompt sounded at the right time. Found an item containing rare magic, get magic essence +1. Eman was stunned when he heard the voice, and there was an unexpected gain. On second thought, it is normal for dragon bones to have some magic left, and it is even more precious when made into weapons. It is not lower than the bronze armor. Sir Steve said happily, this batch of slaves is the goods sold to Pentos, and this dragon bone bow is even more precious. Thank you, sir. Eman smiled and hugged the heavy dragon bone bow. As the name suggests, the bow body is made of dragon bones. On the other side of the Straight Sea, dragon bones and dragon horns are precious things, and they are often auctioned at high prices. King's Landing also has it, but it lacks the craftsmanship of polishing dragon bones. The dragon bone bow in his hand is hard and the details are polished perfectly. It is probably the work of a top craftsman of Qohor. Compared with it, the small wooden bow was destroyed in seconds. Eman, come here. Lady Rhea frowned and pointed at the craftsmen and slaves, tell them that they will be released in Gulltown and fend for themselves. These are foreigners, speaking Balerion. Eman obeyed obediently and acted as an interpreter. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to say, Mom, keep them. Turtlestone City does not need so many craftsmen. Lady Rhea looked around, not wanting to support so many people in vain. Eman looked up and said seriously, leave it to me, it will always be useful. More than 100 craftsmen cannot be found in King's Landing in a short time. The valley is relatively backward, and it is time to use people. Lady Rhea stared into her son's eyes, thought for a moment, and agreed, they belong to you, and you pay for their food and drink. No problem. Eman smiled. Lady Rhea waved her hand, signaling the sailors to take the craftsmen slaves away. Afterwards, she called the 50 knights of the Vale who were accompanying her. Eman's eyes were clear, for some reason. Lady Rhea rubbed his head, rarely showing satisfaction, and said, in view of your performance, these 50 knights of the Vale will be under your command in the future, and they will be loyal to you wholeheartedly. Really? Eman couldn't believe it. 50 knights of the Vale are already a force that cannot be underestimated. Lady Rhea affirmed, people in our family are as good as a spit. Give it as soon as you say it, to build momentum for your son. The blood cousins of Runestone City are complicated, and they are bound to oppose Targaryen as the heir, so they need to lay the foundation in advance. Eman was surprised and happy, thinking that today is a good day. It doesn't matter whether Dad Demon comes back or not. Dragonbone bows, craftsman slaves, and valley knights directly meet the needs of developing fiefdoms, and a small team can be formed. You go down first. Lady Rhea gave Gunther a look, indicating that he should take his son to familiarize himself with the army. The valley knights watched the eyes and the noses and hearts, and had no objection to being loyal to a young prince, but were very much looking forward to it. The scene of the prince shooting the pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom was vivid in his mind. An 8-year-old child is like a reincarnation of a warrior. The sailboat continued to sail. Lady Rhea called the only girl dressed in aristocratic clothes and asked about her origins. What is your name? The poor girl was relieved to have survived the disaster and confessed truthfully, my name is Johanna Sven, and Earl Sven of Stonehelm is my uncle. Your uncle is an earl, why didn't he save you? Lady Leia had a strange expression. Johanna lowered her head and bit her lower lip. My uncle refused to pay the ransom. The rest was really hard to say. If her uncle was reluctant to spend money, she would be sold to brothels in major free trade cities. Haha, Earl Sven is really unyielding. Lady Leia laughed sarcastically and asked, I have heard of you, do you want me to send someone to send you back? Johanna buried her head even lower, obviously dissatisfied with her cold-blooded uncle, and didn't want to go back and suffer cold eyes. Then stay in Runestone City and be my female companion. Lady Leia knew her difficulties and took her in kindly so that she would not be homeless. Thank you, madam. Johanna knelt on the ground and shed excited tears. Eman watched the whole process, looked at Johanna curiously, and then returned to the stern. Johanna, the Black Swan, is a famous socialite in Rees and half of the power behind the scenes. She has experienced ups and downs in life, but she is also inspiring enough. I heard about the royal hunting, but I didn't expect that she would be accidentally rescued by her own family. Then she doesn't have to be sold to a brothel to suffer. Keep her well, and she can be used in the future. The sun gradually sets. Facing the glory of the setting sun, the sea surface is rendered with a soft blush. Ah! Eman stood at the stern and screamed. I saw the fish basket overturned again, and the full of fish were gone. In addition to the charred marks, there was only a dead fish wrapped in sticky saliva. It seems that the fish thief was full and vomited out by regurgitation. Bold, I must catch you. Eman's eyes were blazing, and he sat on the small stool and began to cast the hook frantically. Don't you like to eat fish? Then fish. If you dare, I'll fish all the way, and you can steal the fish all the way. I'll eat you to death, you fish thief. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble. Eman thought bitterly. Dragons are not tools, but highly intelligent creatures with flesh and blood. Every dragon is cute. Chapter 41, The Shock of Fushur City. Time flies, half a month later. Valley, Runestone City. In the early morning, the sun had just risen and the sunlight hit the curtains. The prince's bedroom. Eman opened his eyes drowsily and yawned hard. Good morning, everyone. The sleepy-eyed prince greeted him randomly. The so-called bedroom is actually a small room that is not that big. I slept late last night, still thinking about the fish thief. After 3 consecutive days of sailing at sea, all the big fish caught were stolen and became a buffet for fish thieves. Until landing in Seagull town, things came to an end. His Highness the Prince was very angry because he didn't catch it. However, I heard rumors from fishermen in Seagull town that someone saw a light gray-white dragon shadow in the sea fog in the early morning. Usually fish and eat. He will be timid and hide when meeting people, just like being shy. Don't stay in the valley. It's safer to go back to Dragonstone. Eman murmured softly, feeling relieved that the little wild dragon was full of evasion points. Then, look for the people you say hello to. The 4 dragon eggs on the bed, the dragon bone bow hanging by the bedside, and on the wall, 6 pieces of rusty bronze armor. The bronze armors all only have chestplate armor, with runes engraved on it, revealing a sense of vicissitudes of life. Xiaobai, come out and work. Eman put on his clothes and called to the golden-nosed rat who had crawled under the bed. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat was lively and active. Malu climbed onto the bed and stuffed 3 dragon eggs into the space bag in his mouth to keep them. So good, Xiaobai. Eman nodded with satisfaction and did not hesitate to praise. It's easy to use if you have space, and can store a lot of things. As for the names, they are all code names, as long as you can understand them. Shushu wouldn't blame him. Get up in the morning and habitually call up the Magic Essence panel. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Balerion Dragon King, 23%. Skills, Riding, Proficient, Archery, Proficient, Magical Hands, Proficient. Magic Card, Rock Solid +1, Blue, Kingly Temperament, Purple. Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Animal. Comment, Healthy Developing Human Cub, gradually returning to normal weight. Eman looked at it again and turned the card board. 3 cards, 1 white, 2 green, are all of low value. Ignore. His eyes fell on the golden hourglass. Quantity of essence, 149. It's great. I feel comfortable having money in my pocket. Eman was extremely satisfied. Over the past half-month, the number of essences has grown steadily. Many of these items produce magic essence, and an interval of time is found. The 4 dragon eggs are large grain producers, producing 12 points of essence in 3 days. Counting the days in King's Landing, a total of 60 points of essence are accumulated. White deer ranks second, producing 10 points of essence every 7 days. Not much, better than stability. Other weapons such as dragon bone bows and bronze armors can only be produced once every half a month, with only a pitiful 1 to 3 points of essence at a time. Of the 6 pieces of bronze armor hanging in Eamon's room, 4 were taken out of the tomb and 2 were antiques from the homes of William and Gonsel. Total 0 and 0, including the 3 newly found clumps of Urala grass, a total of 149 essence points. Eamon, I'm afraid of being poor, so I don't dare to spend any money. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat is simple-minded and doesn't understand why its owner is happy. It just follows the happiness and rubs its head against the palm of its owner's hand. Come on, let's go. Eamon held up the golden-nosed rat with his hands and placed it gently on his shoulders. Immediately, he pushed the door open and walked out. In the hall, Johanna, wearing a maid uniform, stood respectfully at the dining table with her head lowered. Eamon had a good appetite and ate all his breakfast. Prince, it's time for you to go out and exercise. Johanna reminded in a low voice. Eamon was stunned when he heard this, chewing something in his mouth. What does it mean? Mom sent you to supervise my meals. Johanna remained silent, ranging from surprise to numbness at His Highness the Prince's unparalleled appetite. I have never seen any child so good at cooking. I've lost weight, really. Eamon wiped his mouth and stretched out his hand to squeeze his slightly swollen belly. Since returning from King's Landing, he has been training hard with Sir Steve. Riding, archery, swordsmanship. The fair and lovely face is not thin, but the small arms and legs are full of strength, and can already stretch the keelbow by 1/3. Not for free. Johanna cleared the table and reminded, Madam, I told you to take a walk after dinner, every day. The last 2 words were deliberately emphasized. Eamon suddenly understood. Half a month ago. Land at the port of Seagull town and ride the white deer all the way back to Runestone City. His ostentatious way of traveling, coupled with his title of prince and his qualifications as the designated heir, have become a well-known legend in the valley. Prince Eamon's reputation was completely eliminated. But all living beings have different attitudes and ideas. For example, among the Roy's tribe in Runestone City, some people are willing to be loyal, while some diehards are indifferent. But that doesn't matter, time will tell. He is the heir to Runestone City, and no one can change this. His mother asked him to walk around once a day so that the Roys could get to know him more quickly. After all, I didn't go out all the time before and had little contact. Okay, I'll leave first. Eamon said thank you and got up to go out. Johanna was wearing a maid outfit, but her identity was that of her mother's companion, and her status was equivalent to that of a lord's attendant or wine waiter. Those are all decent jobs that only aristocratic ladies can do. Rhaenyra had many female companions around her, gilded with the status of princess companions. Worthy of respect. Eamon had just gone out. Yo-yo. A big deer antler passed through the crotch, and the body slid back smoothly along the satin-like white hair, and landed steadily on the deer's back. Eamon sat on the matching saddle, touched the silky white fur, and chuckled, "You scared me in such a hurry." Yo-yo. The white deer is docile by nature, its majestic body stands up, and carries His Highness the Prince on his trip. Eamon, reward. The golden-nosed mouse twitched its little beard, took out a handful of Urala grass from its mouth, climbed onto the deer's head and fed it. One big, one small, and 2 white have already become familiar with each other. The white deer opens its mouth and refuses no one who comes. Eamon staggered and felt better, admiring the beauty of Runestone City from a perspective he never had before. Looking at the valley, Runestone City is definitely one of the best castles. It covers a large area and has tall and thick walls. The tower of the castle where you live is like a big smoke pipe, standing tall and majestic. Areas are strictly divided and everyone performs their duties. It was early in the morning, and many people were competing in the forecourt of the castle. Various craftsmen and servants were working hard, and there was a sense of warmth in the noise. It's really a long way to go to inherit this place. Eman shook his head and sighed. Besides, he can't inherit it even if his mother is still alive. Ding dong. Ding dong. Bai Lu moved gracefully and walked to a simple blacksmith shop. Prince, you are here. Sir Steve was at the shop and greeted him in a friendly manner. Is my sword forged yet? Eman asked. The white deer is very intelligent and will lie down on its back to allow its owner to slide off its back. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. Whether they were members of the Royce family or their vassals and knights, they were all jealous. The auspicious animal white deer is combined with the title of prince. It was a critical hit. Sir Steve waved and said with a smile, "Okay, take a look." An elderly blacksmith with white hair and beard walked out of the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was a slave craftsman rescued on the ship, along with 5 young apprentices. Great Dragon King, a sword dedicated to you. The old blacksmith had a solemn face, kneeling in front of the young prince, holding a 2-foot dagger in his hands like a pilgrim. The words spoken were also in Balerion. Get up, don't kneel. Eman frowned and scolded, High Valyria, there are no slaves under the Targaryens. The old blacksmith trembled all over and quickly got up. Balerion is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. As a member of the Dragon King family, the Targaryens systematically learned the high-level accents among the upper-class noble lords. The common people's spoken language is mixed, and their instinct will be to worship and awe. Chapter 42, Independent Heart. Look at his frightened look. Eman sighed softly, feeling really out of breath. Most of the craftsmen slaves who were brought back were like this, having experienced too much persecution and torture from their slave owners. He considers himself inferior to others and finds it difficult to integrate into Runestone City. Fortunately, it is easy to make a living. There are more than 120 people in total, and 5 people are grouped into one household. According to the standard that 1 gold dragon per household in Junlan can live a prosperous life for a month, it only takes 60 gold dragons per month to support them. Only 720 gold dragons are needed in a year. And our prince has a total of 10,000 golden dragons in his hands, which can be spent for more than 10 years. You go down first, live a good life, and come to me if you need anything. Eman waved his hand, very responsible. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. The old blacksmith retreated tremblingly. Eman remained calm and familiar with his new sword. Aha! The 2-foot sword was drawn out. The blade was dark orange and the ridge was thick. There is no doubt that this is a bronze sword. Eman looked it up and down. The hilt of the sword is held tightly to ensure that it does not hurt your hands and ends you from sweating. The sword was hammered into a circle wrapped around 4 squares, with runes engraved on the surface. It seems like it's useless. Eman frowned seriously and touched the sequence runes engraved on both sides of the sword spine with his fingers. Bronze faith, rune culture. The combination of the two is the symbol of the Royce family. Those bronze armors are engraved with runes, saying they protect the person wearing the armor. This is false, but the bronze armor does contain a small amount of magic. Moreover, there is a high probability that it is the function of runes. Sir Stephen was also watching and persuaded, Prince, many magical deeds are false and true, true and false, and we cannot copy them. You're right, sir. Eman sheathed his sword and agreed, when manpower is exhausted, I understand. The broken runes cannot trace the complete rune belief. His brain is definitely not good enough. I still hope that the essence panel can redeem some cards with related knowledge. Let's go. Eman put the bronze dagger around his waist and mounted the white deer. He is also a person with status. Of course it must be paired with a good sword. Although bronze is soft, the blacksmith's skills are high. The 8-year-old used it and it matched well. Looking at the smiling His Royal Highness, Sir Steve smiled knowingly, and his mood became cheerful. King's Landing is a mouse hole, and the White Knight is cautious. Fushur City has polarized attitudes, but at least the people it protects are very open-minded. Just think of it as a long vacation. the white deer walked and stopped, trying to complete one circle before 8 o'clock in the morning. Eman had a smile on his face and greeted some familiar people from time to time. However, more people are indifferent. Among them were mainly knights from the Royce family, who were not interested in the young prince. Together with more mercenary knights and knight retinues, they choose not to help each other. After wandering around, return to the castle. Teaching loft. Squeak. Eman pushed open the door. The old maester had been waiting for a long time. His Royal Highness is still young and must go to school at 8 in the morning every day. Good morning, maester. Eman said hello and walked straight to the podium. William sat under the stage, holding a book and waiting for class. Gonsul was also there, sitting on the window-sill with his big butt, chewing on oranges. Sir Steve glanced at him and stood guard at the door. The people in the same room, excluding the old and frail old bachelor, are His Highness the Prince's small team. Seagull Knight Ryan Shed is not here. He went home after landing in Seagull Town. The size of the escort team is reduced by 1. The old bachelor took out a letter from his sleeve and said slowly and logically, "The princess's reply to you." "Oh, let me see." Eman opened the envelope. Eyes turned elsewhere, and the corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous arc. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to see his son, he would rather sleep with a goat in his arms. Eman was beside him, and he was dumbfounded at the moment. My mother is very aggressive, which is completely opposite to her usual way of cherishing words like gold. Yes, Lady Leia is still out putting. She raised her eyes and glanced at the crown on her husband's head, her eyes becoming more hostile, and mockingly said, "I heard that you won the war, but instead of throwing yourself into the warm embrace of your brother, you chose to stay on the Stone Steps Islands to play house. A remote place where birds don't poop." The other party actually thought that by occupying that place, they could be on an equal footing with the king's brother. What a big joke. Daemon remained silent and just glanced at his son to him, his expression unclear. "What is your purpose in coming to Runestone City?" Mrs. Leia restrained herself slightly and said cautiously, "Do you want to show off your ridiculous crown, or do you want to take away your blood?" She knew her husband too well. No reason to set foot in the valley. I have to say that women's intuition is very accurate. Daemon raised his head, his eyes completely focused on his son, and said calmly, "You have been well brought up, and you still look like a Targaryen." Haha, hearing compliments from your mouth is like a dog changing its habit of eating shit. Mrs. Leia sneered and spoke in a weird way. Daemon's eyes were contemptuous, and he turned around and walked out. "I will leave my son to you. The valley is more suitable for him." After that, he greeted Eman, "Take me out for a walk. I can't breathe in this castle that smells of sheep dung." "Daemon, he is my son and will never leave you," Mrs. Leia said excitedly. Daemon turned a deaf ear and strode out the door. Seeing that his mother did not stop him, Eman pondered for a moment and followed in the footsteps of his father Daemon. If a couple doesn't get along, it's better to keep their distance. As soon as he went out, Daemon took a deep breath and cursed, "Bitch." Eman. As expected of you, living father. What a mouthful. Daemon was so depressed that he didn't have a big fight in front of his son. It's almost red temperature. Outside Runestone City. 2 silver-haired figures, one large and one small, walked together on the leafy grassland. The father and son were not familiar with each other, so neither said a word. The further they walked, the more silent they became. Hiss. Ga. Caraxia was lying not far away, his slender neck raised high, watching with interest. Eman heard the sound and looked over, a flash of envy flashing in his eyes. Of all the dragons we have ever seen, Caraxio is definitely a giant. Much larger than Syracuse. Even compared to the older Minghua, his body shape is not inferior in any way. Thanks to its slender and flexible body like a snake, its length is even longer, reaching an astonishing more than 60 meters. Paired with a pair of wide blood-red wings, it is simply a nightmare for ground enemies. You like it? Daemon suddenly spoke. Eman was startled when he heard this and replied, "It is huge and fierce. Targaryen men should be exposed to dragons as soon as possible." Daemon nodded slightly and shifted his feet. Eman felt happy and followed closely. Hiss. Caraxia roared, his huge body shaking slightly. Daemon walked to the ferocious dragon's head and stretched out his hand. "Come on, give me your hand." Eman did as he was told. Daemon couldn't help but hold his little hand with red marks from sword practice and put it against the side of the dragon's head covered with scarlet scales. Chapter 47 Valyrian Steel Dagger. Discover a powerful creature with special magic and obtain a portion of the scorching fire magic. The panel system sounded. Eman only felt his palms warm up, and a ray of red floated out of the red scales, swaying and drilling into his chest. A warm current surged in his body, and his strength increased a little out of thin air. Subconsciously called up the panel. Eman Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 28%. Skills, Riding, Mastery, Archery, Great, Magical Hands, Proficiency. Magic Card, Solid as a Rock +1, Blue, King's Temperament, Purple. Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, Healthy and developing human cubs, with a physique far superior to their peers. Eman took a look and purified his bloodline by 5% again. Turn around the card panel. 3 cards, 1 gray, 1 white, and 1 green, are all useless gadgets. To the golden hourglass, essence quantity, 462. After 2 months, I have accumulated a large amount of magic essence. During this period, 10 points of essence will be deducted for each Constitution +1 exchanged, and 80 points of magic essence will be deducted for each Archery expertise. The rest are all displayed on the panel. The benefits are great. 3. Constitution +1 will give you a strong physique, and Archery expertise will instill the experience of a master archer, greatly accelerating the training of archery. Hiss. Corax shook his dragon head, glanced at the human cub with his vertical pupils, and felt a sense of favor for some reason. Eman laughed. "It doesn't seem to reject me. Because you are my son," Daemon said confidently. Eman blinked, thinking that his name was destined to be with Corax. Daemon saw through his little thoughts at a glance, and said nostalgically, "Its Eos owner was called Eman." Eman nodded silently. "I couldn't help thinking in my heart that since you are good to me, I won't think about inheriting your dragon." After a while, Daemon glanced at the sky and said thoughtfully, "Boy, I should give you a parting gift." Eman said unexpectedly, "Are you leaving?" "What else?" Daemon sneered and asked, "Do you think I will sleep in the sheepfold or the stable tonight if I stay in Runestone City?" "Damn bronze bitch." Eman. Silence is Cambridge tonight. In his Eos life, he was not an orphan, but he was more like an orphan. He studied hard in boarding school since he was a child and had basically no family interaction. This life is similar. Suddenly encountering family conflicts is indeed touching the blind spot of knowledge. I fought in the Stone Steps archipelago, cut off the idiot who fed crabs, and found a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in the cave. Daemon said to himself, and it can be seen that he gained a lot. Afterwards, he pulled out a short dagger with water ripples from his boots and waist. "What is this?" Eamon's eyes lit up. Daemon looked down at his son and said, 2 Valyrian steel daggers, from the collection of a wealthy merchant in Volantis. You don't have to guess, they were obtained by looting the pirate treasures of the 3 Women's Kingdom. Daemon turned the daggers with both hands and smacked his lips. "It's too short for me. I wanted to sell it to Pentos for some money, so I'd rather leave it to you for fun." After that, he handed over the 2 daggers. Eman took them with both hands with a serious look. Discovered an item containing magic, gain magic essence +5. The panel prompt sounded twice, and a total of 10 magic essence was gained. Eman didn't care about this, his eyes were fixed on the 2 daggers. They were both very short, with a length of 23 centimeters. They were made of Valyrian steel, even the handle and the blade were the same, and the handle was wrapped with special hemp rope to end slipping. The daggers were covered with water ripples, and they seemed to flow with slight ripples in the sun. Each shape has its own characteristics. One is as straight as a needle, and it feels like a sharp dragon tooth in the hand. The tip of one is curved, like the flexible claws of a giant dragon. "How is it, do you like it?" Daemon looked down at his son's expression and spoke High Valyrian again. "Now, you and I have a part of our ancestors." Eman glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw his hand on the sword at his waist. The hilt is slender, and the hilt is like a pair of dragon wings. The family sword of the Targaryen family, Dark Sister. Eman retracted his gaze, holding the dagger with his left and right hands, and answered in the same language, yes, it's just right. He is not stupid enough to believe the so-called too short to sell for money. Dad Daemon is a proud man, and he has a high degree of recognition of the ancient Valyrian blood flowing in his veins. In short, it is to look down on everyone except Targaryen equally. This can be seen from the fact that he took the initiative to guide Eman to communicate in High Valyrian. Seeing his son using the daggers well, Daemon nodded with satisfaction. They are yours. Eman smiled and suggested, I want to give them names. Unconsciously, the relationship between father and son became closer. Perhaps this is the power of money. Daemon said indifferently, it's up to you. Eman listened and carefully observed the two small daggers. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he was. He was not old enough to use a sword, especially he could never learn to hold a sword with both hands. On the contrary, the two daggers were easy to use and carry. He held one in each hand and used them as if they were his arms. Let's call them Dragon Tooth and Dragon Claw. Eman thought divergently and came up with two simple and crude names. He said happily, one is as sharp as a tooth, and the other is as curved as a toe. Daemon smiled and turned to climb onto the dragon's back. Eman took 2 steps back, feeling reluctant to give up. We'll meet soon. Daemon said meaningfully. Hiss. Coraxius stretched his neck and let out a sharp hiss that echoed, like a snake's body rising vertically into the air. Fly high into the sky and disappear into the clouds. Eman was blown away by the wind and couldn't open his eyes, thinking about the other party's words in his mind. Where to meet? The other party was sure that he had a good stay in the valley and would never come back. Then there are only King's Landing and Dragonstone. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much. Eman put away the 2 small daggers, feeling warm in his heart. Father and son have a good rapport. He didn't ask about the other party self-proclaimed king of the Strait on the Stepstone Islands, nor did the other party point out his current situation. He even felt that the other party agreed with his independent thoughts. Weird. Eman muttered and returned to Runestone City. That night, Eman had been dreaming for a long time. The sky was overcast, the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and hot air currents blew through it from time to time. A towering active volcano. The mountain is covered with withered green vegetation, and thick smoke billows from the crater. Looking up, there is no human habitation for more than 10 miles. Eman's brain shut down for a moment, and he felt panicked. After a while, I realized that the surrounding environment looked familiar. This is Longshan. Eman was greatly puzzled. Longshan is on Dragonstone Island. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and thick black smoke came out of Longshan. Judging from the posture, it is about to erupt. Eman was startled and turned to run. Unfortunately, it's too late. Longshan towered into the clouds, red light emerged from the crater, and erupted suddenly. Wow! Eman raised his eyes and froze. What spewed out was not magma, but billowing copper water with a bright golden color. The copper water is like a torrent of broken embankments, lapping like waves. Eman's hands and feet were cold, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. Chapter 48 Ruining My Dream of Riding a Dragon. A few days later. Runestone City, front yard. Sir Steve, holding a wooden sword, attacked His Royal Highness. Eman dodged left and right, as agile as a cunning rabbit. Clang. Blocked with the dragon tooth dagger in his left hand, slashed with the dragon claw dagger in his right hand. Sir Steve's face changed slightly, and he retracted the wooden sword and slashed diagonally to block the sharp blade that was heading straight for his lower genitals. The swordsmanship was clever, but it turned from active to passive. Eman relied on the height difference and attacked the lower 3 roads. In a short while, the White Knight was forced to sweat profusely. Okay, let's stop here today. Sir Steve called a halt in time. He had never seen such a cheating style of play. Your swordsmanship is still superb, sir. Eman got the advantage and laughed. Your hands are very flexible. You can try to use 2 swords in the future. Sir Steve shook his head helplessly. The fighting style is very dirty, but the talent is excellent. Eman wiped the sweat off his face and was distracted unconsciously. Sir Steve saw it and whispered, "Prince, are you still having nightmares?" Eman was stunned when he heard it, and stroked the faint dark circles under his eyes. Is it obvious? Since his father Daemon left last time, he suddenly started to have nightmares continuously. Every time he dreamed of Dragon Mountain, which erupted with rolling copper water. Moreover, he was closer to Dragon Mountain each time, greatly shortening the time he was submerged by the copper water. I didn't know, and I thought it was sleep paralysis. Dragon dream. Eman pondered secretly. A unique talent of the family. When it is used, even the oolgrass pillow and mat can't hold it down. It seems that time I go to King's Landing, I have to consider taming a dragon. Dragons give Targaryen strength. Just thinking about it, the old maester walked slowly, holding 2 pieces of letter paper. Prince, there are letters from King's Landing. Who are they from? Eman asked curiously. Could it be that Allison and Rhaenyra wrote at the same time? One is from the king, and the other is from the princess. The old maester handed over the opened letter first and took a breath. This is the king's invitation letter, inviting you to visit King's Landing. Eman looked strange. Dad Daemon claimed to be the king of the fjord, and his uncle suddenly wrote to him. Something was wrong, very wrong. What about the second letter? Eman was alert and opened Rhaenyra's letter. He roughly scanned it and his face gradually became solemn. The letter was Rhaenyra's report. The uncle's letter was not directed at him, but because of the sea serpent Corlys. A few days ago, the sea serpent Corlys visited King's Landing. You know, since the uncle refused to marry Lena as his wife, the 2 families have been in a cold war. If you are too kind, you are either a traitor or a thief. Eman frowned. As expected. The sea serpent Corlys said he was visiting, but he brought half of the fleet of the Velaryon family, accompanied by his son Lana Velaryon riding a dragon. Entering King's Landing with such fanfare was simply a show of force. At the banquet, he even neglected the king's uncle Viserys in every way, making the atmosphere very tense. Anyone could see it. The Stepstone's war ended, and the Velaryon family showed their fangs. After the banquet, the sea serpent Corlys left directly. Before leaving, he sent an invitation to the king. On his wife Rhaenyra's name day, he invited the royal family to attend and discuss the marriage of his children. Attention! The marriage of his children was under the banner of Lena. After Lena was rejected by her uncle Viserys, she was soon engaged to the son of the Sea King of Bravs. Because of the war in the Stepstones, the 2 sides have not been able to get married. Not long ago, the Sea King of Bravs died. He was assassinated, and the murderer is unknown. The sea serpent Corlys invited the future son-in-law, and planned to call the future son-in-law to meet him at his wife's name day banquet. It can be regarded as a cover-up for the royal family's special invitation for him. Rhaenyra wrote to him so that he could be mentally prepared. I have to prepare to go out again. Eman smacked his lips. If nothing unexpected happens, he can also go to Dragonstone Island on the way. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the sky, mixed with pieces of grass leaves flying. A loud dragon roar sounded. Eman looked up in surprise and saw a golden dragon flying over. Rhaenyra. Why is she here? Hiss. Sirrax dived from the sky, circled around the Runestone city, and slowly landed in the empty front yard. With the arrival of Koraksha last time, its petite body did not cause too much panic. The servants should hide as they should, and the knights are much calmer. Although their legs are shaking, they didn't run. Rhaenyra jumped off the dragon's back with a bang, bit off her leather gloves with her silver teeth, and took a breath. The road in the valley is really hard to walk. Eman interrupted, You flew here on a dragon. That's what he said. Eman secretly looked at Sirrax and found that the golden beast seemed to have grown up a little and developed very quickly. Rhaenyra stepped forward and gave him a hug, smiling, I'm here to pick you up. How about it, is it a surprise? Eman has grown taller. Last time his face was buried in his flat belly, this time it was terrible. You smell like a dragon. Eman tilted his head back hard to end his forehead from hitting the soft spot. Rhaenyra smiled teasingly and let go of the shy little guy. Come with me, Sirrax will take us back to King's Landing. Eman said, you came so fast, it's unnecessary to send a letter. But if you don't ride a dragon, you have a brain problem. After getting the consent of my mother, Lady Rhea, I packed my luggage hastily. There's nothing. The escort team can't be brought, and the white deer can't be ridden. I can only put on my backpack, recall the golden-nosed rat in my portable space, and put on a oolgrass pillow. Okay, let's go. Eman was well prepared. Sirrax ate a goat on the way, which was considered to be a good host. When riding on the dragon's back, Sirrax didn't recognize people after being full, and he had a lot of complaints about outsiders riding. After Rhaenyra comforted him for a long time, Eman climbed on the dragon's back curiously. Sit tight, the dragon's saddle is fixed with a chain. Rhaenyra knelt in a posture, hugged Eman in front of her, and held the handle with both hands. Hiss! Sirrax roared, ran 2 steps on his hind legs, spread his wings and flew into the air. In a blink of an eye, he flew out of the Runestone city. 2 days later. King's Landing. Red Keep, Meeting Hall. Viserys was gloomy, discussing the trip to Tidehead with the royal ministers. Some people thought that the sea serpent Corlys had bad intentions and should act with caution. Some people suggested that it would be better to take this opportunity to repair the relationship through marriage. Each had his own reasons, and the argument continued for a while. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Viserys looked up and saw 2 figures, one big and one small, and was surprised. Uncle, I'm back again. Eman had his hands behind his back and a smiling expression. Rhaenyra was much more stable. She walked into the hall in a beige skirt and skillfully picked up the wine jug to work. Why are you here? After Viserys finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and changed his words. Eman, I just sent you a message. Did Rhaenyra bring you here? He was too busy these 2 days and didn't pay attention to his daughter's things. Eman looked around the environment and saw that no one said anything. He said pitifully, Rhaenyra insisted. My waist hurts so much. Huh. Viserys was stunned and admitted that he thought too much. Eman covered his waist and said honestly, after flying for 2 days in a row, I almost became a fool. Sirrax is a subadult dragon after all, with limited speed and endurance. It took 2 days to travel, and the main thing was to sleep on the street. The evil Rhaenyra ruined his dream of riding a dragon. Thanks to Alex Bingfeng for the 500 points reward. Thanks to the Black Dragon of Disaster and the Summer of Breeze for the 200 points reward. Thanks, 100 points reward. Thanks to the digital netizens for the points reward. Tomorrow will be the 3rd round of recommendations, and a new chapter will be released at midnight in the morning. Jojo said sorry in advance, the dragon training plot will be postponed to chapter 51, where to start. But don't panic, after the new chapter, the time will still be tomorrow to start dragon training. Finally. Thank you all for your support, monthly tickets, and rewards. Finally, it has made it to the new book list. I am touched. Remember to read it. Chapter 49, Sneaking Out. At night. The Red Keep, the king's bedroom. Creak. The door was pushed open from the inside. Eman came out, holding a dragon-shaped stone sculpture in his hand. Just now, Uncle Viserys found him and they chatted for a while. Eman looked at the stone sculpture with a complicated expression. It's difficult. After a round of greetings, the other party went straight to the point. Dad Daemon proclaimed himself the king of the sea, which had a bad impact on the reputation of the royal family. He was also a master who had no scruples. He flew back to King's Landing on the dragon, and now he is happy in Silk Street. He didn't come to the Red Keep, and didn't see his brother. How can I ease the relationship? Eman sighed softly, feeling a lot of pressure. Facing the attack of the sea snake Corlys, Uncle Viserys instinctively looked for help. Dad Daemon was the best candidate. Dad Daemon was in trouble in the Stepstones before, so he decided to send troops to help and repair the relationship between brothers. Unexpectedly, Dad Daemon regarded it as an insult. Beat up the messenger who delivered the letter, and killed the crab feeder single-handedly. I don't accept this brotherhood. The 2 brothers are more unreliable than each other. Eman shook his head and returned to his room. Persuasion is necessary, but it cannot be used as a gun. It is hard to say that the sea snake Corlys's actions did not have the tacit approval of his father Daemon behind the scenes. After all, the royal family encountered difficulties, and someone would remember his kindness. Eman returned to the room. After a simple wash, he lay on the soft couch with a oolgrass pillow. Thinking about all kinds of troubles, he gradually fell asleep. His consciousness was confused and entered another world. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the wind was blowing hard. Eman stood on a mountain, surrounded by withered green plants, and the temperature was so hot that it made people feel stuffy. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, a drizzle fell from the sky. Eman looked around blankly, and the raindrops fell on his face, which was very cool. Crack! A flash of light cut through the sky, illuminating the dark rain curtain. Eman was stunned. At this moment, the drizzle turned into a heavy rain, and the water mist stirred up on the ground. Eman shuddered, and his whole body was cold. I had to find a place to hide quickly. With this thought, he instinctively walked into the smoking cave halfway up the mountain. The ground was full of gravel, and there was a faint sound from the depths of the cave. It sounded like a chisel opening the mountain, and like a blacksmith's hammer hitting an anvil. What is this place? Eman's eyes were blank, and he walked in as if he was possessed by a ghost. 10 meters, 20 meters. Until the deepest point, the deep red firelight reflected the stone wall. It was a natural furnace. It was embedded deep in the mountain, covered with bronze scales, and the golden copper water was quenched inside. Roar! Suddenly, the stone wall shattered inch by inch, and the copper water poured out all at once. Eman was stunned and turned to run away. However, his feet seemed to be filled with lead and he could not run fast. When he turned around, he watched the rolling copper water creating waves. He was like a small wooden boat in the sea, and was instantly knocked to the ground by the waves. The last moment. Eman's desire to survive was bursting, and he stubbornly stretched out a hand, trying to grab a life-saving straw. The copper water formed a vortex, and the infinite suction force completely swallowed him. Outside, the heavy rain continued. In the room, Eman was still sleeping, sweating on his forehead, and shaking his head nervously. Dreams affect reality. Dong dong. The door suddenly knocked. Who? Hearing the sound, Eman woke up suddenly and rolled over to get up. It was too scary. Damn dream, not giving any chance to resist. It's me, Rhaenyra. The door was gently pushed open, and a silver-haired head poked in, answering softly. Rhaenyra. Eman gasped and gradually got rid of the suffocation in his dream. Did you have a nightmare? Seeing him wet, Rhaenyra looked surprised and walked into the room with concern. In the 2 nights of sleeping on the street, this situation had never happened before. Eman regained consciousness and wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to find that his whole body was wet. An 8-year-old body is still a child's, and it is easy to sweat when sleeping at night. Often sticky all over. Patting his pale face, Eman asked suspiciously, "It's so late, why are you in my room? Making a night raid?" He is only 8 years old, enough to be sentenced to death with a reprieve. Rhaenyra was obviously stunned by the question, and hesitated. "I want to come to you to do something. It must not be a good thing." She was wearing a home-style beige skirt, with her white hands behind her back, and she kept clicking to cover up her nervousness. Eman paid attention to details, saw everything, and silently tightened his little quilt. "It's not what you think." Rhaenyra hurriedly corrected her mistake and explained, "I'm going to find Daemon. You are his son. Let's go together." "What's not what you think?" Eman found the blind spot. "Eman." Rhaenyra was angry. "Okay, let's go find Daemon." Eman got up quickly and couldn't help but curious, "But why go find him? It's late at night." "Father misses Daemon very much, I hope they can get back together." Rhaenyra told the truth. Of course, she had her own little plan. Uncle Daemon treated her well since she was a child, and would bring her gifts from foreign countries wherever he went. "I haven't seen him for many years, and I miss the past." Tsk tisk. Eman's eyes were strange, and he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. "I'm afraid the girl is not stupid and wants to be a monster." Rhaenyra was very active. She found 2 packages from behind the door and said to each of them, I asked. Daemon is on Silk Street. Let's put on our luggage and sneak out. Bang. As soon as the door was closed, he untied the tie at the back, took off his skirt and changed it. No. Eamon's face turned red and he turned away. Take it off as soon as you say it, you don't treat him like an outsider. Fortunately, I turned my head so quickly that I didn't see anything soft and white, and half of it was curved. After a few minutes, the two of them carefully changed their clothes, opened the door and walked out. Princess. Cole dressed as a farmer and nodded respectfully. Eman looked at him and curled his lips. There's not much to say, everyone is wearing similar clothes and we just treat each other as if we're in trouble together. Cole quietly glanced at his Royal Highness, and saw that he did not cause trouble for him, and his handsome face breathed a sigh of relief. I murmured in my heart that the royal family members are all willful troublemakers. Let's go. Rhaenyra couldn't wait any longer, and she weaved downstairs. It's useless, there's no way to avoid the guards. Cole also had to reveal his identity as a white knight, pretending to take 2 horse feeders with him, and sneak out of the Red Castle openly. Eman was confused. Isn't this exposed? His opinion didn't matter. The 3 of them got into a simple carriage and left the Red Fort far away. Midnight, Silk Street. The 3 of them parked the carriage and walked quietly into the crowd. It has to be said that Silk Street is indeed the busiest street in King's Landing. Especially at night, the excitement is beyond imagination. The streets are full of vendors, big and small, and there are endless sideshows, circuses, and fireworks performances, and men and women of all classes mix among them. Look, there's a magic show. Rhaenyra was so excited that she pulled Eman and shook her hard. Tonight was her first time sneaking out. Everything she saw was new and full of seductive energy. Shoo, keep your voice down. Eman had a black line on his head and held his patched hat steady. Both of them wore hats and tied up their conspicuous long silver blonde hair, otherwise there would be big trouble. Hey, I saw that brothel. Rhaenyra's eyes suddenly lit up and she rushed out like a wild horse. Eman was stunned, thinking he heard wrongly. Just 2 steps after catching up, a ridiculous sound sounded in my ears. Turned his head. In the narrow alley, a man and a woman were naked and sweating. On the street. Eman bared his teeth. The folk customs in King's Landing are too open. A new chapter. Chapter 50 Stupid Beauty. A stone building brothel. Eman and Rhaeny held hands and stopped in front of the door. Do you really want to go in? Eman confirmed. Rhaenyra's eyes were firm as she nodded and said, It's here. Eman. Such a strong reason, it really needs to be dealt with. Cole looked embarrassed and persuaded, Princess, this is not the place you should come to. Daemon is in there. Rhaenyra refused to listen. Prince Daemon is a man, you are different. Cole said nervously. Rhaenyra shook her head, he is a man, but I am the heir to the Iron Throne, and I am no worse than him. But you are a girl, and the king will hang me if he knows. Cole danced anxiously and kept talking. Eman watched silently, feeling a sense of sympathy. He felt like the other person was about to break. Shut up, Cole. Rhaenyra scolded and ordered, if you don't want to accompany me, just stay where you are. After that, he grabbed Eman and rushed inside. Eman was also shattered. In the brothel, there is a cave inside. Passing through the curtained door, the interior is brightly lit and filled with pungent aroma. There are both men and women, each performing their own duties. This one has his arms around that one, and that one has his arms around the other one. The crowd was so dense it was comparable to an unmasked convention. Eman held his breath, his eyes were dazzled and his young heart was shocked. In my 2 lifetimes, I have never seen such a big scene. Don't look. Rhaenyra blushed and covered his eyes with her hands. Close your eyes too. Eamon's little hands were faster and he covered the other person's face tightly. The golden hook hanging upside down. Looked at the long eye of a needle. The 2 of them were wearing coarse old clothes, one big and one small, covering each other's faces, blocking the doorway to form an unusual scenery. Some looked and laughed, others whispered. How can anyone take a child to a brothel? It looks like she is still a girl. After a while, Eman couldn't stand listening to Mimi's voice anymore. Let go of your hands and let's go upstairs. Rhaenyra froze. Stupid. The person you are looking for is upstairs. Eman pulled away the hand covering his eyes and dragged the other person upstairs. Rhaenyra's face turned red and her forehead was steaming. Eman held her hand, feeling that his palm was full of sweat, and kept struggling to hold it. The green-white fingertips exerted force, as if they felt safe. Second floor, private room. The two of them found Daemon's location without much effort. It was a room with hollowed-out windows, almost semi-open. A dozen prostitutes who were too poor to wear clothes were lying in front of the window, watching and laughing at each other. The two of them arrived just in time, as things were just finishing inside. The prostitutes dispersed and became quiet for a while. Boom. Eman didn't want to stay any longer and banged on the door. I apologized to my father in my heart. It was indeed outrageous that father and son were in a brothel at the same time. The scene where the son caught me was the most outrageous. But he really wanted to get away. Enter. As soon as he knocked on the door, Daemon's voice came from inside. A little dull and in a bad mood. Eman didn't care, pushed the door open and got in. Anyone who is interrupted just after finishing work will not be in a good mood. Eman. Daemon screamed in fright when he saw the little figure pushing the door open. He was sitting on the balcony enjoying the breeze, with a blanket wrapped around him. Sit down quickly and cover yourself when you need to. Sorry, Dad. Eman apologized and walked to the bed, which smelled of obscenity. A graceful figure was lying on it, and she was very tired. Eman took out 2 golden dragons from his pocket, threw them in front of the opponent's face, turned his head and said, "Go out for a while." Daemon's brain immediately shut down and he didn't know what was going on. My son pays me for prostitution. Shao died. The woman took the money and ran out happily, regardless of whether she was sleepy or tired. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the room. Uncle. Rhaenyra buried her head deep in her head and started to act like a quail from the moment she entered. Daemon glanced at his specially dressed niece and immediately frowned. Just get one, it's a boy after all. What's going on? His brother died in that stupid woman's belly. What are you two doing here? Daemon stood up and silently walked to the clothes. I have something to discuss with you. Rhaenyra looked confused and took Eamon's hand behind her. Not sure yet. He turned his back to his arms and put his hands on his shoulders. She already regretted coming here. The uncle was looking for fun and had no intention of easing the relationship, and his attitude was very cold. Especially when I saw that sexy bitch who just went out. Suddenly there was a sense of disillusionment in my heart. The uncle who used to be tall, handsome, and considerate seemed to be difficult to judge. Daemon didn't know what his niece was thinking. At this moment, he just wanted the two of them to disappear quickly, and said with a stern face, "You'd better be fine. His brother must be dead. He can't even control his 12-year-old daughter, and he even leads his son around blindly. If I come to a brothel at the age of 8, can I use Duden? Amen. Silence is golden. Dad said we would meet soon, and indeed soon. It's just not pleasant." Rhaenyra was very anxious at the moment and wanted to leave quickly and said her purpose, "Uncle, I would like to ask you to go to Chowhead Island and represent the royal family with us." No. Daemon didn't even think about it and simply refused. Rhaenyra was anxious. Why? The uncle didn't care about her very much. He loved his father and paid attention to the majesty and dignity of the royal family. He is like the patron saint of the family. No reason. Daemon put on his clothes and sneered, "Just after your mother died and I was kicked out of King's Landing by your father, we parted ways." Eman clicked his tongue, sounding so resentful. "But after so many years, father no longer blames you. We all miss you." Rhaenyra couldn't hear it and was still fighting for it. She had no formal experience with power. "I only saw the conflict between my father and uncle, but I didn't know the source of the conflict. They don't trust each other and are wary of each other, which is a stumbling block. Conflicts accumulated step by step to create today's situation." Daemon picked up his sword, lost interest in the conversation, and went out without looking back. "Whatever you say, Viserys is just a coward. What you saw is just the tip of the iceberg. Before leaving, he pointed at Eman and gave a stern warning, "If I see you in the brothel again, I will break your legs." Eman nodded. He was forced to ruin the reunion between father and son, which was not his intention. Daemon's eyes were unkind and he left in a hurry. Rhaenyra tried to stop him, but was pushed to the side. "Why?" The girl held her aching shoulder, her eyes turning red uncontrollably. "I felt extremely wronged." Eman remained silent, almost sick of stupidity. Daemon and Rhaenyra have no conflicts of interest. But Daemon and his brother Viserys can be said to be incompatible, and neither one obeys the other. This can be seen from the fact that Daemon did not return to the Red Keep, but spent the night on Silk Street. It's not that he has nowhere to go, he simply hates his brother Viserys. "I'm here in King's Landing, but I don't obey your orders. Your help to me is like useless help. Today's results are all dependent on my own way out. If the royal family is in trouble, don't even think of asking me for help. Unless one party bows his head and admits his mistake first." Eman sighed and pulled Rhaenyra's little hand. "Let's go." According to the original trajectory of the world, it is impossible for Daemon to give in now. The Stepstone Islands are barren and still plagued by remaining pirates. Daemon didn't have an army and couldn't deter him at all. But he still persisted for several years and maintained a stiff relationship with the royal family. It wasn't until Rhaenyra came of age to choose a husband that she gave up the title of King of the Straits and ran back to King's Landing to admit her mistake and repair the relationship. Rhaenyra did not understand the twists and turns, and was immersed in sorrow. Eman had a headache, so he let go of her hand and went out first. It is impossible to coax. A Targaryen man will never bow to a woman. Rhaenyra's eyes were filled with tears, and she lowered her head and sobbed slightly. Quite a while. He looked up and looked around the room, realizing that he was alone. "Eman." Rhaenyra felt chills all over her body and shouted nervously. Unfortunately, no one responded. "Eman, we should go back." Rhaenyra was frightened and wanted to run out the door, but there were chaotic men and women outside. This was not a place she was familiar with at all. Even trying to get out was difficult. Rhaenyra bit her lower lip, holding back tears. Just then, a silver-haired head poked into the door and shook his head, "This way." As he spoke, he whistled and turned around coolly. "Can you really leave her here? If she stays here, the men in the brothel are in danger." "Wait for me, Eman." Rhaenyra cried with joy and hurried to follow.